Hello, everyone. I hope your day is off to a good start. Uh, and as Russ points out, we are up to 35 patrons, which I greatly appreciate. So thank you to all of you who support us on Patreon. It really helps a lot. It inspires us to do things like tomorrow there is a bonus stream where the plan is to finish up both this week's project and last week's project. Last week's project was the collection of 5-list puzzles that you all generously prepared for me. I am almost, but not quite done all of those. I realize that my camera is not zoomed in and Tristan's coming up here to yell at me about it. I will set that up. There we go. That was backwards. Haha, there we go. Got it. So, better zoomed in now. So last week's project was the 5-list puzzles. I loved all the 5-list puzzles, but I'm not quite done those. So we're going to finish those tomorrow. The shirt, my shirt is for Luther College, where I teach. If you're looking for a nice liberal arts college to go to, I highly recommend Luther College. Definitely recommended. So today's project, though, is this project, or is this puzzle by Clover, which is going to require lots of me maneuvering the camera around as we do it. So if I fail to move the camera around, please let me know so that I can fix it. Hey, Maverick. By the way, I should say hi to everyone. Hey, Maverick and David and Chip and Memerister, Daniel, Russ, etc. Gurkles is here. All right, so this is presented in this document, which Tristan will have a link to in the chat shortly. And so there's a lot of reasons I want to do this puzzle. One is it's sort of organized by Clover, and Clover is cool and makes cool puzzles. Hey, Aria, welcome. I'm not sure if I've seen you around here, so welcome either way. So you can see, if you've not heard of this, that this puzzle is by Clover, Sam Kappelman Lyons, Grockles, Full Deck, Missing a Few Cards, Virtual, Pause, The T-Rex, J Kitty, Tallcat, etc., etc., etc. All of these people, so many of my best friends in the puzzle community have contributed to this. I also contributed to this at some point, although I don't need to do my own puzzle, but I will anyway. It's in there somewhere, maybe, possibly. So we're going to do this. And so what is this? Well, this is a string of linked 6x6 puzzles. And so there are a bunch of different formats available in which to do this string of linked 6x6 puzzles. All of them are in Penpa. And you can see this is the first one. And so we're going to follow the caterpillar along from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and we'll go down and down and down and down. And then up and down and up and down. And so we'll eventually hopefully make it over here to puzzle number 80 at the end of the caterpillar. Okay. Now, if you look at the document that Tristan has linked to, there are 2 ways to play this there are two ways to do this. You can either load the whole thing, which is what I have here, but you can also load just a chunk of it at a time. So I have those open in case of emergency. And that is in case we get only, or in case something breaks down or whatever, so we won't have to start over. So we have all of that. But this little thing here goes over all of the rules, and so this is what's linked to as this doc that goes over these things. Okay, so it notes that many of the puzzles use only well-known variants. Those have a black outline in the document. Yeah, I have the big one open, and if the big one is a disaster, then I have all of the small ones open. So I have attempted to be prepared for every eventuality, but we'll see. Yeah, so then the puzzles that have a red outline, those have their own weird rules. So Clover let people make whatever sort of rules they wanted. So if a puzzle has a red border, that means in order to figure out what on earth is going on with that puzzle, you have to read the rules. So surprisingly, actually, Playmaker is the one. What is reload confirmation, and how do I turn it on? Is that in settings? Let's see, local storage conflict, reload protection. Reload protection on. Is that just going to make sure I don't accidentally reload the page? Did that actually stick? Reload protection on. Okay, let me make sure I turn it on in all of these. This is in, I think, the old version of Penpa. The new version of Penpa has the option to put stuff over on the left, which is much nicer for you all because you can see the screen and not get seasick when I scroll, but I don't think we have that in this version. But you can look forward to you can look forward to the fact that over time Penpa is getting more stream friendly because they're slowly migrating this panel over to the left so that I don't constantly scroll up and down. I'm going to try as much as possible in this puzzle, by the way, to not scroll and just use Sudoku marking. We'll see how that goes. Probably for some puzzles it will go better than others. Reload protection is on. Now, I do note the answers to every puzzle are in the document, so that if we do get stuck, we can always just go back to where we were. So I'm not too concerned about at some point having entered every digit correctly into here. We'll see if that happens. It'll be nice, but we'll do our best. Okay. So I think the only thing I really have to explain here is that we have to, oops, I'm not trying to color, I'm trying to do Sudoku. I probably want center mode. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I'm in center mode. Okay, this is already lagging, so I'm going to just start in the version, I'm going to pre-start in the version that is less laggy. So the way this works is every grid, I'm going to put the over-under at 12 hours, Tallcat. 12 hours is my over-under for a guess as to how long this is going to take. Tristan's not going to ping the setters on Discord today for this, because, again, some of these puzzles will be over by the time the setter actually realizes it. Yes, you can bet on the time. That will be nice. Okay, so Clover's puzzle to start is going to involve only standard rules. So we've got a V. In fact, actually, for Clover, this is a lot of different rules. So for a 6x6, we've got a V, we've got a between line, we've got another V, we've got what I assume are even circles. Can someone confirm that these are, in fact, even circles? Let's see. I'm going to pull this over here. Otherwise, I'm going to have to hunt through this. Let's see. By the way, if you're trying to load this yourself, there's a whole page here that explains to you that none of these links work, but that if you load the link anyway, even though it doesn't work, oh, it's an odd circle, of course. If you load the link anyway, even though it doesn't work, then you go copy the link and then paste it into the load button in Penpa. It will work, which is why I did this in advance. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so if the rules of the top grid state that a digit in the circle tells you the number... Okay, I'm trying to look and see if this is something that I want to read right now. Okay. So this is telling us how diagonals work, and it's basically saying they don't work the Domano way. So if the rules of the top grid state that a digit in a circle tells you the number of odd digits in the surrounding cells, you would only count the ones that appear in this. So basically, a puzzle is never allowed to see outside its own grid. So there's these 4 cells that are shared between the 2 grids, but I'm not allowed to have this puzzle count down here. All right, and so now we have this. Okay, so I'm not going to read this aloud because if I attempted to read it aloud, it would go very badly because my dyslexia is very bad if I try to read out loud. So I will encourage you to read the little poem that goes along with all of this, but I'm not going to. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, yeah, so this is odd even. Yeah, it's in a black border, which means there's no weird rules, but I would not know what a blue circle meant ever. So let's get started. So we've got here a quadruple. So I'm going to try and explain what the rules are as we go along. First of all, as Russ points out, this between line, the digits in the circles bound all of the digits here. So, namely, that means I can never put a 1 or a 6 on a between line. So these are a 1, 6. Oops. Oh, I should probably turn on my keypad. That will probably facilitate the solving of the puzzle. So these are a 1, 6. That means that these are a 2, 3, 4, 5, except you can never have a 5 on a V. And then once you can't have a 1 on the V, you can't have a 4 on it either. So these are a 2, 3 pair. These are not a 2, 3 pair. The V digits need to sum to 5, by the way. So that is what the V between them means. And we're probably going to see V's a lot. And so now these 2 digits are also a 1, 6 because they need to bound both 2 and 5 by this. We can go ahead and fill in the quadruple because this is just saying the digits around this are 1, 2, 3, 4, except this one's odd. So this is 1 or 3. These are 3, 4, 5, 6, except that this one is also odd, so it is not 4 or 6. Now, the 1, 6 pair here in the column tells me these aren't 6. So that gives us a 3, 4, 5 triple around this quad, which gives us our first digit of the puzzle, which is a 6. And since we only get to digit dance once today, I suppose, then we get to use this 6 right away and do our little digit dance aruski. Okay. Now, this is our first digit. So there's a 6 up here somewhere, and I actually know where it is because of this 1, 6 pair. The 6, by the way, I'm using, a 6 can't go on a V because I'd need to add with a -1, and we're not doing the fire ice puzzle from last stream. So that's not a 6. Not a 6, sorry. I clicked the wrong button to delete, as I always do. So this is a 6. Which also means... Oh, no, it doesn't quite mean that yet. Sorry. Let's see. Okay, so we need a 6 in this row. We need a 6 in this row, and it can't go here because of the 1, 6 pair. So we get a 6 there. in order to put a 6 in this row, which is going to resolve our 1-6 pair down here. So that's a 1, that's a 6. That 6 goes down here. That's a 1, that's a 6. People are suggesting we should perhaps digit dance for the first digit of every little subgrid of the puzzle. I could probably be convinced of that. We can now place the 6 there. Now, what else can we do with our lives? Let's see. These are from 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. That's not immediately jumping out at me as helpful. Let's see. Where is 1 in this box? 1 is down here in this box. And so by these ones pinching it. So 1 is not up here on this quad. So in fact, that tells me that the 1 in this box actually only goes here, which needs to go with a 4 across from it. This 4 is going to come over here and knock 4 out from that. So that's a 3-5 pair. So that's a 4, which is, of course, going to knock 4 out of this cell. Now, if I look for where 1 is in box 2, 1 can only go here in box 2. These digits need to be a 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, sorry, no, they're not a 3, 4, 5. They are a 2, 3, 5. So, yeah, these are 2, 3, 5. Let's see. Okay, so I'm being asked where 5 is in column 3, which is a good question. Actually, before I get there, let me clean up the fact that this places the 1 on the quad. The 1 on the quad only goes here now. So that's a 1. That's not a 1. It's not a 1 in the corner either. So now we can ask the question, okay, now we've got a 2-3 pair in column 3. So I think we don't even have to get to the question, which Russ asked, which was very wise, but we've danced around needing to ask it. But actually for a long time, 5 has only been able to go one place in column 3. So I'm going to go ahead and place a 5 here now. Because of this 2-3 pair, that's going to give me a 4 there. And I probably should have said that the other way. The 2-3 pair gave me a 4 here, which then gave me a 5 here. This 4 means that's not a 4. Let's see. Now, this is a 3-5 pair. What are these digits? These are a 2, 3, 5. But they're not a 5. Yes, 5 in this box is placed in this circle. That is pretty helpful. So now that's the 5 for the quad. So that's a 3 for the quad. So now that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 2, that's a 3. So now that 3, 5 gives me that's a 2, that's a 5. 2, this is going to be a 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. Okay, so this row now, 1 is missing a 2. This column is missing a 4, so that's a 5. That's a 4. This row is missing a 4. This column is missing a 3. It does not go there. Promise you it does not go there. Don't know why it's letting me select that. Probably, I need to turn draw on edges off. Let's see. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5. That's a 1. And now this is a 2. Excellent.
Can you ask for a volunteer to delete bots and stuff since we won't be able to watch?
Yeah, Tristan is working today. If anyone wants to volunteer to be the person who deletes random bot comments, I can mod someone. If not, I will attempt to manage. Okay, so that was the first puzzle. And so you'll notice the way this works is that this Casey it is. Let's see. I will click the dots. I will add you as a moderator. So now you have the authority to delete bots. Yes, the wild Tristan has appeared and then disappeared into the ether. Okay, so just an explainer on how this works if you've never done Samurai Sudoku puzzles before. Oh, by the way, is this looking... Oh, this does not look good on the camera at all. One moment, let me scroll. Can I figure out how to scroll? Maybe I just need to move my head. I think I probably just need to move my head. And so my head being over here will be useful. The point is, nothing over in this grid affects this. The only thing I'm doing now is using these 4 digits as given digits in this puzzle down here by Sam Kappelman lines. Okay, and these are Renban lines. And so what that means is that these lines contain a sequence of consecutive digits, but not necessarily in a consecutive digit order. So, for example, these 2 digits I know are 3 and 5. 3 and 5 aren't consecutive, but that tells me I know that there is a 4 down here. Because I need to get the 4 between them. And in fact, even if I went up to 6, I would still need a 2 down here. So I know that there's a 2 and a 4 on these lines somewhere, which tells me I know that there's a 2 and a 4 on these lines somewhere, just by Sudoku. The 2, 4 here push the 2, 4 over here. The 2, 4 here force there to be a 3 over there. And that's maybe the end of my sort of immediate things, but we can clean up some stuff because that 4 looks down and sees that 4. That 2 looks down and sees that 2. Nicholas, I don't know that there's a 5 over here. The 5 could be over here, I think. Oh, no, the 5 can't be over here. Good point. Good point. Yeah. So here's another... So Nicholas saw this. I did not see this. The 3, 5 being here means the 3, 5 are not here because I'm not allowed to repeat this stuff. So the 3, 5 actually live down here, which means the 3, 5 now live up here, except not here. And so, in fact, through Nicholas's point, we discover a 3, 5 pair here on this line. Or in these 2 cells. And now because of that 3, 5 pair, we now actually know that this line has to have a 3 and a 5 on it. I can't make 5 consecutive digits from 1 to 6 without a 3 and a 5. And so, in fact, this is a 3, 5 pair. Oops. I don't know why I always hit the tab, which is not helpful. Okay, so now this digit can't be a 3 or a 5, which now means these digits are a 3, 5 pair. So we've got 3, 5 pairs all over the place. And so this digit is, of necessity, a 2, 4, or 6 in order to make that work. Now, I know this digit has to be a 1 or a 6. And how do I know this digit has to be a 1 or a 6? Because I need to put a 1 and a 6 in this box, and I can't put both on this Renban, because 1 and 6 cannot go together on a length 5 Renban. So there is a 1 or a 6 here, and for exactly the same reason, there's a 1 or a 6 here in this cell. Okay, now I need to make sure I'm actually remembering to use the given digits that I have up here, because my brain is just sort of mentally deleting this part of the box, which is not going to be helpful if I am attempting to solve the puzzle. So let's see. So I know one of those is a 2. Yeah, I know there is a 4 and a 6 down here. I know there's a 1 and a 2 up here. And so I know that the 1's not here, because the fact that there's a 1 and a 2 up here means that if I tried to put a 1 here, I'd need to put a 2 here, and that would not work. Yes, this is an 80-long puzzle, so I'm only trying to put the 6x6 that I'm working on actively at the moment on the screen. I actually could probably zoom in another click if I shrink myself a tiny bit. But I am going to have to remember, Florent, to move the camera. And the camera movement is something I'm probably going to forget. Okay. Let's see. Barbie is claiming this cell can only be a 2. So I already argued it's not a 1. It could be a 2. It's not a 3, 4, 5, or 6, actually, because it's got a 4, 6, and a 3, 5 looking at it. Great point. So Barbie scores the thing. Yeah, unfortunately, it's Penpa, so there's not really a lot of way for me to move around where this shows up on the screen. Like, I acknowledge that in a perfect world, this 6x6 grid would take up, like, this whole segment of the screen next to my head, but I don't think I can make that happen. So anyway, so Barbie's point is beautiful. So that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 5, that's a 3. So that's a 5, that's a 3. This being a 5 means this is no longer a 2, which is appreciated. Now, I need to place a 5 up in box 2. The only place the 5 can now go is here. I need a 1 in this row. It can only go there. So now I need a 4 and a 6 to finish this box. I don't think I know the order yet. Yeah, I do not think I know the order yet. And now we have a 4-6 pair in column 6 that Nicholas is all over. Good job, Nicholas. So that means that these two digits are a 1-2 pair. Oops. Which I then tried to enter in the wrong mode. These are a 1-2 pair. Interesting. Let's see. Okay, so we've got the 3 and the 5, got the 3 and the 5, got the 3 and the 5. Oh, in fact, 1 is just placed in this box. 1 in this box now has to go here by this 1 by a Sudoku. So that's a 1. That's a 2. These aren't 2 anymore. Let's see. Can I zoom in more? I can't scroll this over. So I don't think that... Will this work? Maybe this will work. Actually, yeah, that worked okay. This is as far as I can zoom in, but I can actually go I can go that many clicks further. And so I'm just going to have to bounce back and forth around this caterpillar. Hey, Rick and Morty, welcome. I do love Rick and Morty. It is a delightful thing. So actually, one thing we learn from this arrangement that I didn't appreciate is that these two renbans contain the same digit, because this is the digit that's missing from this renban. And this digit goes here in this box. Hey, Yab, welcome. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 4. Okay, what is left in this row? This is a 1, 4, or 6. Okay, so these are, for the row, they're 1, 4, 6. And this is not a 1, so we've got a 4, 6 there. For the column, we also need a 1, 4... No, sorry, we need a 2, 4, 6, right? Yeah, we need a 2, 4, 6 for the column. It's not immediately exciting. Okay. I'm definitely missing something. Let's see. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 4. Let's see, row 5, column 3. Must be odd. says Afraid Not. Ah, good point. Okay, that's beautiful. Okay, this is a very clever point by Afraid Not. If I look at this row, there's 2 evens in it already. This Renbon has to have an odd and an even because it's 2 consecutive digits. So that's the last even. So therefore, this cell has to be odd, but the only 3 odds that exist are 1, 3, and 5, and 3 and 5 are taken. So therefore, by Afraid Not's point, that's 1, that's 6, that's 6, that's 4, that's 1. So now I am missing a 2 and a 4 in this column. These aren't 4, so this is 4. So that's 6, so that's 4. Let's see, so these digits are a 1, a 2, and a 4. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 4 or a 1. This one is a 2. Remembering that we have given digits up here that I had, forgotten about. So these are a 2, 4, 1. This digit down here now is a 2. So that's a 6. That's a 2. Technically, we now... Oh, no, sorry. It's this little area that we need to finish in order to move on to the next puzzle. Okay, and so these are... Oh, well, I can place the 4 in this box just by Sudoku. The 4 goes there. So this is going to need to have a 6 on it because it needs an even digit and it can't have 2 or 4. The 6 is going to have to go there, which is going to place a 5 there. That's going to be a 3, and that's going to be a 5. And now we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. What did I miss? Oh, there's a 3. That's a 3, so that's a 5, and that's a 3. Hey, Sam. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so we've got the Grockles puzzle up next. Grockles, perhaps the most featured setter on this channel. I suppose that is an empirical question that could be answered by the spreadsheet that Tristan maintains of everything that we do. So on the puzzles on some sides of this, I'm going to be huge, and on others, I'm going to be tiny. So we'll just make do. Okay, so welcome, Sam, by the way. So it looks like Grockles' puzzle here has just a bunch of 2-pill arrows. I'm assuming the color has no significance because this is in a black box. And I don't think that Clover would assume I know a difference between red and blue arrows. So to start Grockles' puzzle, okay, I assumed the color was so I could tell them apart. These are a 1, 2. Oh, I had not noticed this before, but in fact, the 2 digits that go over here are always going to be the 2 digits that go over here. Let's see. So now, I know that there's going to be a 5 and a 6 down here. And I know there's going to be a 3 and a 4 up here. Now, I'm going to assume that the highest I could possibly make one of these arrows is nowhere near enough to make this digit a 3 or a 4. Let's find out. So I could make... Let's say I make this 6, 6, and 5. That's 17. And then this would be 6, would be 23. I think the absolute maximum I could make this arrow is 23. So, in other words, this digit is always a 1 or a 2. I think Russ has calculated it a better way, but that way is good enough. So these are a 3, 4 pair. So this needs to sum to either... So are these? Yeah, but still, I could do a 5 and a 6. So like 6, 5, 6, 6 is big, I believe. Okay. Yeah, Russ used the other arrow, and so because this arrow already has a 1 or a 2 on it, this arrow is actually smaller. Oh, so this is actually going to give us a digit if I follow through Russ's argument. So this is at most a 2, and then a 6 and a 5 is 13. And then a 5 here would be 18. So this is at most 18 along this arrow, which means, in fact, this digit is actually always a 1. It's a 2, that's a 1, and we can do our digit dance. So we've got that all done. Okay, so well, it dropped by 1 once I put a 1 here. So what's the biggest this can be? Because this is going to be quite restricted here, I think. So 654 would be 15. If I tried to make this 15 plus 6, I could get up theoretically to 21, except this cell can't be a 1 anymore. So this this has to start with a 1. I think you and I are both big Grockles fans, Naverio. I think we both do our share of Grockles puzzles. There's also, I think part of it is that Grockles puzzles are too hard for me to do on my own. So there have been all of these Grockles puzzles for all of this time that I've wanted to do but couldn't. And so because Grockles puzzles aren't really humanable, so I started doing Grockles puzzles on stream, and now I have this huge collection of ones from before I started streaming that I wanted to do too. And also, Grockles has started making puzzles that aren't as hard as Grockles puzzles used to be. So there's that too, but yeah, I try and get to them quickly, but I mean I try and get to a lot of puzzles quickly, but I there are obvious problems with this. Okay, now I'm looking at this this arrow, because this is going to be quite congested, because now this is at least 2, 3, 4, 5, which would be 14. Plus 2 would be 16. So this arrow needs to sum to at least 16, but also it is at most 16. And so this has to be 16. Right? Did I do this wrong? 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5 would be 14. Plus 2 more would be 16. This has to be at least 16, and it can't be any more than 16 because I don't have digits bigger than 6 in this puzzle. So this is a 16. Which means that I actually have to minimize this. So both of those have to be 1. These have to be 2, 3, 4, 5. In order for that to work out. Now... let's see. That places this one up here, just by good old-fashioned Sudoku. So I think we now have all the ones. Let's see. There's a 4 and a 5 looking down, so this cell's not a 4 or a 5. I suspect a lot of today's stream is going to be reminding me to actually look at these digits. That's not a 3. Let's see. So there's going to have to be a 6 in one of these two cells. But I know which one, in order to finish this box, is that 6 actually tells me which one. I actually remembered that time. So let's see. So these two digits are the same. And because these two digits are the same, these are the same, by the way, because this digit has to go there in this box. This digit's not a 3, so that digit's not a 3. So this is just a 2, 4, or 5, and it's the same 2, 4, 5 that's there. Of course, that's not a 6 anymore, now that I've placed this 6. Okay, now... this can't possibly be a 5 or a 6 anymore, because this arrow, remember, is summing to at most 14. So if I look at this, these sum to at least 5. So already by the fact that these sum to at least 5, I'm already at 11, at minimum, just entering this box. So this can't be a 5 or a 6, which is actually huge because it means that this is a 5 and that's a 6, which means that's a 2. Now, if I look closely, if I minimize this, I would get 2 and 3 here, would be 5, and that would give me 13. So I've got a little bit of freedom, I suppose, on this, but just the tiniest amount. Let's see. Okay, and this is going to sum to 16, so this arrow is going to sum to 16, and I've got a good number of digits on it, so that's a 1 and a 5. That's 6 already. Plus, say, 3 would be 9, so I'd need these... Oh, I guess never mind. These two need to sum up to something fairly large. I was about to say something wrong because I was about to misadd. Let's see. Okay, so let's see. Could this possibly be a 2? I guess so. If this were a 4-6 pair, this could be a 2. This is not a 2. I can say that much. Yeah, I know one of these two is a 6. 2, 3 in box 3 doesn't work for the blue arrow in box 5, says Garion. Let's look at that. So if this were a 2, 3, it would make these a 4, 5, 6, which would be 15 and would require that to be a 1. Great point. Okay. So Garion has made, I think, the crucial observation here, which is that I minned these two cells out as 2, 3, which is fine for the red arrow. And if these were a 2, 3, then this would sum to 8 plus 5. That would be 13. Except it doesn't work if these are a 2, 3, because then that makes this a 4, 5, 6, summing to 15. This would need to be a 1, and it can't be for two different reasons. So this is, in fact, a 14. And these are not a 2, 3. They're a 2, 4. Because they need to be 1 bigger than 2, 3, and we know the order. And the order isn't that order. So this is a 4 and a 2. Now I need a 3 in this box. It needs to go there. Let's see. Now this column has its 2 and a 4, so that's a 5. So these aren't 5. So that is 5, because it's, remember, the same digit as this digit, or for whatever other reason you prefer. And so now these two add to 6, so I need these two to add to 8. And there's only one way to add to 8. No, there's 2. It could be 2, 6, or it could be 3, 5, I suppose. But it can't be 3, 5 because this cell can be neither 3 nor 5. So the way we're adding to 8 is as 2 and 6, which means that's a 2 and that's a 6. That being a 2 makes that a 4, makes that a 3, makes that a 2. Technically, we could move on, but we're going to finish Grockle's puzzle anyway. We've got a 3 to go here. And so now these two digits are a 4 and a 5, which go in that order. 6 to go over here. 5 to go here. 4 to go there. 2 to go here. 3 to go here. And now I suppose we double check that these arrows actually add up to the thing they're supposed to. 3 and 4 is 7. Plus 1 is 8. Plus 8 is 16. That's good. Let's see. That one we already forced to work. This one is 2 5s and a 6. Yep, that's 16. This is 8 plus 6. That works. And that is that. Yep, that looks good. Alrighty. Nice puzzle, Grockles. We don't get to see double-pilled arrows a lot because frankly, the Sudoku of double-pilled arrows, especially in in 9x9s is usually pretty ugly, but this is a really elegant puzzle that makes use of them and that made especially good use of the givens. I should point out, by the way, that the way this worked, for those of you who were not involved in the setting of this, is that you were given the givens that you would get from the previous puzzle. So Sam set this puzzle, gave it back to Clover, then Clover gave these digits to Grockles, who then had to set this puzzle. And so a lot of the art was in figuring out, okay, I've got to start with a 6, a 5, a 4, and a 3 in this orientation. What do I do to make that interesting? And so the choice to have this 6-5 look at the second digit of a pill arrow was a very interesting one. And so that was a great way to make use of this. Alrighty, so we're going to scroll down next to this grid, where I'm now going to need to shrink a bit again. Doop, 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 doop. Tiny zeta. Okay, now I am told that orange lines are standard, except I have no idea what the standard orange line is supposed to be. So I now have to go back and look at this. Does someone in chat know what an orange line is the standard thing for? Because this is in black, so it indicates it's supposed to be something I know. Oh, it's a palindrome. Okay, so this is a palindrome. Okay. So this reads forwards, the same forwards and backwards. So this digit is the same as this digit. This digit is the same as this digit, and so on. So normally I would color this, but I'm going to try not to if I can avoid coloring today. So if we count 6 in to this palindrome, we get a 2 here. So I'm going to count 6 in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's a 2. And then the 7th one is a 1. Hey, Virtual, welcome. So we've got a 2 and a 1 here. Let's see. Okay, so the 2 and the 1. So there's a 2 up here in one of these two cells. There's a 2 up here in one of these two cells, but it can't be this one, because if 2 was there, it would also put a 2 here, which would clash. So that's a 2. Could I possibly put a 2 here? Unfortunately, yes. So one of these two is a 2. Let's see. Okay, so the 1s. Yeah, the 1 is in one of these two cells. Could I put a 1 here? Unfortunately, yes. So one of these two is a 1. I'm assuming it's an empty quadruple, meaning we need to put all of the digits inside it in the 2 cells around it. I'm being reminded that I should remember the existence of the cells in box 1, which is probably a good idea. It's a good time to be reminded of that. So, for example, I should at the very least fill in these 2 cells. Pretty bad to not have done, but whatever. So this 3, 6 gets mirrored down here to say that that's a 3 or a 6. Let's see. And then these 2 cells are also going to be the same. They could unfortunately just be both 2. Let's see. Yeah, I know there's a 4 over here. Let's see. I do know that these are either a 3-5 or a 2-6. And of course, that's not a 2, so that's not a 6. That's not a 5, so that's not a 3. So in fact, this cell is 2 or 3. This cell is 5 or 6, just using the fact that these 2 cells are going to add up to 8. That is what this little killer cage means. Is the sum of these things is 8. Let's see. Okay, where is 2 in this box? 2 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. Is one of those broken? Let's see. If this were a 2... yes, this can't be a 2, because if it were a 2, it would put a 2 there, and there can't be a 2 there. So that's not the 2, that's the 2. And as soon as that's a 2, it makes that also a 2. That being a 2 makes that a 3 and that a 5. That being a 5 places a 5 in this box. And so that 5 unravels through the palindrome to place a 5 there, which by our pencil marks places a 1 there. Let's see. There's got to be a 3 in one of these two cells. I don't think the palindrome is going to do me any good sorting that out. I do know there has to be a 1 in one of these two cells now. And the 1 in one of these two cells is going to mirror its way over to one of these two cells is a 1, which is going to place a 1 down here. Oh, good point. Alima has the clutch. I obviously can't put a 1 on this, because if I put a 1 on it, I need to put a 2 here, and I can't because there's already 1 in the box. So, in fact, that's all resolved. So that's a 1, that's a 1. I hope these 2 points palindrome each other. Yes, they do. So one of those 2 is a 4. Let's see. One of these 2 is a 3. I don't think I know anything about which of them is a 3, though. Okay, let's start filling in some candidates. So these are 3, 4, 6. That one's not a 4. It's a 3, 6, so it's the same as that digit, for whatever that's worth. That gives us a 3, 4, 6 triple in column 6. Oh, in fact, it gives us a 3, 6 pair in column 6. Even better. So that's a 4. And that's a 5. And now this is a 4 or a 6. That's not a 4 anymore. Or in the corner. This being a 3 or a 6 means this is a 3 or a 6. Not in the corner. So this is, of course, a 3, 4, 6 to finish the row. Okay, so that is a 3, 4, or 6. This cell is a 4 or a 6, and now that's resolved, because this cell, these two are the same via palindrome, and this one sees the given 4. So that's a 6, and that's a 6, and that's a 3, and that's a 6. And so that's a 3. Where is this mirrored? This is mirrored over there, so that's a 3, and that's a 6. This 6 looks over and sees that that's a 3, that's a 4. That 3 sees that that's a 4. And now our palindrome is done, because the center cell of the palindrome doesn't do anything, but the center cell of the palindrome is a 3, for those of you who are anxiously waiting to find out. This is a 4. That's a 6. It's a 5. It's a 4. 4, 5. That's a 6. And that's a 2. Nice puzzle. By the way, I did not say this is by full deck and missing a few. Neither of which do I think I know, but nice little puzzle. I do really enjoy the flow of palindrome puzzles. Usually palindrome puzzles are pretty easy, but the flow of them is always very snappy, because of course you start getting things and getting things and getting things, and it's all very nifty. Alrighty, so that was that puzzle. Trying to think if there's anything. One thing I did want to say is that I think Clover thought of a very, very clever way to set up this whole thing. Because obviously wrangling 70 some odd people to do a thing for you, especially when there's 70 odd nerdy Sudoku setters, is not necessarily the easiest thing in the world. And so coming up with the idea of, okay, they're going to be 6 by 6, so it won't take that long for an individual setter. Like, even I'm like the slowest setter in the world, and it took me less than an hour to make mine, even after I tested it and tried a few things. So that was brilliant. And the way that these are independent, so she just said, okay, I'm going to give you these 4 digits. You're going to give it back to me right away. Just the conception of the idea of this and then the way it's put together, it's brilliant on so many levels. Yeah, so this is missing a few words, so it's supposed to be missing a few cards, says Afraid Not. I believe that. Okay, hey, Imfurio. We're going to migrate ourselves back over here now. So we're going to be big for a bit. Enjoy that full Zeta HD webcam goodness. All right, so we have next up Virtual's puzzle. I think I saw Virtual in the chat, so I think we'll probably get a heyo from Virtual at some point during this. Virtual is a regular chatter here. We did Virtual's Slitherlink last time. So if you watched last stream, at the very end we did a Slitherlink. That was by Virtual. So we've done a few Virtual puzzles around here. As well as Virtual often does joint puzzles. I think we've done a few joint puzzles that have involved Virtual. So we've got more palindromes. We've got the white dots, which mean consecutive, and the black dots, which mean ratio of 1 to 2. So one number is double the other. And Virtual has been kind enough to give us lots of given digits. So first of all, I'm going to remember to fill in that these are 1, 4, because otherwise I'm absolutely going to forget, as I did in the last puzzle. And then I'm going to fill in that this 3 reflects to the other side of this palindrome. This 2 reflects to the other end of this palindrome. This 6 reflects to the other end of this palindrome. Okay, so one of these two has to be a 6, except it can't be that one, because if this were a 6, it would also put a 6 there, which would clash with this 6. So that's a 6. Let's see. So we need to put a 6 in one of these cells. We need to put a 6 in one of these cells, but it can't be this one, because if I put a 6 here, then it would need to have a 3 here, and it can't because of that 3. So there is a 6 in one of these two cells. Sorry, a 6 in one of these two cells. Let's see. Okay, yeah, the white Kropke bit, again, and Alima's noticing this. This seems to be a theme. The white Kropke is just telling us this number's not a 1. Because if this were a 1, that would be a 2, which is ostensibly okay until you realize that would also be a 2, and that's not going to work. So that's a 4, that's a 1. This is a 3 or a 5. I don't know which yet, although it would not surprise me if chat knows the answer. That's also a 3 or a 5. These digits along the bottom that are left in are a 1, 4, 5. So this digit in particular is a 1, 4, or 5. Well, it's not a 4 by what we just said. So that digit over there is not a 4. It's a 1 or a 5, which gives us a 1, 5 pair. And now because this is a 1, 5 pair... Oh, actually, this could still be 3, 6 as long as it's 6 there and 3 there, can't it? I think so. Because this is either going to be 2, 4 or... either going to be 2, 4 or 3, 6. Let's see. So let's fill it in. Okay, so it's either 2, 4 or it's 3, 6 in exactly that order. And this cell reflects here, so it's not a 4. So that's not a 4, so that's not a 2. Okay, so this is a 4 or a 6. Oh, I'm being told it's also not a 2. It's also not a 2. That's a brilliant observation. Either that or I am blind for not seeing it. Take your pick. But this cell reflects here, and so it is not a 2. So in fact, this is a 3 with a 6 there below it. I really liked, by the way the 1, 5 pair sort of narrows this down so that you can force it. That's a very cool design trick. So these two cells are a 2 and a 4. I don't know what order yet. I don't believe. This 3 does reflect up here and give me a 3 over there, though. I should not forget the palindrome. which is the which is a uh-oh, what did I do? I didn't do it good. Oh no. Could be 1.5. Back up. Okay, one moment. So let's go to here maybe. Okay, so let's go back to what this could be. So this is a 2-4 or a 3-6. Oh, further. Oh, do I just need to start this puzzle again? I can just start this puzzle again if that's what I'm supposed to do. I'll just start the puzzle again. Okay. Let's just start again. Okay, so the 3 here mirrors to a 3 here. Let me guess, you don't like that either. The 3 here mirrors to a 3 here. The 2 here mirrors to a 2 here. The 6 here mirrors to a 6 here. These are a 1-4. This can't be a 1 because then that would be a 2, which would make that a 2. So this is a 4. So this is a 3 or a 5. I'm never going to notice what I did wrong before, am I? I don't think I am. This 1 mirrors down here. That's a 1. So now... 3, okay. These are a 4, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 4. This one's not a 5 either, because there's a 5 looking at it from above if you look very closely. So that's a 3 and that's a 3. These two digits are a 1 and a 4. So these two digits are a 2 and 5. So this gets mirrored there on this. So this is a 2 or a 5. Okay. This is a 2, 5, or 6, actually. So therefore, this is a 2, 5, or 6. Except it's not a 6 by looking at that. So this isn't a 6. So we actually have a couple 2, 5 pairs here. Okay. So now this Crocky dot is forced. Because it now can't have a 1 or a 2 on it. And so therefore it has to have a 3 and a 6 on it. There's a 3 down here already. So that's a 3 and that's a 6. Chad is also pointing out wisely that this 2 actually sees that that's a 5. So that's a 4. That 5 sees that that's a 2 and that's a 5. That 2 gets mirrored across the palindrome. 2 and 5. That's a 6 now. This is a 1. But the English word mirror is really interesting because it has 2 meanings. And the 2 meanings of the word mirror are is exactly the same and is exactly the opposite. And it is funny that we use the same word to mean those 2 different things. This is not a 4 or a 6. It's a 5. These 2 cells are a something and a something. They're a 2 and a 4. So that's a 2 or a 4, except it's not a 2, so it is a 4. So that's a 1 and that's a 4. That's a 2. This digit is a 6. This 2 got reflected up here as a 2. Let's see, 1, 2, 3. This is a 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we're almost done. Oh, apparently, Russ says that such words are called retronyms, words that can mean exactly the opposite uh, things. There we go. Nice puzzle, Virtual, especially after I did not miscopy the digit somehow. Execute's interesting. Always amuses me because I watch a lot of the Dutch mole, and so the Dutch word for execution is pronounced something that sounds like executesy, which always amuses me because I don't usually think of combining the word execution and the word cutesy. This is so this always makes me smile when it comes up. Uh, Alrighty, so I should move the puzzle down before I do that. Okay. So pause is in the chat. Everyone say hi to pause. We have a pause puzzle next. So pause gave us a nice pure killer. It looks like. First I thought this said 99, but then I realized it did not. Alrighty, so we've got to do this. So we're going to start with a given. So there's only one way to make two digits add to 10 in this puzzle, and that's with a 4 and a 6. And because of this given 4, we know that that's the 6 and that's the 4. So that's probably a 5. So these two cells are a 2 and a something else, a 2 and a 5. Those are a 2 and a 5. Now, in order to make 15 and 5, just like always, in order to make 15 and 5, I have to go with 1, 3, and I have to go with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but I've used the 2 and the 5, so these are 1, 3, and 4. That one's not the 4 for a multitude of reasons. So these two digits are a 1, a 3, and a 6. Okay, now it's being pointed out that actually this may or may not be overkill, but I can actually do maths in column 1. And so this is a good trick to note. I know the magic rule that every row, column, and box sums to 45. And so if I add these two, add to 16, the 11 cage plus that. And so I subtract that from 45. And so 45 minus 16, in this instance, is 5. And the reason why 45 minus 16 is 5 is because 45 in a 6x6 puzzle is in fact 21. It's the sum 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is a 5, and therefore that's a 6 because I have to make them add up to 11. So that works. Could only make it to my puzzle. My puzzle didn't get you stuck, did it? I'm hoping it isn't you only made it to my puzzle because my puzzle was ridiculous. Okay, so now let's fill in. Let's see. So looks like this could be a 6 if those are a 1 and a 2. Yeah, I know there's a 6. Right. Okay, so here's the correct question. Where is 6 in row 4? And so 6 in row 4 is not in any of these places because there's a 6 in the box. And it's also not in these two places because I know, I didn't mark it, but I know that there's a 6 in one of these two cells. So these aren't 6. And so therefore, this is 6, which is super helpful because this is a 9 cage. And so if there's already a 6 in it, these two need to add to 3. And in a 6x6, the only way to add to 3 in two digits is with a 1 and a 2. So that 1 and 2 actually gives us muchos digits up here. So that's a 3. Okay, maybe it gives us literally one digit up there. Nope, this is now a 4 because it's not a 1 and it's not a 3. So that's a 4. So that's a 1. So this is neither a 1 nor a 3, so it's a 6. And that's a 1. Okay. Yes, and as Alima points out, the 2, 5 at the top also got sorted out by this 1, 2 pair because it says that's not a 2. So that's a 5, that's a 2. And so now I can look at what these two digits are. These two digits are a 2 and a 3, it looks like. Not immediately helpful, I will confess. I know one of these two digits is a 4, though, and that might be useful. Because Sudoku pushes a 4 into one of these two cells. Sudoku also pushes a 1 into one of these two cells. So these two cells are, in fact, by Sudoku, these are a 1-4 pair. And so that actually lets me do math to figure out that this is a 2, because these digits all add up to 10, so that's a 2, and that's a 3. This digit is now known. It has to be a 3. Now, this cage needs to have all of the digits that are missing, because it takes all of 1 through 6 to get to 21. That's the secret. So these are 2, 4, 5, except this one's not 4, so that's a 2, 5 pair. So this one is 4. We just threw an A in there just for fun, just to keep you on your toes, we'll say. Now, that means these digits are, yes, the digit A, 2, 4, 3, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. These aren't 3, so in fact this one is 3. Okay, so 3 plus, these need to add to 9. And so if this were a 5, this would have to be a 4. And if this were a 6, this would have to be a 3. Well, this can't be a 6 then, because I can't make this a 3. So this has to be a 5. Oops. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. That's a 5. Those are 8. So this is a 4. That's a 1. That's a 4. That 5 sees up. That's a 6. That's a 2. That's a 5. Someone says something about something looking down. Oh, there's a 2 looking down from somewhere. I may have moved past it. This has to be a 3. Hopefully these 9. Hopefully these two digits add to 6. Yep, they're a 1 and a 5. And I know the order. That's the 1 and that's the 5. That 1 gives us a 2 and a 1. That gives us a 6 over here. And a 2 over here. It's really nice. One thing that's really nice about these puzzles as they've worked out is that it has super often been the case that the last piece to resolve is the piece that you need for the next chunk of the caterpillar. And that's really interesting because at least when Clover gave me the thing, I was not told which corner would be the next follow-up. I wasn't even actually told like really anything at all other than these are the 4 digits you have. Good luck. But it's happened a whole lot that like the last digits we filled in have been the ones that have factored into the next bit over here. Okay, so that was Pause Killer. That was cute and nice. I have not done many 6x6 killer puzzles. So there were a couple places in here I had to think about the totals and be like, yeah, like the 10 cage, for example. It was really nice that to start with this, you got to think about 10 cages in 6x6 puzzles, because a 10 cage would normally have a lot of options, but in a 6x6, it's only a 4x6. And then everything just sort of flowed out through that. Okay, so this next puzzle, I have to move myself one moment. Okay, so this next one is, people are telling me in chat, a pencil mark puzzle, if I understand correctly. So what we're given here is just a bunch of pencil marks. So let's fill in our own pencil marks. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sorry, These are a 3-4 pair. Those I'm not supposed to look at. You can't see them, so you aren't confused by this 3-4 pair here, but I can see them, and so I'm confused by them. So what this is saying is that these cells are a 3 or a 4, and notice how beautifully those fill in. So I'm just going to fill in these real quick. 2, 3, 4, 3, 4. So this is just giving you pre-pencil marks. So that's the sort of puzzle we have going on here. Usually that means the person is trying to set up some ridiculous Y-wing kind of crazy thing. So we're going to be on the lookout for some Y-wing kind of crazy thing. This is by the T-Rex, by the way, if I did not say. So we next up have a 2 and a 5 go in here because we've got a 3-4 pair. These are a 1 and a 6. I did not fill in the right digit. Those are a 1 and a 6 to fill this in. Let's see. Okay, now, do I already have a Y-wing just between those digits? I don't actually know the T-Rex. Is the T-Rex a classic constructor? Because this feels like the sort of thing that someone who mostly set classics would do. Row 4, column 3 is not a 2. I don't see it yet. Oh, because then where would 5 go in box 6? Okay, so if this were 2, that would be a 5. Oh, wow, that's complicated. Okay, so I agree this is not a 2, and this is very difficult to see. Okay, so if this is a 2, it makes both of these cells a 5, which then has really interesting ramifications on 5 in this box. Because of that given 5, it actually breaks the world if this is a 2. So this is, in fact, not a 2, so therefore it is a 6. So that's a 1, and that's a 6. Very nice spot, Russ. So one of these two is a 6. So this isn't a 6. This isn't a 6. It looks less nice when I do it that way, but we'll make do. So this is a 3-4, yeah. So there's a 3-4 pair here. So these are from 1, 2, 5, 6. That one's not a 6. Oh, there's a 3-4 pair in this row now. So the 3-4 pair in this row gives us a 1 here. So that 1 means that this isn't a 1. That gives us a 2-5 pair in this row, which means that this is a 3. Now the only place for 3 in box 5 is this. And so that makes that a 4. This isn't a 4 anymore, regrettably. So now this is a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 4, and that's a 3. So all of those go in. I've got a 2-5 pair in this column now, so these aren't 2-5. They're a 1-6 pair. This 3 sees that that's a 4. So this is a 2 or a 5. That 4 looks over and sees that that's a 3. That 3 looks down and sees that that's a 2. That 2 looks over and sees that that's a 5, and that's a 2. That 2 looks down and sees that that's a 5, that's a 2. That's a 5. That 5 looks there and sees that that's a 2. I'm curious, because Russ's observation was really hard to see. I probably would have seen it eventually, that this cell couldn't actually be a 2 because of the way everything was set up. Everything else has been super smooth, so it's possible that that was not a necessary deduction, in which case I'd say this puzzle is relatively easy, or maybe that is necessary, and then this puzzle is relatively hard. This column is missing a 4 and a 6. This can't be a 6, so that's the 6 and that's the 4. That's a 1. Let's see. These two cells are a 5 and a 6. The 6 goes there. The 5 goes there. 1, 2. This is a 3. This 6 down here gave us a 1 and a 6 over here. The 1 in column 4 goes there. It's a 5. It's a 2. That's a 4. Nice. Yeah, I don't think I've ever done a pencil mark Sudoku before. I've seen Simon do a bunch of them before. Yeah, there certainly are some really nasty pencil mark puzzles. They tend to be really pretty because they tend to, of course, give you exactly the information that you need. And so they tend to set up exactly what they want. But yeah, that was a nice puzzle. Okay, so next up, we have J. Kitty's puzzle. Someone in chat who's done this. Does yellow mean clone? Because it says it says everything that's in black is a standard constraint. So if I just had to guess what standard constraint would be indicated by these yellow cells, I would guess it's clone. But someone let me know. Clones, yes. Okay, so these are a 1, 5. And we actually got more givens over here. So these are a 4, 6. Okay, so what we're saying is these are clones, and they're not rotated or anything. They're just straight clones, right? So this cell is the same as that cell. This cell is the same as that cell. This cell is the same as that cell. And this cell is the same as that cell. Oh, there's a murderous penguin in the chat. I had not noticed before. Okay, hello, murderous penguin. So we're going to mark every... this is going to be slightly painful, but we're going to mark every cell in the clones for candidates, and then hopefully the puzzle will be solved. So this will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, except from this angle. And then from this angle, this will be 2, 3, 4, 6. Okay. Then we're going to look across down here. This 1, 5 is going to see that that's not a 1 or a 5, so this is a 3 or a 4. And now I'm going to look at this cell here, and so the thing is this cell can't be a 4 because there's a 4, 6 pair looking at its buddy. And so, in fact, this is a 3 and that's a 3. So this is not a 3 anymore. I no longer have to consider that possibility. Okay, these are from... well, let's do it this way. These are seen by a 2, so these cells aren't 2. This is not a 3 either, because it's seen by a 3. So, in fact... let's see. This will be a 2. So now, just by Sudoku, that's a 2. Let's see. All right, so this cell now is ostensibly a 1, 4, or a 5, but it's not actually a 4 by that 4. So this cell's actually a 1 or a 5, and that one's not a 4. This cell actually is from 3, 4, or 6, and it's not 4 or 6. So this is also a 3. That's a 3. Let's see. So this cell is a 4 or a 6. Okay, so this cell is known now. This cell's a 2. That's all the 2s. So let's see. So what is left in this column? It's 1, 4, 6. So that gives us a 1, 4, 6 triple in this box. So that makes this... Oh, I don't have all the 2s. I'm still missing a 2. Yes, all the 2s except that one. So now that means this is a write-in, once I realize that. So that's a 5, which gives me that that's a 1 and that's a 1. Which gives me that's a 5 and that's a 1. Which tells me that this isn't a 1. let's see. So now across the top here, these are 4, 5, and 6. And that one's not a 5. So that's a 4, 6 pair. So that is a 5. Oh, there's also a 4, 6 pair down there. Take your pick of how you want to see that. This isn't a 1 anymore because of that 1, which makes this the 1. This is a 4 or a 6, and it's not a 4. So it's a 6. So that's a 4. That's a 6. That's a 6 by clone. That's a 4. That's a 6. That 6 looks up. That's a 4. That's a 6. So this is a 4. It's a 5. It's a 1. That's a 5. And that's a 4. Yeah, clone puzzles are an interesting beast. I really like clones where there's some additional piece of information, so like they could rotate or something like that. It allows a lot. But even just clone puzzles tend to be really fun to just sort of grind sounds bad, but to just sort of grind through in a way that they tend not to require like a lot. They tend to be very easy, but I guess it's exactly like palindromes, where it tends to be a matter of, in clone puzzles, I'm going to like pencil mark these things and update the pencil marks and look for triples and look for pairs. And well, it turns out that these activities are just fun, which is why Sudoku is fun. And so they enable you to do some just nice Sudoku stuff without too much fancy stuff going on. But yeah, this was a nice little puzzle. And very, very quick. Yes, Sam says it beautifully. They're methodical in a relaxing way. That is a good way to put it. That sounds like I'm not saying something negative, because I was not trying to say something negative about clones, just that... But yes, methodical. There we go. Okay, so one of the cat puzzles is up next. So we have a puzzle by a tall cat. Tall cat is in the chat. Everyone say hi, tall cat. Unorthodox tuples is an interesting way to put it. Codec. So these are Renbans again. And so these are a 4-6 pair. Let's see. I really just did this to see if Tall Cat would say hi, Tall Cat, upon being instructed to do so, but he did not. Let's see. Okay, so there's a 2 and a 3 over here. I'm just trying to like look and squint at the... Okay, so a 4-6 pair down here. It's something to do with this Renban, I think, but am I going to pencil mark more, or am I just going to go straight to saying that this Renban has to have... Does this Renban have to have a 4 on it, is the question. So if this Renban has no 4 on it, it is 1, 2, 3, which would mean that would be a 3 and this would be a 1, 2. Which unfortunately is still reasonable. Yeah, the thing I had noted just from what we were given is that there's a 1 in one of these two cells, but that doesn't seem useful yet. But I will pencil mark it because it's given there. Okay. So that's a good point. Okay, so Glum Hippo has found the way to make my suggestion useful, which is that this Renban, the question is, does it have a 4 on it? And so if it does have a 4 on it, then this is the 4, because it's the only place for it. If it doesn't have a 4 on it, the only thing it can be is 1, 2, 3, in which case this cell's a 3, because it sees a 1 and a 2. Okay, so this cell is always a 3 or a 4. That is, I think, the thing we're supposed to go with to start. Okay. But, and now Andrew has a beautiful point, what if this is a 3? If this is a 3, we immediately break the puzzle, because if this is a 3, we've ruled 3 out of the entirety of box 4. And so this can't be a 3. It actually is a 4. Which is unfortunately the boring answer, but it is an answer, so we will settle with it, I suppose. So those are 4, not like that. One of these is a 4, is what I meant to say and type. Next, we can ask, is it possible that these are 3 and 5? And the answer is no, because if these were 3 and 5, then now with Sudoku, these 3 and 5 would make me put both 3 and 5 here. So I can't put a 5 on this Renbon. I can only put a 2 and a 3 here. So that gives me, in a very tall catty sort of way, that this has to be 2, 3. The amount that this is used, the exact combination and the exact orientation of the digits up here to make these deductions is really cool. So these are, I was specifically told that I was not allowed to have that I was not allowed to have S cells in my puzzle. These are a 1-5 pair. These are, well, this has to be the 3 because I need a 3 in this column and it's going nowhere else. Bye, Virtual. Glad we got to your puzzle while you were watching. These are a 2 and a something else, a 2 and a 6. So these are a 1 and a 4, if I read my pencil marks. So these are a 5 and a 6. Okay. No, I cannot use this 4. I keep trying to use this 4. I'm not allowed to use that 4. It is not really, it's not a real 4. I mean, it might be a real 4, I don't know, but we have that. Okay. So, okay. So I can't have a 2 on this Renbon, I think is the next thing I want to note. Because if I try and have a 2 on it, it would have to go there, but then it would have to go 2, 3, 4, and I can't put a 3 here either because of those 2, 3 looking over there. So the 2 in this box is in one of these 2 cells. I can say that much. So what can this cell actually be? Maybe that's the question. Okay, so this could not be... Could this be a 6? Yes. If this were a 4, this could be a 6. If that's a 5, I think that's fine. Can't be a 5. Could this be a 4? If this were a 4, then that would be a 4. That would be a 6. That would be a 5. I think that's fine. Let's see. What if this is a 3? Then we'd have to go 4, 3, and that would be a 5. Is the point this is always a 5? Yeah, so this could be a 3. And now it can't be a 2 or a 1. So this is always a 3, 4, or a 6. So now, given that, if there's a 6 on this at all, this cell's a 5. Because I can't put the 5 down here. So if this is a 4, 6 pair, that's a 5. What's the other universe? The other universe is that this is a 3, and that's a 4, and then that's a 5. So this cell is, in fact, always a 5. Just by examining the cases. Which Tristan would love. It is a shame he is not watching at the moment, but Tristan would love the fact that this cell's always a 5, regardless of what it is. So now these digits are a 1, 4, 6. Let's see. Yeah, I know one of these is a 2. Okay, so I now know this doesn't have a 5 on it. So this also doesn't have a 6 on it anywhere in this Renbon. I know that because this 5 sees the entirety of this Renbon. So the 6 in this column is going to have to go in one of these two cells. Is the punchline of all of that. If this cell was a 2, this Renbon would have neither a 2 nor a 5 on it, and that's not possible. Because if you can't have either a 2 or a 5 in a 6x6, then you could only get to 2 digits. So that can't be a 2. That's the 2. So this is a 3, 4, or 6. Can't row 2, column 2 be a 6? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay, sorry. You're commenting about that my pencil marks down here are wrong. Sorry. You're not contending this. By the way, hey, Listesh. But I think my argument that this had to be a 2 was correct. But anyway, right. And so now because of that, now I ask where the 3 goes. This can't actually be a 3 because it would rule 3 off of this Renbon, and now this would be like a 1-1-2 Renbon or something. So this has to be the 3 for the row, which now means this is a 4, that's a 6. These are not 6. Oh, I'm going to take the 6 off of Tallcat's name. So that is the 6, so good point, Listesh. I was about to break the puzzle. So these are from 1, 3, 4. Those are the only things that could go on this. And there definitely is a 3 on it, no matter what. And so now I've placed the 3 over in this box, just by Sudoku. Okay. So that's all good progress. So yeah, there's a 4 down here somewhere. Okay. There has to be a 4 on this Renbon. This is the point. There has to be a 4 on this Renbon, because if there's not, it would be 1, 2, 3, and this Renbon... Actually, this Renbon doesn't have a 3 on it. This is way easier. I was about to make a really convoluted argument. This Renbon can't have a 3 on it, because it sees 3 in the column and in the box. So it has to be 4, 5, 6 exactly. It has to have a 4 on it. That 4 can't go there. But regardless of where the 4 is, this can't be 4. Because either end being 4 removes the possibility of that being a 4. This, by the way, is not the 5, just because of the column. And it's not the 6 either. So, in fact, that is the 4. I feel like I probably argued this in a more convoluted way than was strictly necessary. I think I'm probably overreacting slightly because it's a Tallcat puzzle, and so I'm expecting it to be really difficult. And I don't think it's as difficult as I am pretending that it is. So that's a 5, 6 pair. So this column has left a 1, 2, and a 4. That one's not the 4. Tallcat, small grid. Yes, exactly. Oh, this digit's just a write-in. It's a 2. Just for the column. So that's a 1. That's a 5. That's a 1. This is a 2 or a 6, but it's not a 2, so it's a 6. So that's a 5. That's a 6. That 6 looks over there, sees that's a 2. That's a 6. Hey, Directionary, welcome. That 6 sees that's a 5, and that's a 6. We're slowly making our way up this caterpillar. It's a process. That's a 4. That's a 2. That 4 makes that a 1. That 2 makes that a 3 and that a 2. That 3 makes that a 1 and that a 3. That 1 makes that a 4 and that a 1. And now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gorgeous little puzzle. Very well set. And not actually too dissimilar from what I ended up making either. But this is a cool little puzzle. Yeah, I asked for volunteers and Casey volunteered to. But I don't think we've had any bots, have we, Casey? Uh, oh yes, Alima suggests, and I endorse this suggestion that you hit the like button on the stream because the like button is cool. And people will like it if people will like you if you hit the like button. That is how it works. It is karma or something. Uh, but yeah, this is actually quite intricate for a 6x6, and it was lots of knowing the sort of tall catty questions to ask. Of does there have to be an X, or could there be an X on this Renbon, or that sort of thing to sort of get through this. And while you're hitting the like button, the subscribe button is right next to it. So if you've not yet subscribed, I recommend and endorse subscribing. Okay, so next up we have Riff Clown's puzzle. Riff Clown is often around, but I have not seen Riff Clown around today. Okay, so let me fill in these two digits right before I forget. There are 1 and a 5, and then I'll tell you what these things mean. So the 3 circle is saying that these two digits are in a ratio of 1 to 3. So for example, this could be a 1 and this could be a 3, or this could be a 5 and this could be a 15. So that's what these are saying. And these are saying that the digits on either side of them are a difference of 2 apart. So these are just slightly modifying the standard definitions of a white dot, which would be 1 apart. We're making it 2 apart instead, and a black dot, which would be ratio of 2, but now it's a ratio of 3 instead. Okay. Yeah, because if I make this a 5 and I make this a 15, I repeat the 5 in the row. So Garion is right. I can't make this a 1. Or sorry, I can't make this a 5. I'd need to repeat a second 5 because 3 times 5 is 15, which has a 5 in it. So that's a 1 and that's a 3 and that's a 5. So these are a 2 and a 5. These digits are a 1, 4, and 6. Okay, this can't be a 4. Hey, Riff Clown. Because there's no digit I could put over here. Let's see. So, worth noting, the only digits I can put on a black dot are 1 and 3 and 2 and 6. So the given 2, 6. Okay, so now I see the genius of why Riff Clown set the puzzle this way. Because the given 2, 6, rule 2, 6 off of this. So this black dot has to be a 1, 3, because I can't make it a 2, 6. And I know the order, actually, because of the given. So that was really clever. So, in fact, this is a 3 and that's a 1. So one of these two is a 3. Okay. So if this is a 1 or a 6, then this is a 3 or a 2. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are these. That's not a 1. This being a 1 and that being a 3 would work. This being a 4 with a 2 or a 6. This being a 5 with that being a 3. Actually, this being a 3 works out in lots of different ways. Let's see. Oh, sorry to hear you're having a rough day, Riff Clown. I hope it gets better. Okay. Yeah, I know one of those two is a 3. I know one of these two is a 1. Let's see. Let me fill in these cells. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did not immediately offer me the insight that I was perhaps hoping for. But what are you going to do? Let's see. Okay, so Carl says if row 4, column 3 is a 3, then you can't place 1 in box 3. That sounds like a problem. Right, because if this is a 3, that becomes a 1, which rules 1 out of that cell, but also this is a 3, so that can't be a 1. Okay, wow, that's tricky. Great spot, though, Carl. So that has to be the 3. And that being the 3 means that this is a 1 or a 5. And also means that this is a 2, which means that that's a 6. Means that that's a 5, that's a 2. These aren't 6. That 2 looks over here and says that that's not 2. Okay, now... Okay, so now this has to be a 2, 6 is the point, because this side can't be a 1 or a 3, so this has to be the 2, 6 flavor of black dot. That 2, 6 now looks over and sees that that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 2. That 6 gives me that that's the 2 and that's the 6. That 5 gives me that that's a 1 and that's a 4. Hopefully whatever 2 digits are left are 2 apart. It is a 1 and a 3, which are in fact 2 apart. We never used this dot, did we? I don't think we did. I wonder if we may have strayed from the intended path at some point in this process. We know what these 2 digits are. Actually, we just know what this digit is. How about that to start with? That's a 5. 2, 3. These are a 4 and a 6. These 2 digits are a 4 and a 5. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Russ points out this is a naked single. It's not 1, 2, or 3, or 5, or 6. This is a 4. So that's a 6. That's a 4. This has to be a 2 or a 6, and it's not a 6, so it's a 2. This goes 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 1. That 1 gives us that's a 4. That's a 5. It's a 1 down there. It's a 3 down there. And that's a 6. Very nice puzzle. Again, I say this a lot because they're 6x6s, so there's not a whole lot of steps once it's a 6x6 that has 4 digits given. So a lot of what I'm talking about is how the givens are used. But keep in mind, the setters were given the set of givens. And so any logic that emerges from the set of givens is sort of is something genius the setter did. And the way that these ratio of 3 to 1 dots were used with this 2, 6 and the given 3 to immediately give you this pair was a really, really nice setup. So yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was a nice, smooth puzzle. Riffclown tends to set really nice, smooth puzzles, and this is no exception. But I'm really impressed by the way Riffclown has used the givens here. All right, so next up we have the Playmaker puzzle. Let's see, do I know how many puzzles in we are? I don't, because for whatever reason, the first collection of puzzles does not. Let's see, I can actually check in here. So let's see. We have done 10 puzzles now. So we are about 2 hours in, and we have done 10 puzzles. Okay, so the reason I've pulled up this document, which you can kind of see, is that Playmaker's puzzle, which is 11, is bounded in a red box. And being bounded in a red box means I have to look at what the rules are. So it's got a regular thermo. But then clues represent both little killer and sandwich clues. So the 7 is both a sandwich clue affecting row 2 and a little killer affecting the diagonal. Okay, so this is a double clue. It's both telling us the sum of the diagonal, and it's telling us the sum of the digits between the 1 and the 6 in the row. Okay, so this is a 6 and a 4. Okay, now this has to be the 6 because I need to make a sandwich, and the sandwich is the digits between the 1 and the 6. I need to make a sandwich that adds to 7, and I can't do that in one cell. So immediately, got to move the camera. Sorry, thank you. Move the zeta. We have moved the zeta. Oops, we have over-enlarged the zeta. There we go. So this is the 6. That's the 4. That's a 1 in order to make this work. So these are a 3-4 pair. These digits are a 2, 1, 3, 5, 6. Okay. Yeah, and I can't get to 10 in 2 digits because I can't use the 6. So the 10 clue is at least 3. So these are never 1 or 6, I guess, is the moral of this clue. This digit can never be a 6 because of the little killer clue. If this digit were a 6, the minimum this would be 9, and that would need to be a 1. That's not going to work, so that's not a 6. Let's see. If this were a 5, then that would be a 3, and that would be a 2. That seems more doable. This digit, though, is at most a 5 for whatever it is worth. Let's see. Oh, good point, Listesh. Yeah, I know that the sandwich has to be 2, 3, 5. I wasn't even thinking about the fact that actually I can't make the sandwich longer than 3 digits either, because if I made it 4 digits, I would have to use 1, 2, 3, 4. So Listesh is correct. 2, 3, 5 is the only 10 sandwich that is possible in this puzzle. And so that means I know these 2 digits, sort of out of nowhere, are from 2, 3, 5. So that's something. Yeah, so one of these is a 2, 3, or a 5. And then the other is a 1, 6. And good point from Verg. The sandwich has 2 possibilities. It's bread's either in these 2 cells or these 2 cells. But it actually can't be these 2 cells because of Verg's point that 1s actually look at both of these. And individually, that doesn't tell you anything, but as a pair, it does. That's a really nice spot, Verg, and very nice setting to Playmaker. So this is a 1, 6 pair. This is a 3 or a 5. It's not, in fact, actually a 2 because there's a 2 already in the column, which means that this digit over here is a 4. We can go ahead and fill in. Boy, this has been an amazingly stingy puzzle for a deduction that felt quite difficult. We did not really get anything out of it. Let's see. Right. And so this can't possibly be a 6 because of the 7 little killer. If this were a 6, I would need these 3 digits to add to 1, which would be pretty hard. So that'll be a 1. That'll be a 6. So one of these 2 cells is a 1. No. That way. One of these 2 is a 6. Let's see, I can fill in these digits. What are they? They are a 1, a 2, and a 4. It is really weird that Clover chose to make like 80 puzzles with fives in them. I mean, there are so many sets of 6 digits that don't involve fives that could have easily been used. Uh, let's see. Okay, so now I think now we have to force this. So if this were a 5, this would have to be a 3, so this will be a 2. So I think we just have to try all the possibilities. If this is a 2, and this were a 3, then this would be a 5. If this were a 2 and this were a 4, this would be a 4, and that's not going to work. Okay, so I think this digit's always 2 or 5 in order to make this work. So did we ever actually use 4 here? No, we never used this being 4. So in fact, this is actually a 3, and that's a 4. And this is actually a 2-5 pair, which is really interesting because it tells me that this digit's a 6. Because these are a 2-5 pair, so that's a 6. That's really cute. So this is not a 6. So these cells are a 2, 3, 5. Unfortunately, that could be a 5 if that's a 6. Oh, I know the order. Five breaks this. Oh, I keep forgetting the 7 little killers here. Somehow I keep going, well, this sandwich is done. This sandwich is done. This little killer we've done. I never look at this little killer. But yes, this can't possibly be a 5 because then I would need these 2 cells to add up to 1. So that's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 2. This is not a 2 or a 5, so it's a 3. That's a 5. That's a 2. This is not a 2 or a 2, so it's a 1 or a 4. Let's see. Okay, so what are these 2 digits? So these 2 digits are a 1, 3, and a 4. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 1. These 2 digits are a 5 and a 6, and we know the order. That's the 6 and that's the 5. So these 2 digits are a 4 and a 6. And these 2 digits are a 1 and a 2. These aren't 2 anymore. Let's see. So I should probably fill in what is the absolute maximum this could be. The absolute maximum this digit could possibly be is 3, so it's a 1 or a 3, which means that this is the 5, which is going to do a bunch of good for us. So that's the 5 for the column, because I got a 1, 3 pair, so that's the 3. That's the 5, that's the 6, that's the 4. Now we're cooking with lemonade or something. Let's see, so... okay. Now I still have to look at the little killer clue. I do not know why I keep refusing to look at the little killer clue. This can't be a 2 anymore, because if it were a 2, this would need to be a 2, and it can't be. So that's a 1, and therefore that's a 3, that's a 2. That being a 3 means, oops, not that. That being a 3 means that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 3. This is not 2 or a 4, so it's a 1. This is not 1 or a 4, so it's a 2. That's the 6, and that's a 4. Very nice. The boy, if chat had not kept saying you have to look at the 7 little killer, I would have completely missed it. I have no idea why I did not want to look at the 7 little killer, but there we go. That was a nice little puzzle. I'm going to take a real quick break before we come back, and we're going to do an Abed Hawila puzzle. Be right back. Welcome back, everyone. We are on to a Hawila puzzle. But yes, Tristan is working today on our next zetamath video. So the next zetamath video, if you follow the zetamath math video. By the way, if you don't know, I have a math channel where I talk about mathsy stuff related to the Riemann hypothesis. The Riemann hypothesis. There we go. And so he's working on our next video is going to be about complex line integrals, and then leading into and motivating the residue theorem, which is going to be the video after that, together with talking about how to find zeros of the Riemann zeta function and that kind of thing. Alrighty. So this is an arrow puzzle with some dots. So these dots are consecutive. This is our first time seeing an arrow in here. I'm sorry, mister. What are you giving a talk about? Is it important? Let's see. So, and then this circle here has to be the sum of those two digits, however that works out. Okay. So let's see. What do I really want to do? Okay, so there's a 6 and a 1 up here. I know that much. And I know that's not the 1. Let's see. This is a string of 3 consecutive digits, but I don't know quite enough to know anything about this. It is not possible to change the layout so you can see the whole puzzle, because the whole puzzle is 80 puzzles in size. There's a link to the whole puzzle if you want to see the whole puzzle. The whole puzzle at once doesn't behave super well, so we're doing it in chunks. But chat has sort of encouraged me to enlarge the grid as much as possible, so I have emphasized this. And you're not supposed to look at the next puzzle while you're doing this puzzle. It's not a puzzle hunt. So we're also keeping ourselves honest here. So here's one thing I notice after looking at this for a while. This digit can't be a 1 or a 2, so this is at least a 3. So this is a 3, 4, or a 5, which means that this digit's a 4, 5, or a 6, but it's not a 5 because there's a 3, 5 above it. So this digit is a 4 or a 6. Let's see, if it's a 4, then that's a 1. If it's a 6, then this would be a 2 if that was a 4, or a 1 if that's a 5. So this cell is always 1 or 2, with this being 3, 4, 5, that being 4, 6. Let's see. And now people are talking about the Riemann hypothesis and proving it in chat. Well, if chat proves the Riemann hypothesis, I will do an extra stream next week. That will be my motivation. Yeah, I was brainstorming the other day how to set a puzzle that required solving the Riemann hypothesis or various other sorts of things in order to get it to work. See, these are not 3 or 5. I'm trying to figure out how to involve this string of digits here. Let's see. If this went 1, 2, 3, would that break this? I don't think so. I think this cell could be a 1. Uh, I would be very surprised if the Riemann hypothesis turned out to be undecidable, only because so many things that are exactly like the Riemann hypothesis are forced to be true. Because there's a parity thing going on here, maybe, possibly. That's a good point. Okay. Uh, so this digit's even. So this is either even, even, or odd, odd. But if these were all even, that would break. Good point, Memerister. Okay, so here's the point. I had listed as a possibility that this was a 6 and this was a 2 and a 4. That's not actually a possibility, because this white dot needs an even digit. So if this is a 6, then this would have to be 1, 5. And so what that means is that this digit can't possibly be a 4. Because if this is a 4, then we force the 4 to 6 combination. That's really clever. Okay. And now this, of course, then can't be a 2 either. So this digit's always a 1. That was really clever. Okay. So these are 2, 3, 5. For whatever it's worth. There's a 1 up here somewhere. There's a 1 over here somewhere. No, not that kind of 1. Let's see. Okay, so we have odd, odd, odd. Okay, so Barbie is pointing out this digit we actually know has to be even. It is 2, 4, or 6. Because there's 2 odds here and there's an odd over here somewhere. I'm trying to think if any of these break. Let's see. If this is a 4, it forces this to be exactly 1, 2, 3. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this being exactly 1, 2, 3 if it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 5. I think that's fine. Let's see. Okay, so column 6 is not as nice, but it's being pointed out that I can do similar things. So let's think about this. So again, there's no way this is even, even, even. Because if this were even, 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 then this would not work. Okay, so let's write in the possibilities. What is this? So this could be a 3. Can't be a 4, and it could be a 5 or a 6. This could only be a 3 if this were a 1 and that's a 2. But I think that's possible. Okay, what arrow are we making 3 plus 4? One, two, three breaks the top arrow. Oh, I see. Okay. Sorry. I was in completely the wrong box. So I had said before, okay, where does 1 go in this box? Well, 1 definitely goes in one of these cells. But what Chad is pointing out is that I can't actually put a 1 here. Because if this goes 1, 2, 3, I've put a 1 and a 2 in this column, meaning that these are minimum 3 and 4, and that's too big. So chat is pointing out I don't actually possibly have a 1 there. So that can't be a 1. That's certainly not a 1. So then the possibilities for a 1 in the column are... so the 1 in this column actually can now only go in one of these two cells. So if this went 1, 2, 3, is that a problem? Not sure. I mean, it is worth noting there actually does have to be a digit on this thing of some sort. So I'm just asking myself, this cell is never 6 because it's in the middle. I don't know if that helps. Okay. So let's do the other arrow parity trick that Barbie is suggesting. The sum of an arrow, if you also sum the circle, is always even because these two things sum to the same as that. So this has an even sum. These have an odd sum. So this is an even sum plus an odd sum. So in total, these 5 cells have an odd sum, which means this cell has to be even. Got it. And so that means that this cell is a 1, which means now this cell is a 2, a 4, or a 5. And this is not a 1 anymore, so that's a 1. Oops, that's a 1. Sorry, I'm going to scoot my chair. I got too far away from the computer somehow. Oops. And then I knocked the mic stand all over. Did that screw up my camera? Screwed up my camera a little bit. Let me recenter my camera just a smidge. I don't know how my chair moved. Okay, let's see. I want to pan that way. There we go. Okay. Da-de-do. All right. Zeta, clumsy? That sounds very accurate. Let's see. Okay, so now... yeah, we know the crop geese can't have a 1. The 1 is pencil marked in one of these two in box 6, Nicholas. Now, I think this cell can't be a 4. Because if this cell was a 4, then these would have to be 1, 2, 3, and we know they super aren't. So this is not a 4. Sorry, is not a 4. So this is a 2 or a 6. So if this was a 2, I don't immediately see it. Okay, I'm being told by Afraid Not this is a 2, so I should actually try and see what happens if this is a 6. So if this is a 6, then it makes this a 4 and this a 3. And so if this goes 6, 4, 3, and 1, then what's left for the row? What would be left for the row would be a 2, which would have to go on here, except that what's the 2 going with? Well, not a 1 or a 3, because 1 and 3 are gone here. So that doesn't work. So this is not a 6. It is a 2, which means that this is not a 1, which means that that's the 1. which means that's the one up here. So now this is the center cell out of these. So this center cell is always either 3 or 4. No, sorry. 1, 2, 3. So this could go 3, 4. Sorry. This could go 3, 4, 5, or 4, 5, 6. And it could do it in either order. So this could also be a 5 or a 6. This could also be a 3 or a 4. But this is always a 4 or a 5. Now, there is always a 4 or a 5 on this arrow. So, because either this arrow is a 4 or it's a 6 with a 5. So that gives us a virtual 4 or 5 pair. So there's not a 4 or 5 there. This is always a 3 or a 6. And so now that tells me either this goes 3, 4. So I'm going to delete this cell. So this either goes 3, 4, 5, or it goes 6, 5, 4. Which gives us a 4 or 5 pair. So this is also a 3 or a 6. I'm going to take that in a second. But this 4 or 5 pair actually gives us that that's a 2 and that's a 3. And this is a 6. Okay. So now, that's also a 6 by maths. So now, could this be a 3? If this were a 3, this would have to go 4, 5. So let's write that in. Or if this were a 6, then this would go 5, 4. So in fact, these are always a 4 and a 5 in some order, regardless. So this is never a 5. These two cells, how about that? That's a 5, that's a 3. These two cells, oops. No. These two cells are a 4 and a 5. Okay, so that gives us a 4, 5 X-wing. So, I don't even have to think about it that hard. This is a 2, just by Sudoku. And so now that's a 3 by Sudoku, so that's the 5. This is not the 5. Sorry, that's not the 5. Oh, the Kropke could repeat. Sorry, you're completely right. I have to go back to where I did that. Sorry. Good point. This is a 3 or a 6. But this Kropke dot doesn't have to be non-repeating because it's not really a Renbon. Okay, so I think I have to go back to here. That one couldn't repeat because it was all in a box. But this one could. And so I was assuming when I wrote it out that it couldn't, but it actually could repeat. So let's go back and fill in the rest of the stuff that we did that was right, and then we'll go back from there. Okay, so this is a 4 and a 5. This 6 looks down and sees that that's a 3. 4 and 5, that's a 6, 5. And so now it can't repeat. So, because that's a 6, so it's now 6, 5, 4. This 4 looks over here and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 5. That's a 5, because these aren't 5. Let's see. These are 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 3. These are 2 and 3. These are 2 and 3, except it's not a 2. So that's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 4. That 5 looked up and said that that's a 4 and that's a 5. That's a 3. That's a 2. Definitely the hardest puzzle so far by a factor of 2, if not 3. But very neat. Definitely a very Hawila sort of puzzle. I do not believe you've missed yours yet. Megalam. Next up, we have another clone Sudoku. So the yellow rings are clones. And we've got some killer cages. This is by Butaku. I should probably put my camera in such a way that you can see that it's by Butaku. Oh, you can see that it's by Butaku. So these two digits are a 2 and a 6. So that means these three aren't a 2 and a 6. So there's a 2 and a 6 in these cells. Let's see. The 3 and the 4 are putting a 3 and a 4 over here somewhere. Let's see. Oh, what did these two digits sum to? These two digits sum to 8. So these are either a 2, 6 or a 3. Oh, yeah, sorry. I could have done this before. These two cells sum to 8. So these three cells... Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong place. Darn it, that applies over here. So these are either 2, 6 or 3, 5. And what I know is, I know there's a 5 in one of these 3 cells. Unfortunately, I don't know that the 5 is in one of these 2 cells. Okay, so we're going to gratuitously pencil mark again. These cells are from 1, 3, 4, 5. So these are from 1, 3, 4, 5, except these are not... This one's not 3 or 4, so this one's not 3 or 4. It is 1 or 5. This one's not 1 or 5, so this one's not 1 or 5, so it is from 3 or 4. And we'll do the same thing over here. These are from 1, 2, 3, 6. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6. This one's not a 3. This one's not a 1. Let's see. And these are not from 1 or 3. Oh, good luck at game night. Have fun. Hopefully something good comes up in the rotation. Okay, what about these 2 cells? They can be 2, 4, 5, 6. So these are 2, 4, 5, 6. Except this one's not 4, so that one's not 4. Okay, let's see. If this were 6, this would have to be 1 and would make that 4. Oh, let's see. Okay, so Carl is saying these can't be 2, 6 if I look at column 3. So if these were 2, 6, that would be 1. That would be 3. Oh, and now this cell has no value. Wow, okay, that's really complicated. So yeah, if these were 2, 6, I would have placed 1, 2, 3, 6 in the column 5 times. So these, in fact, are 3, 5. So these aren't 3. That's really clever. So that's a 1, 2, 6 triple. So this is a 4, just by the column. So these aren't 4. Keep in mind, I've now made these 1, 2, 6, so I need to update that. That one's not 1 anymore. And then I removed 4 from these 2, so those aren't 4 anymore. Do my clones reflect each other? I think my clones now reflect each other. Now, this digit's also known. it is now a 3, just because I have a 1, 2, 6 triple. So that's actually going to knock 3 out of this cell and out of the corresponding cell down there. Let's see. Now I have a 1, 5 pair in this column. So this is a 3 or a 4, and it's not a 3. So this is a 4. So that's a 3. So that's a 3. Now these two digits need to add to 7. So in other words, this one's never 1. Because I would need a 6 here and I can't have it. So these are either 2, 5 or 6, 1, which means this is not a 1 either, which gives me a 2, 6 pair, which gives me a 1 here and a 1 here, which gives me a 5 here and a 1 here. It gives me a 5 here and a 1 here. If you think that I would worry for you if you could not set a new puzzle in the time that it's going to take me to finish this. This is going to be a 2, 6. This is going to be a 5. This digit should be known. It should be a 4. That 3, see, so that's a 5 and that's a 3. These two, that's a 2 because this needs to add to 11. So that's a 6 and that's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 2. That's a 6. Is there a 6 and a 5? That's a 2. That's a 5. I don't think I'm going to finish it today. I think I'm going to finish tomorrow. It's a 4. I estimated 12 hours to start, but I think 12 hours is going to turn out to be way under. That's going to be a 3. It's going to be a 6. That's going to be a 1. That's going to be a 6. So that's a 2. That's a 6 while we're at it. So that's the 2, and that's the 4. That is a really nice little puzzle. Yeah, I take an inordinate amount of time setting. Like usually I play around with an idea for about a week and then usually spend like a day straight or 2 days straight actually getting it to work out, and then sometimes longer than that, and then testing it is then like another day because I have Tristan test it and a few other people, and then I often end up adding a clue or something to the puzzle to make it a little smoother if there's a sticking point or whatever. So yeah, there's nothing wrong with taking a while to set something, but I'm literally not going to finish this until tomorrow, I am sure. So you've got plenty of time to at least make a really good start at a puzzle. This is a really nice puzzle. I liked this clone puzzle a lot. The 2, 6 deduction here was really clever. It was a little tricky to spot, but it was very clever. I usually associate Bitaku with setting difficult pencil puzzles. I think this is the first Bitaku Sudoku puzzle I have ever done. I know Simon did a Bitaku Sudoku that was like Euclidean distance Sudoku or something in the Patreon stuff not too long ago. But I think this is the first time I've had the pleasure. Yeah, very nice puzzle. This one used the clone constraint really well. And it's really it's just a striking grid as well, because the symmetry of the way these are laid out is really clever. So I liked that one quite a bit. Okay, next up we have Pulverizing Pancake, who is often to be found around these parts. He often watches the stream. And we've done Pulverizing Pancakes puzzles on stream more than a few times. So Pulverizing Pancake is not an uncommon name around here. And so we have another Renbon puzzle. So these digits right away are a 1, 3 is probably relevant. And so because those are a 1, 3, I can't put a 2 down here. So these are a 2. Yeah, I forget what name Pulverizing Pancake uses in YouTube chat. I've already forgotten. Okay. Now, these digits are from 4, 5, 6, so there's definitely a 5 on this renbon. And so there is either a 6, there's either a 6 or a 5. So these are from 4, 5, 6. Now, this can't have a 6 because of the 4, 5 up there. So these are actually from 1, 2, 3, which actually means there's definitely a 2 on this renbon, and the 2 isn't here because we said the 2 in this column is here. That's really nice. Okay, so this digit's a 2. And this is not a 2. Okay, that's sweet. I like that opening flourish there. To actually get this. So these are from 1, 3, 6 to make this work. Yeah, the 2's over there. That 2's there. Let's see, whichever of these is a 2 puts a 1 or a 3 across from it. Okay. I don't think this could be a 2, because if this were a 2, this would be a 1 or a 3. These would be from 4, 5, 6. And the 6 would be over here. Because this cell's not a 6. In fact, actually, the 6... Let's just do it this way. The 6 is always on one of these two. Then we don't even have to conflate this with multiple things, because the 6 in row 4 can't be here, and it... Oh, wait, no, it could be here. Never mind. Back up. No. I was trying to argue the 6 can't be here. Sorry, the 2 can't be here. Because if the 2 is here, it puts both a 6 and a 4 or a 5 over here. Which is going to make one of these 4, 5, 6. Which would put a 4, 5, 6. And then the other would have to be... Okay, I think I could disprove it, but I think it would get bifurcated for me to actually go all the way to proving that that's not going to work. 5 can't be in column 3. Can 6 be in column 4 in box 4? Oh, beautiful. Okay, sorry. Nicholas has a really slick point. So we have the 5 down here pencil marked. So these aren't 5, which tells you these aren't 6. So the 6 is on one of these, which is relevant because it's saying one of these is 4, 5, 6. So yeah, one of these is 4, 5, 6. That's very slick. Okay. Good point to Sam. I don't know if this is going to be useful, but it's cute, so I'm going to write it down. The only digits left in column 3 are even. So these are 2, 4, 6. So these are definitely odd. These are 1, 3, 5. For sure, regardless of how anything else goes. So there are 2 odds here. So this box has... So what that means is these 2 cells are both odd, right? So each of these... No, it doesn't mean that, sorry. Almost, not quite. Yeah, I do know one of these 2 is a 5, for whatever it's worth. Okay. Uh, the 6 in row 3 has to go in one of these two cells. It definitely can't go here, because if I put a 6 here, I would be putting 2 Renbans worth of 4, 5, 6s. That's too many. So one of these is a 6. It doesn't seem like the sort of thing that's useful, but maybe it'll be useful at some point in conjunction with something else. Okay, here's another point. Whatever the Renban is that doesn't have a 6 on it, it has a 2 on it. So the one that has a 2 on it has to have 2 and 3 at least. But the 3 could go in one of these two cells, of course. That doesn't seem that useful. Yeah, if one of these is a 5, then it makes one of these two a 5, but that doesn't seem like a problem. Am I supposed to somehow be thinking about this Renban? Yeah, I of course know one of these is a 4. Let's see. They're row 2, column 5. Or row 4, column 6 is a 3. I might be able to convince myself of that, but I'm not sure that it is. I'm not sure what I can get out of it as at this particular juncture. Uh, uh, yeah, if one of these is a 6, then one of these is a 5, and then the 5 has to go hanging out in one of these. That's not immediately helpful. It's a 4-5 pair. Looking at row 5. How are you getting a 4-5 pair? Oh, one of these is a 4-5-6, you're saying. I'm not sure I understand. Uh, let's see. It is true that this one does sort of seem to be about parity. So I'm kind of tempted now to actually switch to colors and try coloring. Not 4. Is it 6? Yeah. 6. These are, except those are, let's see, is it, no. Oh, is there we go. Okay. So these are odd. These are odd. Uh, these are even. That's even. Uh, I'm not sure if this is going to immediately be helpful, but I want to start thinking about it more actively. So that's odd. Uh, this is even. Sorry, that this is even. That's odd. Uh, that might be it for things I know in terms of parity immediately. Uh, Column 3 in box 3 is even. Ah, yes, right. Okay, good point. I can color that. These I have already marked to be even. Uh, but yeah, I think it's possible that I should be thinking about. Okay, so the one of these that has a 6 on it is 654. So that means I need 2 evens for that one and 1 odd. The one that has a 2 on it, could it be 234? Well, if it was 234, then that would mean that amongst these 6 cells, I would need 4 even digits, which actually seems quite possible now that I think about it, because I could just, because I'm going to get 3 even digits on these. So I'm always going to get 3 even digits just from these. So because I'm always going to get 3 even digits on these, and so the other possibility, that isn't 4 evens, is that it's 3 evens and 3 odds, which would be if it was 654 and 123. And if it's 654 and 123, then that is 3 evens and 3 odds, in which case I get my 3 evens in here, and then both of these end up being odd. I'm not sure if that is anything in particular. That's wrong with that. Not that I see. Let's see. Barbie says if you put a 6 in the right Renbon. No, sorry. If you put a 6 on the left Renbon, uh, in box 4, then you get a 5-6 pair. Yes, because this cell can't be a 5. So this would be a 5-6 pair. That might be the key. This given 5 is doing something. So this would be a 5-6 pair. This would be a 1-3 pair in this universe. And so this would be a 2-4, with that being a 3. Yeah, we're way past the point where this is just bifurcating. But I'll use it. There's 80 puzzles. So then look at 1, 2, 3 in column 5. I'm told, because it has not broken yet. Keep in mind in this vision where I've said this is a 5-6, so this is a 1-3, so this is a 2-4, so that's a 3. And so then the question is, okay, what happens with column 5? These become 1, 2, 3. That's the 3. So this is a 1, 2. So that's a 1, and then that's a 2, and it breaks because I've also put a 2 here. Okay. That is so far into bifurcation. I'm tempted. I'm inclined to ask Afraid Not first, if Afraid Not can give me something less bifurcated than that. But I'll use it if I have to. But oh boy. That proves by looking ahead 12 steps, and I'm very impressed, to be clear, that Barbie was able to visualize this. But by looking ahead about 12 steps, you can see that if you put a 6 here, it breaks in a really complicated way. Yeah, I absolutely no shade to you for seeing it. I'm really impressed that you could see that. Afraid Not may or may not be typing a similarly long explanation of how Afraid Not was able to see this. Kodak remembers having done it a simpler way, but does not remember what the simpler way was. Let's see. Afraid Not says if 5 is in row 4, column 5, or row 4, column 6, then it forces 6 in the other. So if one of these is a 5, it removes 5 from here, which forces a 6 here. Forces a 4, 5 here. Which forces a 5, 6 pair in row 3. I don't see it yet. Row 4, column 5, row 4, column 6? Oh, row 4, column 5, row 4, column 6. Sorry. You're saying if 5 is in any of these cells. Sorry, okay. So you're saying if 5 is in any of these cells, then that does something. So let me read this again. So if 5 is in any of these cells, then it forces a 6 in the other. Oh, just row 4. Sorry. You're saying if 5 is in either of these two cells, then something. If 5 is in either of these, then you say it forces a 6 in the other. Because I can't put 6 here, and I couldn't put 6 here anymore. Okay. So that's probably also relevant. In row 4, the 6 is definitely in one of these cells. But if I put the 5 over here, I rule out that possibility. So then this becomes a 5, 6 pair. And I can't have a 5, 6 pair down here because I need a 2 on one of these. And the 2 can't do that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that immediately breaks because a 2 is on one of these Renbon. And so I can't have a 5, 6 pair. Okay, so I agree. The 5 is not in one of these two cells. So the 5 in this row is in one of these two cells. That is a nice spot. How does it help? There was a claim it gets us a digit. I am trying to figure out how it gets us a digit. See, is there a reason this can't be 5 anymore? Okay, let's look at row 3. I don't think the same does apply, Tallcat, because this cell can be a 6. And so in row 4, this cell couldn't be a 6. In row 3, this cell can be a 6. And so now I ask, what happens if I put a 5 here? Yeah, so if I put a 5 in one of these two cells, then I get a 6 either with one of these two, or I get a 6 over here. Pink lines are Renbon, Jaleb, so these are consecutive digits in any order. Okay, well, in the interest of getting more puzzles done, I am going to steal Barbie's deduction that we could not put the 6 here without breaking this column. So, Oh, no problem. Afraid not. It was a noble effort. Uh, So, to recall briefly what Barbie's conclusion was, Barbie said if you put a 6 on one of these, then this is 4, 5, 6. And so now this column, now these three are 1, 2, 3. This is now a 1 or a 3, except by making these 4, 5, 6, you've made these 1, 3, because the 5 can't go here. So these would be 1, 3. The 5 would then go, yeah, the 5 is in here now. And so that's a 4. And now I have to put a 2 on this line. And it needs to go with a 3, except the 3's over there. So that's a 3. And so the upshot of that is that being a 3 makes that a 3, which means that these two cells are a 1-2 pair. This is Barbie's argument. Except now this cell's not a 2, so it's a 1. And so these are a 1-2 pair, with that being the 1, that being the 2, and now this cell's broken. So that means the 6 is not over there. So the 6 is over here. So that's not a 6. So that's a 6. I can't imagine that's the intended path, but I also feel we can only spend we can only spend so much time on each of the 6,000 puzzles in this collection. So I would love if ever it happens that Pulverizing Pancake for some reason watches the VOD. I would love to hear what you intended there. Is there 1, 3, or 4? These are 4, 5, 6. So that's not a 4. I do not know what puzzle number we're on. We don't get to know what puzzle number we're on until we make it to the second quarter. But we're still in the first quarter of the puzzles. So these are from 1, 2, 3, just to finish the column. We got a 1, 3 pair here. So this is a 4. So now I need to get the 2 in here. So this is a 2, 3. So these are a 1, 5. So these are a 2, 6. So these are a 4, 5. So this is a 5. That's a 4. That's a 5. Oh, bye, Memerister. Good luck at your talk. If that is where you were going. Let's see. So these are a 4, 5. Wait, why not 2, 4 in column 3 in box 2? Okay, let's see. How far back are we going? Column 3 in box 2. No, box 3. Oh, yeah, maybe this 5 could go with it. Never mind. I think you're right. I think that was wrong. I won't use it. So these are 1, 5, 6. I believe that regardless of how the rest of this works out. That one's not the 6. So one of these two... Oh, I know that's not the 6. One of these two is the 6. Let's see if that were a 6. And this is not the 6 either, because if this were a 6, this would be a 5, and it's looking at a 1, 5 pair. So this is a 6. And so if I look now over in this box, that's the 6. So that's the 5. Wait. Yeah, no. No, sorry, that's not right. Don't listen to me. Wait, no, it is. Yeah, 6 only goes here now in this box. That's right. Okay, so this is the 6. This is the 5. Okay, so these are not 6. So good thing chat caught me. I was not correct. These are a 2, 4. This is not a 6 anymore. So this is a 6. So that's a 6. not a 6. Not a 5 either, because there's a 1, 5 in the box. So that's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 1. So that's going to be a 2. That's going to be a 3. So that's going to be a 1. That's going to be a 2. That's going to be a 5. Hey, Panthera, welcome. That 1 looks over, sees that's a 3. That's a 1. That's a 3. 1, 2, 3. This is a 4. This puzzle is incredibly smooth after you get past that step, however you're supposed to get past it. That's a 3 and that's a 2. The 2 connects to the 1. The 4 connects to the 5. That places a 5. These are a 1, 3 pair still. Don't know how to resolve that just yet. But this row I can finish. That's a 3. That's going to resolve the 1, 3 pair. That's a 1. And that's a 4. And that finishes this puzzle. Okay. And so next up, we have the Codekiest puzzle. And unfortunately, I think Codec's name is going to get slightly chopped off here on the stream. I need to somehow figure out how to reposition this, because this is not showing up on my screen super well. I need to just full on move this. I had forgotten I could do that, but that will do it. It's because I had part of the window clipped off of the edge. That is what happened. Okay. It's because this one's in a different position than the others. The others are further to the left. But I figured out the technical concerns. Okay, so we have to go to the rule guide to figure out... it's numbered rooms. So I can explain numbered rooms then. This digit is telling you the position of the 6 in the row. So if this is a 2, for example, it would be telling you that that's a 6. Okay. And likewise, this will be telling me where the 5 goes. So if that's a 3, that's a 5, etc. Hey, Math Pesto. Okay, so these are a 2 or a 4. So now what's this? This digit is now a 1 or a 3, because it can't be a 2 or a 4, and it can't be a 5 or a 6. So this is a 1 or a 3 now, right away. This can't be a 3, because if this were a 3, that would be a 3, and that's not going to work. So this is a 1. So these cells are a 3, 5, 6. Let's see, do any of those cause any immediate problems? Let's see, if this were a 6, this would be a 3. If this were a 5, this would be a 3. Both of those seem okay to me off the bat. Okay, where else should I look then? I would say it's describing position. You just have to use the right coordinates. Afraid not. But it is worth saying, it's not like 159 where it's saying the row number. You have to turn your head and look at the relative position from this clue. So yeah, rather unfortunately, normally I could rule 1 out of a bunch of places, but unfortunately the places I could rule 1 out of already can't be 1. Let's see, I know one of these two is a 1, for whatever that's worth. Oh, good point. Okay, so Gurkles, sorry, not Gurkles. Garion has a point, which is about 2. I have to put a 2 in this box somewhere. If I put a 2 in one of these two cells, it puts a 3-5 here, and I can't have a 3-5 there because of that. So in fact, there's definitely a 2 in one of those cells, which means there's definitely a 2 in one of those cells. Yeah, you're using different coordinate systems, but that makes sense. Arguably, it makes more sense than the absolute coordinate systems. So what are these digits from? They're not 1, 2, 6. So these digits are from 3, 4, 5. And this can't be a 5 because it would need to be a 1. And this can't be a 3 because it would need to be a 1. And there's already a 1 in the box. Okay, so this is indexing a 5 into either the third or the fourth spot. So one of those two is a 3. And one of these two is a 5. One of these two is a 3. Now, the fact that one of these two is a 3 says that one of these two is a 3. It's very interesting. Okay, so if this is the 3, then that would be a 4 and that would be a 5. If this is the 3, then that's a 5. Are we saying this is never a 6? Is that the point? That this digit's never a 6? Because if this digit's a 6, then that digit's a 3, and then it doesn't work? Yeah, so this digit's never a 6. That might be the point. So one of these two digits is a 6. Oh, and so now we have a 3, 4, 5 triple. Wow, okay. This is just gorgeous setting. So now that we have our 3, 4, 5 triple in box 5, now this is a 2, 6 pair. So now this is a 1, 4 pair. Okay, so what digits can this be? I don't know if that's a productive question. Maybe that's not actually a productive question. Well, I can at least write in the candidates. So these are not 1, 4, or 6. So these are from 2. These are from 2, 3, 5, 6. And they're not 6. And that one's not a 2 either because of that. Got it. Okay, this is not a 2 either because it would put a 6 there. And we've got a 3, 4, 5 triple in the column now. So that means that this digit is a 2. That is our payoff for that. One of these two is the 6. Yeah, so this 3, 4, 5 triple is a thing. Quite impressive, really. And now this can't be a 3 anymore because this would be the third spot. So that's the 3. Oh, hey, Alex. Good to have you here. So we've just gotten that this is a 3, and so that being a 3 places a 4 there, which places a 1 there and a 4 there. I did not do that right. Let's count again. 3 places a 4 there, third in. So that's a 1, that's a 4. So let's fill in the rest of this column. Indexing row 6, column 1. I'm not sure what people are talking about. Let's see. I'll get to it in a second. Let's see. 1, 2, 5, 6. That one's not a 5. That one's not a 6. Oh, right. Got it. This 3 is being indexed by that. So that means that is a 4. That's a 3. That's a 5. That being a 5 makes that a 6. That being a 3 makes that a 5. So this is not a 5 or a 6. It's a 3. This is not a 3 or a 5. It's a 6. So we go with that. This is not a 5 or a 6 anymore. This is not a 5 anymore. So this 2 now, let's see, it's now, it's not 1, it's not 2, because that would place 2 2s. It's not 3 or 4, so this is 5 or a 6, and it's not 6. So this is a naked single 5. So that 5 places a 2 there, 4 there, 2 there. These are not 2. One of those is a 2. This is a 1 or a 5. This is not a 1, either by the row or by Sudoku. Take your pick. That's a 6. So this is not a 6. And now there's only one place for 5. And wait, did I enter the wrong digit? No, this is a 6. So now this is the only place for 5 in the column? Yeah, that is the only place for 5 in the column. Weird. That's a 1. So this is not a 6. I think I just misscanned so horribly that when I actually scanned correctly, it confused me. This needs to be a 1 or a 2, but it's not a 1, so it's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 2. This digit I can probably figure out what it is. This is a 6. These are a 3 and a 4 in some unknown order. These are a 3 and a 5 in a known order, because of that 5. So that gives me that's a 3, that's a 5. That 3 looks up, gives me that's a 4, that's a 3. That's a 1 to finish the column. That's a 4. Woohoo! Yes, that was a very, very nice, very, very nice way to end the thing. Yeah. And I know Codec is still going to set an S cells numbered rooms, I hear, so I'm looking forward to that as well. But yeah, that was very nice. I'm trying to figure out, that there's so many logical steps. Like most of these puzzles, and this is going to be true of a lot of 6x6s, most 6x6 puzzles are going to sort of like have 1 or 2 steps, whereas this really did have like the maximal possible number of steps there could actually be in solving a 6x6. Okay, so that means we can move on to number to number the bottom one now. To Shy's. So I believe the givens go here. In this, 1 second. Sorry, the codec digits. Sorry, I'm screwing my camera all up. That zeta. Okay. So this is puzzle number 16. So I have to look back and fill in the digits from... I have to decide, where do I fill in the digits from codecs? Oh, it's the 4, 3. It's these digits. It's 4, 3, 2, 1, I think. Go here. Oops. Can anyone confirm that that's correct? So I know the story here is that Shy in doing the puzzle did not understand what the layout was going to be. So Shy added givens up here. And so Shy, in fact, made a puzzle that you can completely skip, but I'm not going to skip it because I like Shy puzzles. What are blue lines? Are these whispers? I do not know what these are. Yeah, all the puzzles are connected. If I, let's see, if I come back over here, I can probably actually scroll to the point where you can verify. Yeah, so I can actually verify that is correct from the rules. Okay. Okay. So, where is... And then it looks to me as though we don't have any oh, there we go. 16. Okay, extra regions. It is extra regions. Okay. So these are extra regions. So, yeah, you have to manually copy at the borders, I believe, is my understanding. It just so happened that in this particular one, you had to manually copy something, and it wasn't super clear where it was going. Okay, so I think the camera's set up okay, and so these are extra regions, which means basically you could think of these as renbans. They each contain the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 once each. So these are 5, 6. So this digit is not 5 or 6 because it sees both of these two. So this digit here is either a 3 or a 4 because it's not a 1 or a 2 and it's not a 5 or a 6. Oh, I need to click at the top to enable me to not draw on the edges. Okay, we're back. I did not screw up the position too badly, did I? Nope, okay. These two digits are a 1 and a 2. So this is not a 1 or a 2 or a 4 or a 5. So this being not 1, 2, or 4, 5, it means that this digit is a 3 or a 6, but it's not a 6 because of the 4, 5 pair here. So this is in fact a 3. And we have our first digit. And so now I need to ask where 3 goes in this region. 3 in this region can only go here. And we will dance for that because we're on a new page, so we will count that as being a new puzzle so that we can get our daily digit dance exercise in. Okay, so that is a 3. Oh, wait, no, sorry, I'm wrong. That's wrong. This could be a 3. That could be a 3. So all I know is one of these is a 3. Sorry, I missed this cell. Well, we still got a digit. I do not have to undigit dance of shame. Okay. So now I need to get a 4 and a 6 on this line. The only places I can possibly get a 4 and a 6 on this line are these two. So these are a 4, 6 pair. So these two digits are a 1 and a 2, just to finish the column. Let's see. So these are they're not 4, 6, or 3, so they're 1, 2, or 5, is what these two things are. Let's see. Okay, so this cell is a naked single. Because, wait, maybe not. No, sorry. I maybe have to retract that because it sees, right, it does not see all of these. Never mind. Let's see. Yeah, one of those is a 3. Okay, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so these are, just by reading, they're a 1, 2, 6. That one's not a 2. That one's not a 1. I know one of these two is a 1. It's the only one place for 3 in row 3, I am being told. Not there, not there. And not here because one of these two is a 3. So that's not a 3. Okay, yep. So in row 3, actually, if you look at it, 3 goes in one of these two places. But if I then also take into account this blue line, 3 goes into one of those two places, which rules it out of that. So this is a 3. Good catch, Barbie. So does that place the 3 over here? Yes, because that's a 4. Well, sorry, not yes, but It does advance things further because that's a 4, that's a 6, so that's a 5, that's a 6. This is now because that's a 6, that's a 1. So that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 6. That being a 1 means neither of these is a 1. I do need a 1 in the column, and it can't go there, so the 1 in the column goes there. So that's a 2, that's a 5, that's a 2, that's a 1. This row needs a 5. This row needs a 3. Let's see. This box needs a 3, which is going to have to go here. This box now needs a 6. Okay, one of these has to be a 2. What does the other one have to be? The other has to be a 5. I actually don't know which it is yet. Let's see. So then this digit has to be the remaining digit for the column. 1, 2, 3. This has to be a 4. So for the row, this digit now has to be a 1. I love this puzzle, by the way. This is a delightful puzzle. One would expect no less from a Shy puzzle, but Shy has a very distinct sort of lovely sort of puzzle flow, at least in her easier puzzles. So that's now a 2, that's a 4, so that's a 5. That's a 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So very sorry to Shy that some people will have just skipped her puzzle because we were given the thing we needed to advance the puzzle. But very nice puzzle. Let's see. So we're going to scroll up. And next, we are now on to the Kajito puzzle, who I believe is in chat. Let's move the Zeta over. Try and enlarge the Zeta. Okay, so it looks like the Kajito has a pure killer puzzle for us. So let's jump right into this pure killer puzzle. I think the first thing is to mark candidates for this cage, so that I don't miss it. These two cells are a 1 and a 2, so this is not a 1 or a 2. So these are a 1, 2, 4, 6, which means that these are, which means that this is not a 4 or a 6, and this is not a 4 or a 6, so this is a 3 or a 5. So we've managed inside our cage, we have managed to find a 1, 2, 4, 6 quad, so we have found a 3, 5 pair as a result. And so these two cells, because if that's a 3, 5 pair in the box, these are also from 1, 2, 4, 6, except that 4, 6 sees that, so those are not 4 or 6. This is a 1 or a 2. Looking across, there are two ways to make 6, which are 1, 5 and 2, 4. So this cell is always 1 or a 2. This cell is always a 4 or a 5, which now gives us only a 3 and a 6. 3 and a 6 left in the row. So that is very nice. So, and this one, no, sorry, not that one. That one is hidden. I have hidden it from myself to stop me from looking at it. So similar thing with this 5 cage. This is either a 3 or a 4, so this is a 1 or a 2, because this can't be a 1 or a 2, so this has to be a 3 or a 4, which to add to 5 means this has to be a 1 or a 2, which gives us a 1, 2 pair here. And then while I'm clearing out places that can't be 1 or 2, I should, as Andrew points out, clear out that one, which also can't be 1 or 2. this column now has 3, 4, 5, 6 left, but this is not a 3 or a 6. This is a 4 or a 5. Which gives us a 4, 5 pair in the column, which means these are a 3, 6 pair. I was going to say which gives us the 3, 4, 5, 6 triple, but there's a problem with that, which I will leave to the solver to find. I know this cell is 1, 2, 3, or 6 because this cell, whatever it is, has to appear over there. So this is 1, 2, 3, or 6. Likewise, if I just fill in the possibilities for this, this is 1, 2, 4, 5. No, that's not relevant. Never mind. Sorry. Likewise, this cell has to appear over here. So this cell is a 1, a 2, a 4, or a 5. Which is almost relevant, but not quite. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so I'm looking at what happens. So someone is saying if this is a 3, it causes a chain reaction of stuff that is bad. So if this is a 3, then that's a 5, and that's a 3. But also, this is a 2, and so that's a 1, and that's a 5. So both of these become 5 if this is a 3. So yeah, I agree. This can't be 3. I'm debating if I think I'm intended to use that or not. It's a very nice spot. Yeah, I think that's within the realm of human spotability. I think it would take a while. Yeah, I was assuming there was another way to see it. I did not want to sort of like open the gates after the earlier pulverizing pancake puzzle to just arbitrarily long bifurcating, but I don't think that this is a ridiculous step. I think this is a very reasonable deduction. But I'm going to look for a second to see if there is a nicer way to see it. Let's see. It's not your puzzle's fault that we bifurcated your puzzle, pulverizing pancake, to be clear. I'm sure there was a nice way to do the puzzle. However, the way we did it was not that. And then once we found the one step, once we accepted the one step, then everything flowed beautifully, as one would hope. Oh, is there a 3, 4, 5 bent triple? That would be exciting. Let's see. 3, 4, 3, 5. There are ways to do the puzzle. I believe you. I have done many of your puzzles. I believe wholeheartedly that that there is something. I'm still not seeing the bent triple that is claimed to exist. 4, 3, 5. Oh, there we go. 3, 4, 3, 5, 4, 5. Got it. Okay. Found it. So the key point here is that this cell makes one of these a 4. Actually, does that do anything? I'm not convinced that does anything. So if one of these is a 4, what does that tell me? Is the intent, because now that I look at this, now I'm seeing one of these is a 4, which is saying that one of them's a 4, so they have to both be 4. Right? Is that the point? I think that's the point. Because as soon as one of them is a 4, if this were a 4, right. If this were a 4, it would make this a 1, which would then make this a 2, which would make this a 4. Yeah, that's gorgeous. Okay, that's really nice. So the point is, once either of these has to be a 4, because of the way the 5 and the 6 cage interact, they both have to be 4. That's gorgeous. Okay, that's a really clever use of a Y-wing that I've never seen before. I am glad that we hung around and looked for that. Not that the other deduction wasn't also cool, but that was a neat way to end up seeing that. So that's a 5. And so now the puzzle may or may not now collapse. So that's not a 4. So that is a 4. So these are not 4. Let's try not 4. That one's also not a 1, in addition to talking about things it's not. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 6. There's a 3 there. Let's do that one. So that's a 5. That's a 3. This is not a 3 or a 6. So these are actually a 1-2 pair. But again, this 1 has to come from over here. So this 1-2 can't be a 2. It has to be a 1. So that's 1. That's a 2. This is not a 1-2 or a 4, so it's a 5. And that's a 6, and that's a 3, and that's a 6. These digits are a 1, which has to go there, and a 4, which has to go there. That's a 2. That's a 1. Let's see. This pair needs a 4 and a 3, so it has to go in that order. 4 and 3. See, these two are a 2 and a 5. Let's see. These are a 1-2 pair, so that's a 6. This column I can probably finish. That's a 5. So that's a 2. That's a 5. That's a 1. That's a 3. That's a 2. That's a 1. That's a 2. Yeah, that was a really nice puzzle. I really like that use of a Y-wing. That was really clever. Overall. The Y-wing was the intended way to do it, right? The Kajito? I'm reading Megalam posted asking thoughts on the rule set. Digits outside the grid show the sum of the digits sandwiched between 1 and the edge of the grid, although which edge is to be determined for each sandwich. I think that's a perfectly fun idea. I like just the smallest amount of constrained ambiguity is really nice. Check if what's still there. Am I missing something, Chip? The people. Sorry, the like that people have done for the stream. Okay, got it. Okay. Oops, I opened Steam instead of doing the thing I intended to do. Oops, and then I shook the whole world. Okay. Camera. I want to move the Zeta. No. Try again. The Zeta. We're going to move the... No. There we go. We're going to move the Zeta over here. We're going to shrink the Zeta. Put the Zeta there like that. Okay. We'll go with that. I'm sure after this puzzle we'll end up redoing the thing, but for today, we can just keep moving stuff around. Okay, so we're on Navario's. I have no idea what the rules of Navario's puzzle are, so let's look at Navario's puzzle. Navario is number 18. Adjacent digits must not be in a 1-to-2 ratio. This applies to pairs of cells where both cells are in the grid. Yeah, that was a really neat one. This is just a super neat project overall. It's really cool seeing everyone's like little appetizers of puzzles. It's a bit like going to tapas, I imagine. Okay, and that's the only rule. This is anti-black dot. And we have to be super careful when we're doing our anti-black dot, that it's anti-black dot only for digits that are in the grid. So I can't look at these digits, I can't look at those digits, etc. Okay, so these digits are a 4 and a 5, and the 4 already has to go here. Because I have to avoid a black dot. And so to avoid a black dot, I can't put the 4 next to the 2. Up here, the digits I'm missing are, again, a 4 and a 5, but I get less info about where they have to go. For this row, I need a 2. Let's see. I need a 2... 5 and a 6. That one's not a 2, so this is always a 5 or a 6. That one's not a 2 because of the 2 up there. So in fact, we've placed the 2 in this row. Oh, and this 4-5 pair looks down and says that that's a 6 and that's a 5. So these digits are a 1, then we've got a 2, 3. We need a 4 and a 6. These digits are a 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 4 because it's next to a 2. These digits are a 1, 2, 3. Okay, now because 2 is next to 1, it can't go in the middle. So this is never the 2. Because 6 is next to 3, it can never go, or is in a ratio of 1 to 2. That can never be the 3. And so, in fact, we've actually excluded 3 in this box from everywhere but here. This is not a 6 because of the box, by the way. This is not a 2 because of the box either. So, in fact, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 4, just by box shenaniganery. So that goes up there. That's a 5, that's a 4. So these aren't 4, these aren't 3. This 2 can't be next to a 4, so that's a 5, that's a 4. And just like that, I think we're out. I think we're out of good deductions over here. So let's start filling in these triples. So let's see. So these are a 1, a 3, and a 5. These are a 2, 4, 6. The 2 and the 4 cannot end up next to each other in this row, because if the 2 and the 4 end up next to each other, then of course we have done this. So we have to let the 6 play footsie with them, or whatever Britishism you want. So the 6 has to go between the 2 and the 4. Now there is a 4 down here, which is fixing the order. Now, the 2 can't go next to a 1. This can't go next to a 1. The 6 can't go next to a 3. There's also a given 5 down there that's a little bit hard to see, but it is there. So this is not, in fact, a 1 or a 3, so that's a 5 and that's a 1. So these are a 2, 3. And I know the order. So that's the 2. That's the 3. Oh, I actually also could have done it by Sudoku. 1, 2, 3. These are a 4, 5, and I know the order. That's the 5. That's the 4. That's the 4. And now these are a 1, 6, and I know the order because of this 2. So that's a 1, that's a 6. That's a 1, that's a 6. And that's that. Nice little negative constraint puzzle. I think actually the 6x6 is a really natural size for a puzzle with a really strong negative constraint because it means the scanning can't get too out of hand. It's interesting. My most recent puzzle is just a combination of this sort of negative constraint and this sort of weird sandwich shenaniganery. So it's like a combination of the puzzle we just did and the puzzle that chat is slowly constructing. Oh yeah, not too surprising that it's roped, I suppose. Although not. Wait, is it roped? Ah, yeah. Okay, the 2-3. Yep, it is. It is roped. Okay. Uh, so next up, we have a puzzle by Piotr V. We have done Piotr V puzzles on this stream a number of times in the past. Piotr V is generously a patron of the channel. Piotr V also somewhat recently had a child, so hopefully Piotr V is enjoying the child, or whatever you're supposed to say for that. That was probably not the correct thing to say. So we've got this grid now, and so the first thing I notice is that this arrow has to be a 6 because the minimum I could make these is 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 3 add to 6. So these are 4, 5, and I actually know that this one's not a 4, so that one's a 5, that one's a 4. These two digits, by the way, they are a 2 and a 3, as I should fill in. Let's see. There's a 1 in the row here, so the 1 is ruling a 1 out of this. So this is a 2, 3 pair. So this is a 4, 6 pair. These are 4, 5, 6. So this is 1, 2, 3. I hope the child is doing well and is healthy. Let's say that. I think that's less strange. Okay. This circle now. I had not noticed this immediately. This circle has to be at least 3, but it can't be 3 because if it was 3, these would have to be 1, 2, and 1, 2. Which would then break this. These would have to be double 3. So now this can't. If it can't be 3, then these are 4, 5, and so then this has to be a 6. That's the only option. Okay. So this being a 6 means that this can't be a 3. This is my favorite Sudoku deduction. Every flavor of this is my favorite Sudoku deduction. So I can't make this a 3 because if I want to add to 6, I'd have to make this a 3 as well. So in fact, that's a 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 4. That being a 2 makes that a 3. Means that these aren't 3. I wonder however I could have guessed that these weren't 3 before, but whatever. These are a 1, 2 pair. This has to be 1, 5 now because it can't be 2, 4. And this also has to be 1, 5 because it can't be 2, 4 for the same reason. So now that is going to give us that is a 2 and that's a 1. This 1, 5 pair is going to give us that that's a 2 and that's a 1. That 1 gives us that's a 5, that's a 1, that's a 5, that's a 1. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Okay, so these digits over here are a 2, 3, and a 5. That one's not a 5. These digits are a 2, 3, 4. This one's not a 4, so that's actually a 2, 3 pair, which is actually going to give us this digit as a 1. Which I see I could have placed by Sudoku, as Inferio noted. Let's see. So this row... Actually, let's do this box first. This box looks lonely. This is a 4, just by Sudoku in this box. This 2, 5 looks at that and says that that's a 3, so that's a 2, and that's a 3. That's a 5. Okay, so this is not a 4. So the 4 in this row has to go here. So that's the 2. That 4 looks down and sees that that's a 6 and that's a 4. I need a 3 and a something else in here. I need a 3 and a 6 in here. It has to go in that order. I thought I had done all the 6s, but it turned out I had not. That's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 5. Uh-oh, am I dropping frames? I don't look like I'm dropping frames. Can other people still see me? Maybe, possibly? Okay. Some people can see me. Okay. So this is another instance. I think a couple people have done this. So Grockles, I know, did this originally as well. But had a given, or had some givens with a 4 and a 5, and used them to immediately place a circle digit. So that was a common theme. That was something a lot of people did just because their digits happen to allow it, and that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, this is a nice puzzle. This was super smooth. I know Piotr V can really set some 6 of 5-star puzzles, so very generous to set a pleasant, nice arrow puzzle. All right. Jovi, we're on to Jovi. I love Jovi puzzles. Okay, so now I have to very carefully move the zeta. Okay, the zeta is going to move over here and shrink. Okay, the zeta will come over here. Okay. There we go. Okay. So these are our first instance in this puzzle, or in this collection of German Whispers puzzles. And a German Whispers line you're probably used to is thinking the digits on the line have to be 5 apart. But in a 6x6 puzzle, you can't really make things 5 apart. In fact, you can tell if you tried to, you'd have to make this a 1 and a 6, and it would already break this. So instead of 5 apart, your German Whispers are 3 apart. So these have to be at least 3 different. And so that means the minimum that these cells add to is 5, because it could be 1 and 4, which would add to 5, which already means that this is a 1 and a 2. Except if this were a 1, I don't think that works. Because if this were a 1, this cell would have to be at least 2, and then that would be 2, and at least that would be 5, so that doesn't work. So in fact, this cell can't be a 1, it is a 2. And now I need these two to add to 5, while being valid whisper digits, so they have to be 1, 4. Oh, by the way, I probably should fill in these digits over here, because I was already forgetting about my givens. 5, 6 is what these are. So these are 3, 5, 6. Okay, so the maximum that these could sum to is 3 and 4, which is 7, which interestingly tells me that because the maximum these can sum to is 7, this needs to be at least 5, so this cell's always 5 or 6. And probably we're going to get a similar thing happening here, because this is 5 or 6. Now, this could be as high as 3, except this... Oh, this could be 1... No, that's right. These things, sorry. These things need to be at least... Sorry, these need to sum to at least 6. And so I can't make this a... I can't make this a 1, because these need to add to at least 6. And that's not going to happen. Okay. So let's think through our options. So this can't be 2 to 5, because 2 to 5 would make these sum to 7. This would need to be a 5. This could be 2 to 6. But the point is, Chad is, I think, already seeing this. As soon as this can't be 2 to 5, well, it can't be 3 to 5, because that would break the rule. So this is always a 2, in fact. And so now if this is 2 to 6, then that is a sum of 8. So this would be a 4. If it's 2 to 5, this is a sum of 7. So this would be a 5, but it can't be. So in fact, this is a 2, that's a 4, and this is a 6, which means that's a 6. It means these two digits are a 1 and a 3 in some order. These are a 2, 4, just by Sudoku. The 2, 4 gets pushed up here, and I know the order, so that's the 2, that's the 4. The 4, zeta, the 4. That 4 fixes the 1 and the 4 over here. The 1 is 3, 1. The 3 gives us the 5 and the 3. This is a 6. That's a 5. Now, in this box, I need to place a 6. I can only place it there. For this column, that needs to be a 5. Now, for these digits are a 1 and a 3. At least 3 apart, Chip. That's right, at least 3 apart. So these digits are a 1, a 2, and a 4. That one's not a 2. That one's neither a 1 nor a 2, so that was productive. That's a 4, that's a 1, that's a 2. So that 1 gives us a 3 and a 1 over in there. I need to place a 4 in this row. It can only go there, so then that's a... So then that's a 5. I need to place a 2 in this row. It can only go there, and so then that's a 3. I need to place a 1 in this column. It can only go there, and so then that's a 6. I need to place a 3 in this column. It can only go there, and then that's a 5, that's a 6, and that is a 5. Yeah, in a normal 9x9 puzzle, green would be 5 apart, but in a 6x6, green is 3 apart. That was really smooth and really nice. I know I did a Jovi puzzle that involved this sort of minimized whispers in a killer cage thing before. I'm not sure if that puzzle ever actually came out, but I know Jovi made one. So this idea of using whispers plus killer cages is a Jovi idea that is really cool. And lets us sort of have this nice, smooth unraveling of this whole grid. Very nice. How are we all doing on our bets? So we are about 4 hours in, and we're 20 puzzles in. So if we extrapolate, that would mean we should finish in about 16 hours, which is higher than the 12 hours that I guessed. And then a bunch of people in chat were speculating something like 9 hours, which seems very, very ambitious, but we'll see how it goes. People have been betting on how long it would take to for me to do this puzzle. We are... okay, move the zeta. Move the zeta. There we go. We have moved the zeta. Oh boy, I hope it's not 30 hours. I mean, I do hear the, I do hear that the glip roll puzzle is a glip roll puzzle. So there is always that. Okay, so this is Bill Murphy's puzzle. I know Bill Murphy's been around stream before. So this is a 1 and a 3, just to finish this off. So now we have to look at these. These are little killer clues. Remember, they only sum up to the edge of this puzzle, so none of them go past this puzzle. Okay, so this being a 12 is incredibly tight. Yeah, tomorrow's bonus stream is just so that I can finish this and the 5-list puzzles. Hopefully I can finish both. Maybe Saturday or whatever. I'll probably finish this before I finish the 5-list puzzles while I'm thinking about it. Yep. So this 12 forces these to be a 1-2, 2-1-2 pairs. Because I can only get to 12 at absolute minimum. And the 1-3 pair disambiguates the 1-2 pair, at least this one. So that's a 2 and that's a 1. Oh, I suppose it was also disambiguated by that, if you want to be super particular about it. So this is a 4, 5, 6. Yeah, the extra grid cells are confusing. I'm actually using chat to shield myself from extra grid cells. Uh, Tomorrow's stream is the same time as today, so also starting at noon my time. But whatever time you usually go to Wednesday Zeta streams, that is when it is. I need a 1 and a 2 in column 1. They have to go here, so this is a hidden pair. So that makes these a 3 and a 4, which makes that not a 4. Makes this a 5 or a 6. Just to sort of continue that whole whatever. These are a 3, 5, 6 in some order. Now, what do I know about my 32 diagonal? That's getting awfully tight. Okay, so these sum to 9, so that means I need to get these cells to sum to whatever 32 minus 9 is. Is there anyone here who can do 32 minus 9? I think it's 23. So at absolute maximum, this would be 6, 6, 5, 6, and 6, 6, 5, 6 does add to 23. So in fact, actually, we do need to maximize this. This is 6, 6, and this is a 5, 6 pair. So that's going to give us some more digits. So that 6 is going to go in and give us that 5. These aren't 5 anymore. These aren't 6 anymore, for a variety of reasons. Let's see. So these digits are now going to be a 3 and a 4. This is a really nice little killer puzzle to have crammed into this tiny space. I am impressed with this one. I know I say that about most of the puzzles, but hey, I expected to enjoy this, and I am enjoying it. Let's see. This row needs a 1. Let's see. We've got a 2. We need a 3, 4. Okay, this row needs a 1, 3, 4. Let's see. I probably can place some 6s somewhere. Maybe not. Maybe I can't. I am now receiving subtle hints from chat that maybe the 18 diagonal is interesting. Let's see. So if the 18 diagonal were absolutely minimized, it would be 3 plus 1 is 4 plus 2 is 6. Okay, no, that's nowhere near. Am I supposed to maximize it? 4 and 4 is 8. And 5 is 13. That'll do it. Yeah, this is actually maximal. Because if I make this 4 and 4, that's 8. 5 is the biggest this can be. That's 13. And so I need these to add to 8. I can only do that with a 3 and a 2. So, yep. So, seems backwards to me, but whatever. We'll take it. So that all goes like that. Oh, yep. I have not gotten to yours yet. So you can be happy that Zetas are famously slow creatures. So that's a 6. That's a 5. That's 6. That's a 3. That's a 6. Let's see. That's not a 4 or a 3, so it's a 1. These two digits are a 2 and a 3. I don't know which order yet. Let's see. So 1, 2, 4. This one's not a 1 or a 2, so it is a 4. This one's not a 4, therefore, oops, not a 4. These two digits are a 3 and a 6. Got it. Okay, finally I can place a digit. So these are a 3 and a 6. The 6 is not there, so the 6 is there. The 3 is there, which gives me the 2 and the 3 there. That 2 gives me the 1 and the 2, which gives me the 2 and the 1. That 2 gives me a 1 down here. And that's a 5, and that's a 2. We got really stuck on one puzzle. Other than that, it's been pretty smooth. Very nice little puzzle. I'm impressed that you're able to sort of cram this into a little 6x6. But yeah, that's very nice. The very classical style little killer puzzle. Okay, and as Meme Rister says, right in time, we get to Meme Rister's Renbon puzzle. Okay, so we have to move the Zeta. The Zeta is going to move over here and protect you from the mean extra cells. I took a short break. I'll probably take a short break and not too forever long. Uh, okay, so back to Renbon. I'm glad that a lot of people seem to love Renbon as much as I do. So these two digits are a 4 and a 5. Okay, so my immediate question is, can this Renbon have a 1 on it? Because if this does have a 1 on it, then the 1 and the 3 would have to go vertically, and so these would be a 2 and a 4. But that doesn't immediately break to me. Hello, Tristan.
You want some tea?
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay. So
Hi, Chad.
there does have to be a 2 down here. Maybe that's a better place to start. There does have to be a 2 in one of these cells. Tristan wants me to drink the tea. Chad is waving at you. Oh, there also has to be a 6 down here. That's the point. Both a 2 and a 6 are down here, and they can't both go on the same Renbon. Okay, that is the point. So this is a 2 or a 6, is the point. I only made a little bit of a mess. Okay, so this is a 2 or a 6. Because even a length 4 Renbon can't accommodate both a 2 and a 6. I do have these hot chocolate bomb things that, for whatever reason, I received for Christmas. This is a 1, 3, or a 5. Okay, so if this did have a 6 on it, then it would be 6, 5, 4, 3. Is there anything wrong with this being 6, 5, 4, 3? I really don't think so. Is the Renbon trick to ask where this digit goes in row 4? Because that is sort of setting up. This grid looks really set up to ask where this digit goes in row 4, but I don't know quite enough yet to actually ask where this digit goes in row 4. But that is a Renbon trick that I like. Let's see. So, in fact, actually, if I want to go to coloring, I can switch to a real color. Those two digits have to be the same. Because this digit, if I ask where it goes in row 1, it can't repeat along the Renbon, can't repeat in the box, and so it has to go there. So I don't know that this is actually going to do any good for us at the moment. But it will be interesting once I know anything else, that these two have to be the same digit. I might as well fill in what I know about that digit, which is that it is 1, 2, 4, or 5. Yeah, I don't see anything yet that would be useful with that, but stay tuned. So, is it possible that this Renbon doesn't have both a 4 and a 5 on it? So, in other words, is it possible that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 Renbon? If so, this would have to be the 3, this would be the 4, these would be a 1, 2 pair, which doesn't immediately seem broken to me. Well, I will have my eye out on this blue cell that has done Renbunny things for us. Oh, 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 oh. I think this is the point. This 4-5 has to go down here. Oh, maybe that doesn't quite work. No, I think I got overly excited. Uh, this can go with a 2 if it's a 4. Uh, yeah, a 3 and a 4 is on every 4-cell Renbon. I agree. So, are you suggesting that we, for example, mark that these cells have to be from 1 to 5, 6? Because these cells see an entire 4-cell Renbon, and this one's not 5? Uh, oh, people in chat are saying I should think more about the thing I was thinking about. Uh, so okay, so there has to be a 3 on here, so it's in one of these two places. So there has to be a 3 in one of these two places. Is perhaps what chat is getting me to do. Uh, let's see. Oh, and I can't put a 3 here. Got it. Okay. Uh, yeah, I was not quite at the look for this thing yet, but yeah, I can't put the 3 here because then I rule 3 off the entirety of this Renbon. So that has to be a 3. Which means in particular this isn't a 3. Uh, so this is something from 1, 4, 5. Uh, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Same trick as before, Andrew is pointing out. Uh, this digit we know is placed in one of these two cells, which means this digit in this row actually can only go here. So this is a 4 or a 5, and these two are the same digit. Uh, interesting. Okay, so the uh, let's see. Leo is suggesting I look at what happens if F6 column 4 is a 4. Uh, okay, so if this is a 4, this is a 5, and now both of these Renbons need to get their 4 from this row. So that does not work. Uh, so uh, so that's completely correct. So yeah, if this is a 4, then now actually maybe this is even easier than the way I was thinking about it. If this is a 4, the only place both of these Renbons can get a 4 is in row 4. So this is not a 4. This is a 5, and that's a 4. Now this we said is the same digit as that one, so that's a 4. So blue is now not 4. Yes, which means that there's a 4 over here. Uh, Now, the 4 on this one can only go in one of two places. I'll look at in a second. These are from 1 to 5. This can't be a 1, because if it was a 1, that would have to be a 2. If this were a 2, this would have to be a 3. Which doesn't look good, but maybe it can just barely be. Oh, gorgeous. Gorgeous point by Ambrose. We've got a quad in column 3. So these are a 3 and a 4, and this one can't be a 4, so it's a 3. Okay, so this Renbon never has a 1 on it, because it can't have both a 1 and a 2 on it. So it definitely has a 5 on it. So this digit is always a 5 or a 6. And then this digit is from 256. And, as Jaleb points out, because I just said one of these two is a 5, now nowhere on this L-shaped one can be a 5, which means that this has to be 1, 2, 3, 4. So that cell has to be 1 or 2, except it's not a 2, because there's already a 2 down there. So in fact, this is a 1. Actually, no, sorry. This is a 1 or a 2, because I don't know if the 2 could be there. This is from... I'm going to just delete all the crap that I have in here. 1, 2, 4. Meaning that this cell has to be where the 6 goes. So that's a 6, that's a 5. Meaning that these are not 5, nor is that one 6. That one's not 5 either. It's a 1 or a 2. This is neither a 4 nor a 5, so it's a 1. So now the 1 has to go there. So this is a 2, 4. Amusingly, my first thing I tried to do was to disprove that this was possible, and then it turns out that that's exactly what happens. So that explains why I did not successfully disprove it. This is a 2 or a 6. Both are fine. Let's see. Do I need to look at... Okay, so now... so this digit is not on this Renbon. So it can't be a 2. Because if this were a 2, that would be saying there's a 1 on this Renbon, but no 2 on it. And that's not possible. So, in fact, this digit has to be a 1. And that digit has to be the 2. So that's a 5. That's a 1. That's really cute, by the way. I really liked that. That little bit of finesse there with the way the 1-2 pair worked with regards to this sort of checky Renbon. So this is that is a 6. That's a 2. Okay, and because that's a 6, that now has to be a 4 because it can't be a 5 anymore. Now, I needed a 4 on this Renbon. It now can only go there, so that's now a 3. Let's see, that 2, 6 means that's a 5. Let's see. Okay, so I need a 3 on one of these two cells. In fact, I need a 3 and a 5, actually, because I can't use a 1, so this has to be 2, 3, 4, 5. So this is a 3, 5, and I know the order. That's the 3, that's the 5, that's the 6, which I think Megalam was looking at this a different way to get that was a 6, but whatever. We got the same place that was a 6, that 4 looks down, fixes that. This is a 5. This is a 2. That's a 6. That's a 3. That's a 6. And that's a 1. Very nice puzzle, Memrister. I liked that one a lot. There's a lot of... I mean, I'm a sucker for Renbon puzzles in general, but there's a lot of good Renbon, wholesome family goodness in that puzzle. And I'm glad that we didn't make enough progress for you to miss it. Okay, and we're up next to RSP. Let's see. Okay, so now we have an RSP puzzle. Oh, sorry. I need to move the Zeta. Zeta can come over here now. Oh, this is a... I'm a little... Sorry, I'm scrolled a little too far up. Yeah, there we go. Oh, bye, Inferio. I hope you are enjoying yourself. Oh, is the scary red line the glip roll puzzle that I've heard so much about? Okay, so these two cells, I don't know why there's a 3 dot here, but we'll do this. The white dots, remember, tell you the difference between the cells. So these are hopefully going to be 3 apart. They're 3 and 6. I suppose this is just to reinforce what this mechanic is doing. So in terms of digits that are 3 apart, there's only 2 ways I can do... No, there's 3 ways. Never mind. So there's 3 ways. So these 2 digits are also 3 apart, I suppose. These 2 digits are 4 apart, so they're either 1, 5 or 2, 6. Now, amusingly, because the 5 and the 4 are here... Oh, maybe I could do... Maybe... Never mind. I think I was about to say something wrong. Yeah, so I think the easy question, where is 1 in row 5, is I think the cleanest of questions. 1 in row 5 can only go here, because if it went on this, it would have to go with a 2, and it can't. So now there's a 4 on this by Sudoku, and now the 4 has to go with a 3. That's a really clever introduction. It's not too hard, but it's really smooth and nice to have that 1, and then the 1 plugs the hole that the 4 could have gone into, so the 4 is on the dot, the 4 can't go with the 5, it goes with the 3, which fixes this. That's a really nice setting. I don't know RSP particularly well as a setter, or I suppose as a presumably human. But this is really nice so far. Okay, this is a 2, 4, 5, 6. This isn't a 1, so that's not a 5. Tall Cat was wanting me to mark that one of these two is a 1. Sorry. Because I can't put a 1 in either of these because it would need a 2. So that means one of these is a 1. Let's see. These actually don't have that many options because of this 1-2 pair here. So they're either 3, 5. Sorry. They're either 3, 5 or 4, 6. Those are the only options for digits that are 2 apart. Oh, and as now Carl points out, actually I can't put 6 on either of these for Tall Cat reasons. Namely, it would put a 5 there and there's already a 5. So in fact, the 6 has to go on this dot. So these aren't 3, 5. They are 4, 6. These are 3, 5. And so these are from 2, 6, not 4, because there's a 4 down there. So these are 2, 6. So that means that these are a 1, 4 pair. These are a 2, 5 pair. These are a 1-3 pair. I think that sounds doable. Okay. Ah, right. And so the difference for ranks sees this. The difference for 1 now, remember 2-6 was one of the options, but it can't be 2-6 anymore because now there's a 2-6 there. Ranks with the swift save. This is a 1 and a 5, so that's a 4. That's a 1. That 5 looks over and says that's a 3, so that's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 5. Thank you, Ranksk. Fellow streamer, you should check out his stream as well. If you enjoy this sort of shenaniganery. I don't know when Ranksk is streaming his solve of the Caterpillar, but I'm sure he will let us know in the chat. Let's see. So we need a 2, 3, 4 up here. Let's see. This is not a 5. This is not a 6. Okay, so is the point that I know these two are also 4, I know these two are also 3 apart. Because as soon as these are 3 apart and these are 3 apart, these also have to be 3 apart, because the digits 1 to 6 just do this. Maybe you could do it as a series of shorts. I know there's a lot of demand to get into shortage. That could work. I don't think that helps me immediately. Oh, they have to be 2, 5. Because none of the dots in the box can be 2, 5. Ah, because of these 2, 5. Got it. Oh, that's so clever. I like that a lot. Okay. Just to explain that, 2, 5 is one of the pairs of things that are 3 apart. They can't go on this dot. And they can't go on this dot because they'd look at a 2, 5. Yeah, that's really nice setting. So these are 2, 5, and I know the order. So that's the 2, that's the 5. That's a 2, that's a 6, that's a 5. That 2 looks up there, says that's not a 2, which now makes this a write-in. It is a 1, so that's a 4. So now these are a 3 and a 6, and I know the order on that too, so that's a 3 and a 6. 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 5, 2. That's 6, 4, 6. Well, I mean, I'm not saying it has to be one short per puzzle. It could be a set of, let's see, if we're expecting that this is going to take 16 hours, what is that in shorts? That is 16 times 60 shorts. I can't do that in my head, but 16 times 60? That would give you shorts for weeks if you were releasing one per day. Gorgeous puzzle. That was super clever, and there's even a colored blue cell here for some reason. 960 shorts. That would be very nice. I do actually think that maybe doing this as a series of shorts would have been kind of sensible, although would certainly have required more editing than I really want to do. Yeah, that is a very nice one. But I'm told the next one is not going to be speedrunnable. Okay, so next we have Angelo's puzzle. We've done Angelo puzzles on stream before, I believe. We need to move the zeta over to protect chat from the digits. The all-important zeta job. Okay, and now we need to read the rules. So we are on puzzle number, what number is this? I think it actually says now. Yeah, we're on puzzle number 24. Okay, so puzzle number 24. There we go. Okay. Adjacent digits along a line may never increase or decrease twice in succession. Adjacent digits along a line may be equal if Sudoku rules allow it. Uh, if 3 digits XYZ appear along a line and Y is greater than X, then Z must be either less than or equal to Y. Okay. So we're never allowed a monotone sequence. So you have a 1 here and a 4. I am thinking carefully about what this means. So I'm going to fill these in while I think about this for a second. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's saying something about like the middle digit here can't be particularly middling. Now I know how many repeat digits there are on this if I think about it. Because it needs to alternate high and low with possibly some equals in the middle. And so I think the key observation here is that if I did not put a repeat digit on this pentagon, then try that again. If I didn't, no, pentagon, I'll go with pentagon. If I did not put a repeat digit on this pentagon, then I would break, because then I would go up, down, up, down, up, down, and that would be an even number of changes. And so that's not going to work. So this 1, 4, whatever digit it is, it repeats in one of these two cells. I don't know how helpful that is, but it's true. So I'm thinking about it graph theoretically, it's a pentagon. Geometrically, it's a trapezoid. Wait, okay. So what's going to happen here? This digit's going to come up here. No, okay. So let's say this increases. So that means both of these it decreases, right? Okay, so then they would increase to this. Okay, that's okay. I think that's okay. Trying to think if there's any digits that are restricted along these things. I don't think there's any digit that is particularly restricted, because I could put like a 6 or a 1 along these things, no problem. In fact, actually, a 6 is really nice to put on one of these things, because if I put a 6 on it, then there's no way it could possibly repeat. In fact, I'm just not being very bright. I don't have to repeat this digit somewhere. I have to repeat this digit here. That's the point. This digit has to repeat here. And Ken is just apprising me of my failure in that regard. Yes, because the whole point is I have to have two equal things in a row, and the only place to put two equal things in a row is there. Okay, so then these are a 2 and a 3. Okay. Yeah, I thought about the repeat, but I didn't think about the repeat enough. Uh, that was the problem. Uh, it's always tricky. I tend to, and this is an in life thing as well, I tend to not go very deep on my depth first searches. I tend to like think about something and then try something else, think about something and try something else, and then come back to it if I need to think longer about it. Sometimes good, sometimes bad in Sudoku problem solving. Uh, okay. This kink. Is this kink telling me something? 46132 does not work. 57 thorns, because if you read, that goes 246, and that would be two in the same order. So there is in fact a need for a repeat. Because you're not taking into account when you write 46132, you're not taking into account the fact that it's a loop. Okay, so chat was asking me if these could really both be 1. So if this was a 1, this would of course be a decrease. And this being a decrease would have to mean this was an increase. Which does not work. Okay. So it's only because of something I was nowhere near thinking about. But chat is right. These can't both be 1 because of the fact that this is a 2 or a 3. And so I would decrease from 2 or 3 to 1, but that would mean I'd need to increase here, which would mean I'd have to go from 2 to 3, and from 2 to 3 does not work because I already have the 2, 3 in the box. So in fact, these are 4s. That's cute. Okay, so this is an increase. So that means, okay, so I cannot have this go increase, increase. So this number has to be bigger than the 2, 3, which means this has to be a 5 or a 6. So this is going to go increase, decrease, increase, stay the same. Okay, and so that's a decrease. So this has to be an increase, which is no enormous surprise, given that this is a 5 or a 6. But that means that this is also a 5 or a 6, because I can't put the other 5, 6... Wait, maybe I can, sorry. Yeah, so this is a... Sorry, let me do this again carefully. Okay, so that's an increase. Sorry, no, this is a decrease. So this is an increase. So this is a decrease. Okay, so that does mean that this needs to be a 5 or a 6 over here. Oh, and now there's only one digit left? Yeah, no. Yeah, there's only one digit left. It's a 1. Yeah, so we get a 5, 6 hidden pair is the weird thing that happens here, which makes this a 1. And now these can be whatever they want, and I think that nothing is broken. Okay. So this is definitely an increase as I go from 1 to whatever this digit is. So that means that these both have to be sort of, if I look from this perspective, this is higher than all of these. So this digit has to be at least a 3. So it is a 3, a 5, or a 6. Could also take bets on how long my puzzle is going to take me when we get to that. Okay. Now what is row 4, column 1 compared to row 5, column 1? I was trying to think that, but it seems to me like this could be both higher. This could be either higher or lower than that, as best I'm able to determine it. Because this could go down and be a 1. Oh, no. I know that. That's right, because I did not think about this. Okay. Got it. Okay. So this, again, this is an increase. So therefore, because this is an increase, this is a decrease. And because this is a decrease, This is an increase. This is a decrease. This is an increase. So this is a decrease. And so via this 1, we get that this is actually a 1 or a 2. So this is actually a decrease. Okay. Yes, so... Oops, sorry. I did not mean to move the world. It looks like things have restored to somewhat normalcy. I guess I could color code it. That makes some amount of sense. Okay, so I'm going to color code the low ones along here. These are the lows. And I can't repeat here either, so these are all lower than everything around them. And I might as well do it here as well. And then, let's see, is it 7? Yeah, these are the ones, sorry, I'll use 0. These are the ones that are higher than everything around them. I suppose I could go back to that and make that. Okay. One thing that makes very clear is that this isn't a 6. Yeah, I was thinking I was really trying to color the edges, which I would know how to do in CTC, but not in this. But I actually do know how to color in this, because I can just, instead of coloring the edges, I can color the cells by whether they're bigger or smaller than everything around them. So now this can't be a 3 anymore, because it's next. How did this get to be a 0? This can't be a 3 anymore because of this 1, 2 over there. I know one of these two is a 6. In fact, this has to be a 5, 6 pair. Because if you think about it, 5 is going to be... If 5 is going to be next to 2 things... Yeah, I could never put a 5 here, for example, or here. Because I couldn't put it next to 2 things that are bigger than it. So I think this is a 5, 6 pair. And I think... Oh, yeah, and the only place for a 4, then... is this one. No, I've broken it. Okay, I did it wrong. It's not a 5, 6 pair. So this is the 5 and that's the 6? How would this being a 5 work? I'm confused. Did I miscolor this? I swear this has got to be a high. Because if I... Oh, maybe I could put the 4 over there. Okay, I think that's right. Okay, so... got it. Okay, so this is... So I actually, because of this, yeah, we actually get tons of stuff. Now we ask where 4 is going in this row. 4 can't be here. So 4 can only go in one of these 2 cells in the row. Now, either place I put 4 means that this digit has to be higher than 4. So this digit is also a 5 or a 6, which means that this digit's not a 6. These 2 digits now have to be the same. And because of this 6 down here, let's not forget our given digits. That's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 5. And now that 5 gives me that's a 6. So that's a 5. This digit's definitely a 2 or a 3, because those are the only possibilities. The fact that one of these two is a 4 means that's not a 4. I would love to rule out the possibility that this is a 1 increasing... Oh, no, never mind. I don't think that there's any sensible... Yeah, I'd like to rule out that this is orange, but I don't think I can yet. So let's see. These digits are from 2, 3, 5. That one's not a 5. This is a 2 or a 3. One of these is a 5. Row 4, column 6 is given. Why? This is a cool idea, though. I like this. This is somewhat like my antimatter puzzle, although I'm not sure if I want to say this is more or less brain burning than the antimatter puzzle, but so let's see. So these are a 2, 3, 5, 6. Up there. This one's not a 5. Okay, is there a reason this can't be the 6? Not that I can immediately see. I don't know, Rift Clown. I don't know anymore. These setters with the things they put in puzzles, it's craziness. 5s, what will they think of next? Let's see. Carl thinks if this is not 4, it's going to break this line in row 1, column 5. In row 2, column 3 be a 5. This cannot be a 5, because if this digit were a 5... Okay, Playmaker has this beautiful point. If this were a 5, it would need to be less than both things, because I need to put a 6 in these. So I could put 5 in the middle all I want, but I can't put 5 in the middle when I know one of them has to be a 6. So that can't be a 5, which immediately gives me that this is a 5. Which says that this is not a 5, which says that this is a 5. Which now means that this is the high. So these are the high ones. These are the low ones. Oops, low. And now that's huge, because now this has to be a 2. That has to be a 1. So that's a 4. That 2 gives me, that's a 3, so that's a 1. That is super nice. I really like that. This is a 1, sorry, this is a 3, 4, so that's a 2. This is not 1, 2, or 4, so it is the 6. Did I do something wrong with Sesh? 2, 3. That's the 6 now. Okay, so now we can do orange, orange, orange. Sorry, blue, blue. Go back to center. That's not a 6 anymore. It is low. Yes, yes. This is a very nice little puzzle. Now that 1 is actually giving us a 2 and a 3. That 2 gives us a 3 and the 2. These 2 digits are a 4 and a 1. Annoyingly, I somehow don't know the order. Let's see. I need a 1 in this row. Well, the 1 in row 1 could only possibly go here. uh, because otherwise I would be putting it in an orange cell, and that's not going to work. So that's a 4. That's a 1. So I need this number to be bigger than 1. That's not super helpful. Let's see. We need a 4 and a 6 in this column. The 6 has to go there. The 4 has to go there. So this column needs a 3. So that's a 2. That's a 4. That's a 3. And then we're done with this puzzle. That is lovely. I really liked that. I think you could totally make a. I think you could totally make a 9x9 with this mechanic. And for all I know, Angelo has made a 9x9 with this mechanic. But I think that's a cool idea. The classic sort of like Dutch whispers logic of this, where you realize because it has odd length and it's a cycle, it has to have a weird edge. I think that deduction, I think, is always at risk of getting overused, but I've only seen it a few times so far. So I liked seeing it here, and it was sort of it was a huge red flag to see a cycle of odd length in this puzzle. So that was at least sort of a nice, hey, look at this, and then miss that these actually have to touch each other. But what are you going to do? Really nice puzzle. Very surprising at multiple points. That has been a theme today, is that I try and prove that something can't work, and then it turns out that it's the answer. Alrighty, but we should move onward to Philip Newman's puzzle. We should move the zeta. Sorry, I should move the zeta over here. I can enlarge the zeta. And now we get to do arrows again. Okay, so let's look at these arrows. This arrow sees a 1, so these two are at least 2, 3. So this cell's automatically a 5 or a 6. This arrow has a digit on it that is a 1. Or sorry, has a digit on it. Sorry, let me say this again. This arrow has to be a 6. So this arrow can't have a 1 and a 2 on it, because if it had a 1 and a 2 on it, it would sum to 3. So it has a digit that's bigger than a 1 or a 2. But then that means it has to have a 5 on it, and so this has to be a 1-5 arrow adding to 6. And that's a 2. That is a very interesting and unexpected opening there. And now the 6 in this box has to go here. I feel like Renbon has been the most popular, but oh yeah. As always, thank you, Casey, for reminding me that I should actually put these here. But this can't be a 5, because if it were a 5, it would need a 1. So in fact, this is a 2. That's a 5. Now this is a 3 or a 4, but it can't be a 4, so it's a 3, and that's a 5. And now this digit is also a 6. Yeah, I think Renbon is the most popular, but I could be wrong. But if I had to choose something to be most popular, it would definitely be Renbon. Okay, center. These are a 1, 3, 4. Okay, this one's not 1. This is 3 or 4. Which means that this digit here is at most 3, so this digit has to be a 1 or a 2, totaling up to a 4 or a 6. But not a 6, in fact, because there's a 6 in the row. So in fact, this is a 4, so that's a 1 and that's a 3. That's a 5 and that's a 1. We did enjoy yours, Playmaker. I think you might have been asleep when we did yours. So that is a 1 and that's a 4. Let's see. So these digits are... I don't think arrow pills are generally a good mechanic. I think you can set good puzzles with them, which is a very different statement than saying it's a good mechanic. But I think generally, if I were advising setters on how to become good at setting puzzles, I would advise them to try not to use arrows and to try very hard to not use pill arrows, because I don't think they lead to good puzzles without exceptional skill in setting. Uh, that's not a 4. That's not a 1. Now, I will say, there was a double pill puzzle by Grockles very early on in the Caterpillar that was really, really nice, that I quite enjoyed. But generally, I think it is not the mechanic that I would recommend that people look at. Okay, there's got to be a 6 in this row somewhere. It can only go here. Now, there has to be a 3 in this row somewhere. It can only be there, because I can't put a 3 there, because awesomeness. Now, these are a 1 and a 5. It has to go in that order. That was a gorgeous sequence of moves, by the way. I thought when the opening puzzle went so quickly it was just going to give up, but it had just this gorgeous, the hidden single 6 into the hidden single 3 in this row. That was A+. Uh, let's see. Oh, sorry, I did that backwards. This is a 2 and a 3. That one can't be a 3, so it's a 2. That's a 3. That's a 2. It's a 4. That's a 2. 1, 2. That's a 3. It's a 5. 4, 5. That's a 6. And that's a 2. Really nice. Really nice puzzle. I again love the placement of the 3 in this row. I don't know if it was necessary, but I enjoyed that one. Philip, what did I do? I did it bad. Uh-oh. Do I have to start over? Not a 2. Oh. One of these is wrong. That's a 4. Is that better? Do people like that more? I will say, I think there's a big difference between finding a puzzle that you can set and then finding the mechanics for it, versus finding a mechanic that will make for lots of good puzzles. I think generally people overrate finding mechanics that will get used a lot. Like, I think most mechanics, you should really just use your mechanic to set a puzzle. The only thing you have to do is set a good puzzle. And then on very, very, very rare occasions, you will come across a mechanic where you're like, I could set 2 puzzles with this mechanic, and so on and so forth. But my encapsulation is, I think that pill arrows are definitely in the category of mechanics that you should view as you have to design the entire puzzle around them, not view them as something really sort of in your toolbox. Oh no, this looks terrifying. And those of you who are regulars around the stream may recall last time I did a Flying Dutchman puzzle that it were hard. We'll say it that way. Was, I think, the hardest puzzle I've done on stream was the last Flying Dutchman puzzle that I did. So let's see what the rules are for this puzzle. So we're now on, anyone know what number we're on? We're on number 26. Where is 26? 26? 26, there we go. If 2 digits are separated by a black dot, one is divisible by the other. If 2 digits are separated by a white dot, one is consecutive with the other. Okay, I'm glad it didn't say if 2 digits are separated by a white dot, then there is some difference between them, which is what I thought would happen. If 2 digits are separated by a red dot, neither digit is divisible by the other. Okay. Interesting stuff. Okay, so we have generalized Kropke dots, regular white dots, and then anti-generalized black dots. Okay, so these are a 1 and some other digit, a 1 and a 4. Uh, Now, an interesting thing is that 1s can never go on a red dot. And so the 1 in this box always has to go over here. Sorry, wrong thing. Uh, One of these is a 1. And so that's going to place a 1 here right away, because now I need a 1 in this column. It can only go there. So we have that. Is there anywhere else I can play this trick? Well, the 1 in this box is going to have to go here in one of these two cells. I don't know where exactly. The 1 in this column is going to have to go here. And then there's going to be a 1 down here in one of these two. Okay. So because one of these is a 1, one of these is a 2. So one of these is a 4, is what I'm getting out of that. No, sorry, 4 or 6. I don't know which one. Let's see. Good point. Okay, so Leo asks about 5 in column 1, which is a good point. So the exact opposite of 1, 5 isn't a multiple of anything. And so 5 can't go on the black stuff. So 5 actually is in here with the 1. So I have a 1-5 pair actually in these cells. And so these digits are from 2, 4, 6, just to make that work. And this one's not a 2, so this is a 4 or a 6. Now, that's actually very interesting, because what is this digit going to be? It's not going to be a 2, because the 2 is actually over with the 1 in the column. So the only digit this can possibly be is a 3. Which means that's the 6, that's the 5, that's the 1, and that's the 2. And this is now a 4. And I think all of that just sort of fills itself in because of the fact that I knew the 2 was hidden elsewhere there. The black dots could be 2, 6 as well, or 1 anything. The black dots aren't 2 to 1. The black dots are any divisibility condition. So now the 5 in this box has to go here. So these hopefully end up dividing each other. Yeah, these are 3, 6. Now, as it's happened so far, in fact, actually, as it happens, every single black ratio dot is a 2 to 1 ratio. But we were not told that in the instructions. We were just told they form some ratio. So these digits are a 2 and a 5, and I know the order. So that's a 2, that's a 5. Now, let's see. What are these digits? So a 1 and a 4 and a 2. That one's not a 1. This is a 2 or a 4. Let's see. Wherever the 2... there is a 2 in one of these two cells. Let's see. If the 2 were here, I'd need these to both be odd. I'd need these two to be none, 1 odd digits. Okay, so this does not work. If this was a 2, I would need these to be neither divisors nor multiples of 2. So they'd have to be odd and not 1. But there are only 2 such things, which are 3 and 5. So that's not the 2. So that's the 2. And now this is the only digit that 2 can go on an X with, which is a 3. So that's a 6 and that's a 3. So now this can't be a 1 anymore. So it's a 4 and that's a 1. This can't be a 5, so it's a 3. That means the 6 in this row is a little bit pinched, but could go in either either end, I suppose. In fact, actually, what I know is these are a 1-6 pair. No, sorry, don't listen to me. No, that's right. 1 and 6 can't go on 6, so these are a 1-6 pair, right? That sounds right. And so that's the 6, that's the 1. I never actually looked at 1 in this row, but 1 in this row was actually placed long ago there. Ooh, another 6x6 pack. I really enjoyed your previous 6x6 pack, except for the one puzzle that was impossible. These are a 4-6 pair. I spent an incredibly long time on the pointing arrow puzzle, which I never finished. And I did know that it was a pointing arrow puzzle, and even then I still could never finish it. But all the other puzzles in the pack I really enjoyed. Sorry, that's not another 5. That's a 3, right? To finish that box. Where is the 2 in this column? The 2 in this column can only go here because the 2 does divide 6. So what are the digits I have left? They are 4 and 5. So that's the 4 and that's the 5. This digit is a 2. I suppose. This row needs a 4. This column needs a 5. This row needs a 4. That's a 1. And ta-da! That was the Dying Fletchman puzzle. That was super quick and very nice. I enjoyed the logic of these things, and I think this puzzle in a 9x9 would be far less interesting because in a 9x9 there's a lot more digits that can't ever go on a black dot. But the nice thing about 1 to 6 is that anything except a 5 can go on a black dot with a none 1 digit. So yeah, that's really thing. Yeah. Very nice. Okay. And we're going red puzzle into red puzzle. Didn't we already do a Bokpal puzzle? I swear we already did a Bokpal puzzle. We're going to do another Bokpal puzzle. Bokpal puzzle number 2. I'm going to fill in what these digits are, and then we're going to look at what the rules are. Not that one. I really don't need to have that open. Okay, so this is puzzle number 27. Search 2. Oh, that was a Butaku puzzle. Butaku puzzle. Butaku and Bokpal. Different people. Yes. Okay. Sorry. There are a few combinations of names in the Sudoku community that I am not good at distinguishing, and that is 2 of them. Aren't there user IDs on Discord both an upside down egg? Or am I mistaken? Red just means you won't ever guess what the puzzle means. So the red puzzle means that you have to look at the rule guide. Okay, so a digit on an arrow tells you how many steps away the digit 2 is in that direction. For instance, if 1 is on an arrow, the 2 is the next cell in that direction. Okay, so these are arrows that point at 2s. So what is happening with 2s? Let's see. Okay, so I can do that. Okay, so first of all, I suppose I can say I know that one of these digits is a 2. And so the 2 is not there for whatever that's worth. Not much, I feel like. Well, here's the thing. I can place the 5 in this box, because this can't be a 5, because 5 would place the 2 off the grid. So there's a 5 placed here by Sudoku. Again, I really like it when people use the givens right away. So one of these is a 5. Good point by Ranks. I'm certainly not putting a 2 on an arrow, so there certainly is a 2 in one of these 2 cells. There's a 2 in one of these cells. This is not a 4. So one of these is a 2, and it's not that one. I guess I can never put a 2 cells in front of an arrow either. So one of these 2 cells is a 2 for the row, meaning that this is either a 1 or a 3 only. Let's see. Okay, so this is not 2, and it's not 3, because there's already a 2 there. So this is actually only a 1 or a 4. So maybe the theme of this is these things are way more restricted than you think they are. So this can't be a 1, it can't be a 2. Could be a 3. Can't be a 4. And could be a 5. So this is a 3 or a 5 only. Good point. Yeah, I agree with Ver. You can't put 6 on an arrow either. So we could just go ahead and fill in that this is a 2-6 pair. Which then actually lets us just place immediately that that's the 5. I love that. So that's a 2. That's a 6. That's a 2. So that's a 1. That's a 4. So that's a 2. Okay, this puzzle's great. This digit is something. It is a 3, so that's a 2. And so now because that's a 2, that's a 3. Okay, that's super, super cute. I love that. Very adorable. So now that's the 5. That's not the 5. So the moral of the story is I was not doing the right thing. 1, 2, 3. So these are 4 and 6. Those go in. This is a 3. I need a 1 up here and a 4, which have to go in that order. This column needs a 6. I need a 2 in this column, which has to go there, so that's a 1. These 2 digits are a 1 and a 3. I don't know the order. These 2 digits are a 4 and a 6. I do know the order on those. These 2 digits in this column, I'm missing a 1, which has to go there, and a 3, which goes there. These 2 digits are a 4, which goes there, and a 6, which goes there, which resolves my 5 and my 6. This is now a 3. Uh-oh. Oh, I resolved my 5 and 6 backwards. Oh, no, it's much worse than that. This is a 3. There we go. Okay. That is also a 3. Okay. We're back on the path to sanity, although people will be very upset in chat because it will take them a bit to get caught up with the reality where things are back to normal. But meanwhile, in this reality, I think we've solved this puzzle. So the last whole puzzle had answer check. This one either doesn't have answer check or we're wrong. Those are the 2 options. I have been told that there are some errors in the answer check. So I'm not too concerned about the fact that I got this one wrong nominally. But I think it's now right. And now we have to figure out where we're supposed to put what digits into the next grid. So I think the caterpillar is going to come down from here in part 2. So I think these are the digits we need. This 4, 3, 6, 2. That was 2. This is 3, right? This is 3 of 6. Yep. Okay. So yeah. So I think. Actually, I'm going to look back here and see if I can figure out how this connects. Okay, yeah. The arrow. Okay, so it's the arrow cells that connect. So on this one, it is the arrow cells. So it is the 3, 5, 1, 4 that I have to copy into this. So this is a. Oops. Oh, wait. Where am I copying them? I'm copying them into the lower left. Is that right? Oh, and I need to draw on edges off immediately. And put myself in Sudoku mode. Sorry, in Sudoku mode normal. Sorry. I'm going to... Oh, dear. I did not want to make that a C. Whatever I did, I don't want to do it. Okay, sorry, I need to figure out how to translate this carefully. Okay, so this is going into the lower left corner. Okay, so lower left is going to be 3514. Okay. And then I will readjust everything, move the zeta around. So let's move the zeta. But I think that I copied that correctly. But if anyone can confirm that they think I did this correctly, I would be happy to hear that that someone believes that I've done this correctly. But let's move on. So this is just an ordinary killer puzzle by Sudoku Explorer. I don't think Sudoku Explorer is on the list of people whose permission I have to do their puzzles. So I don't think I've done Sudoku Explorer puzzles on stream. But I have enjoyed Sudoku Explorer puzzles in the past. So this is not 3-4 and it's not 2-5, so it's 1-6. This is not 2-5 and it's not 1-6, so it's 3-4. Just to make the cage math work out. So this column is missing a 2 and a 5. No, a 2 and a something else. 3. It's missing a 2 and a 3. This column is missing a 1 and a 5. Just to make this work out. This 1-5 tells me that this 6 cage is not 1-5, so it's 2-4. Love that. That's super cute. So the 2-4 then bounces over here and tells me that this is a 3. So that's a 2. So that's a 4. And that's a 3. And that resolves that this 9 cage is not a 4-5, so it's a 3-6, which is the only option. Which then bounces over and tells me that that's a 1 and that's a 6. So now the row here is missing a 2 and a 5. Super cool. Oh, by the way, this 6 cage is looking up at its friend up here, and so it can't be a 2-4. It's a 1-5. And I know the order because of that 5. So that's a 1 and that's a 5, and that's a 1 and that's a 5, and that's a 2 and that's a 5. And that's a 6. And this digit, probably I know what it is. It seems 1-ish to me. Let's see. So the 5 in this box has to go here. So that's the 4 in the box. Okay. This 8 can't use a 5. And so the only ways to make 8 with the digits 1 through 6 are 3, 5, and 2, 6. So this has to be a 2, 6, and it has to be in that order, which resolves that. So these two cells are a 4, which has to go there, and a 3, which now has to go there. I need a 1 in this row. It can only go here. So that's a 2, which makes that a 4 and that a 2. Let's see. Okay, so I need a 3 in this column. It has to go there. So that's a 3 and that's a 6. That's a 6. This is a 4. That's a 3. That's a 5. That was super smooth. The way this carried, and again, this all carried from the given digits, just to say, the 5-4 forces that cage, which then forces that cage, which then forces that cage, forces that cage. The ping-ponging around of forcing all of these cages with two possibilities was really cool. I liked it. Let's see. Someday, I will ask Sudoku Explorer their permission to do their puzzles on stream. The only reason I haven't is I have so many puzzles already in my queue that I have not gone hunting. I've not gone hunting for additional people to do puzzles from after my sort of first collection where I sort of went and asked a bunch of people. All right. So next up, we have a Between Lines puzzle. I like Between Lines puzzles. Although I'm going to take a real quick break. So this is this is a Between Lines puzzle by Edouard Lebeau, who I do not know, I will admit. But we're going to do it in just a second. But I'm going to take just a real quick break just to stretch my legs since I've now been sitting for 5 hours. Be right back. Alrighty, we're back. I've now had some habanero barbecue almonds. Uh, Thank you, Panthera. Yeah, this has been a lot of fun so far. Uh, Being only at 29 and 5 hours in is not perfect, but we'll make do. Okay, so these are between lines. So the digits on the line have to be between the digits in the circles. Technically, there was one set of between lines in the very first puzzle, so I explained it all the way back at puzzle number 1. But just in case you're newer to this, that's what these do. So now this digit has to be lower to accommodate that. So this has to be a 1 or a 2. This could be a 2 if both of these digits are 3. Let's see. Let's see. The 1. Where do 1 and 6 go in box this one? 1 and 6 actually can only go in these two cells. I don't know what order yet, but these are from 1 and 6. Now, this digit has to be at most 3. I'm going to go ahead and fill in. Because there are 3, I could make these 4 and 5. No, I can't because of the givens. That's cute. Okay. This digit can't be a 3, even though it looks like it, because if it were a 3, I'd need to put 4 and 5 here, and this 4, 5 rules that out. So that's not a 3. It's a 1 or a 2. So okay, so this digit I actually know is not a 1 because it's on a between line. It's not a 2 or a 3 because of the column. So it could be a 4 or 5. It's not a 6 because of the between line. So this digit I know is a 4 or a 5. What about this digit? Well, it's not a 6, 4, or 5. It's not a 1. So this digit's always a 2 or a 3. Now, the fact that this is a 4 or a 5, that's gorgeous. Okay. This is just a delightful puzzle. Okay, I do not know this setter, but I want to know this setter. This 4 or 5 means that one of the ends of the between line has to be bigger than 4 or 5, which means it has to be 5 or 6, but it's not this one. So this cell has to be 5 or 6, but it can't be 5, so it's 6. That is gorgeous. So that gives us a whole bunch of little mini progress over there. This digit over here now has to be less than this. So this could be 1, 2, 3, 4, which I guess not actually useful, but we'll make do. Let's see. Okay, so we've placed a whole bunch of 6s. So the 6 over here is in one of these places. We can just place the 6 in this box. The 6 in this box now has to go here. So now the 6 in this box. I guess the 6 in this box is in one of these two places. And the 6 in this box up here is also in one of two places. Okay. What is left in this column? Only 2 and 3. If this were a 4, these would both be 5, which I don't love, but maybe is possible. The 5 in this box is actually also restricted somewhat. Pencil mark row 4, column 3. I think I have, Andrew, pencil marked. Oh, row 3, column 4. Row 3, column 4. So what is this? Okay, so this... good point. Okay, this is a good idea. So this has to be less than 4, so it has to be 2 or 3. And that gives us a 2-3 pair in the row. Got it. Okay, that is a good spot. So these digits could be 1, not 2 or 3, 4 or 5, not 6. That one's not 1, though, which gives us a 4 or 5 pair in the box for free. So this is a 2 or a 3. Now, one of these is a 1. Oh. How did I not get that this was a 1 before? Yeah, or sorry, this is a 2. Yeah, I should have done this. So I think this was much, much, much easier than this way. Andrew's way was cooler, but I think this just literally couldn't be a 1 anymore, so it had to be a 2, which made both of those 3, which made that a 2, made that a 2, makes that a 3. I think that was all just a given if I had actually, like, updated that. Let's see. So now this digit can't be a 3 or a 4 anymore. It can only be a 1 or a 2, because now there's a 3 on this line. This has to be a 1, a 4, or a 5. Well, it's not a 1, so this has to be a 4 or a 5. Let's see. This is a 3 down here. Yeah, I apologize if chat feels like I'm interacting with them a little bit less today than I usually do. A lot of these puzzles are sort of straightforward enough that if I spent time looking at chat constantly, we'd go even slower than we already are. But I do, when I pause and take a breath, look at chat. Okay, row 2, column 5, afraid not, says I should check. Oh, good point, good point. There's a 2 there, thank you. So that's a 1. So that's not a 1. So that is a 1. Let's see. I know one of these 2 is a 1. Oh, this has to be a 1 because I put a 2 on this line at some point a long time ago. So that's a 1. That's a 1. Oops. It's a 1. So this is a 4 or a 5. These digits are a 2, 4, and 5 in some order. Let's see. There is a 3 over here somewhere. Yeah, the difficulty of these is a little different than the puzzles I normally do, where it's sort of like I think about it but try and simultaneously engage with chat and whatnot. Some of these are perfectly appropriate for that. Some of them less so. These 2 digits are a 2 and a 4. I don't know the order yet, but I might as well go ahead and fill in what these digits are. They are a 3, a 5, and a 6. That one's not a 6. That one's not a 3. Let's see. Oh, Ranksky, I always read your messages. Row 5, column 4. I did get that one. Let's see. Let's see. The 2 in this box is, I guess, under a little bit of pressure. It's in one of those 2 places, but I do not know which. Yeah, there's some sneaky ones in here for sure. They're not universally accessible, but some of them are. Okay, I should probably just fill in what could this be. I think this can be 2. It can't be 3. It could be 4. This can only actually be 2 or 4. Interesting. So this is always a 2 or a 4. So that gives me a 2-4 pair in the column. So this is always 3 or 5. Okay. So this always has to be at least 3. So this is always a 3, 4, or 5. Which gives us a 3, 4, 5 triple in the row, which lets us place this 2. Which may or may not be useful, but it's a thing. It's a digit. We put it in the grid. Technically, that's part of the process of claiming that you've solved the puzzle. Let's see. Is this going to turn out to be some sort of Y-wing thing? I'm now afraid that I'm looking for a Y-wing. Let's see. Okay, so what is left down here? It is a 2, 4, 5, 6. Excuse me. This one's not a 2. Oh, the 2 in the box. The 2 in the box gets placed. No, sorry, not the 2 in the box. The 2 in the box could go there. Don't listen to me. Yeah, this looks very... Yeah, maybe I should color. You know how much I hate to do that. Okay, let's make... Not black. Make a green 4-5 and a blue 4-5. So that one's the green one. Green one. So that one's the blue one. So that one's the green... No, sorry. So that one's the blue one. So the coloring immediately is helpful. So this cell sees both green and blue 4-5, which means it is neither 4 nor 5, because it sees both flavors of 4 and 5. This digit also sees both flavors of 4 and 5, and so it's a 3, which gives us lots of digits. It means that has to be a 2, that has to be a 5, so that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 2. The 5 there gives us that blue is 4 and green is 5. And then this is a 5. There's a 3 and a 5 in this column, so that's a 6, that's a 5. I apologize to Riff Clown, who I think made a very good point just a smidge too late, because I think the puzzle got finished while Riff Clown was making the point. Because now we did it. That's a really nice puzzle, and the getting to the point where at least I had to color the 4-5s in order to do this. I don't know if other people also colored the 4-5s, but that was very interesting. Yeah, I liked that one a lot. That was definitely among the most intricate of the puzzles we've seen so far. I love that one. That one was A+. Okay, so next up, we have a Tirganus puzzle. Okay, so we'll try and move the Tirganus puzzle here. It's funny to me that exactly all the people I did not expect to made puzzles with their own rule sets, like Playmaker and Tirganus, who basically never set puzzles with their own rule sets. I mean, that's maybe unfair, but Tirganus and Playmaker and at least one other I associate with making the very classical sorts of puzzles. But we have a Tirganus special, so let's figure out what Tirganus' rule set is. So Tirganus is number 30. Also, in other news, oh god, we're only at 30. Number 30. Minimum. Each shaded cell is less than all of its orthogonal neighbors. This constraint also applies to grid 31. Oh, interesting. Okay, so this is our one time in the entire puzzle so far where the constraint actually crosses grids. So these are minimums. They're global mins. So they have to be less than all the orthogonally adjacent cells, including the cells into the next grid. So I don't think we're going to have to look at the next puzzle until we get to the next puzzle, but we have to remember it. Okay, so these are one. I think that's probably why. It's not because it's not a super out there rule set. Okay, so the 1 and 6 are here. Okay, so the 5 needs to go over here somewhere. Yeah, I did not actually use any custom rules. Okay, so one of these cells is a 4. I see that much. I actually, as a solver, I have no big preference between new rule sets versus not new rule sets. I know as a setter, I tend to do weirder things because I tend to like puzzles, or I tend to like making puzzles that are, well, weird. Uh, could this be a 4? If this were a 4, it would have to be surrounded on all sides by 5, 6. And it cannot be because there's a 6 in this column already. So that can't be a 5, 6 pair. So that's not a 4. That's a 4. So one of these is a 4. I mean, maybe the only gray squares that show up in the whole puzzle are in this puzzle, so it basically is its own rule set. I mean, no one's going to look at gray square and think minimum. I think the utility of the gray squares was to make people think, or sorry, the utility of the black borders versus the gray borders was to make people think, do I have to look up what this is, yes or no? And, well, I don't know what a shaded black cell is, so I have to look it up. But then when I look it up, I go, oh, okay, I know what this is. Okay, so these things all have to be bigger than 2 or 3, so they all come from 3, 4, 5, 6. These are not 6. That one's not 4. Let's see. Okay, so this digit is less than 4, so it's 1, 2, 3, and it's not 2 because there's a given digit. Let's remember that there's given digits. Occasionally, I remember that there's given digits. Let's see. Riffclown asks where 5 can go in row 2. 5 cannot go there in row 2 because it would have to be less than a double 6. So the 5 actually has to go in one of these two. That is a good catch, Riffclown. Sorry. Has to go in one of these two. But now this digit has to be less than... wait, no, this digit has to be less. It just has to be less than 5. So this could be a 5, 6 pair. Let's see. Okay, but I still think that that's going to be useful. So this digit has to be a 1 or a 3. It does have to be less than 5, and it can't be 2 or 4. Let's see. These digits are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And so, yeah, where's 6? No, 6 going here would be fine. This is a 1 or a 2, actually, because if you look at it, it has to be at most 4, but it's not 4 and it's not 3. So this cell is always a 1 or a 2. Maybe I should just unabashedly goodliff everything, because this is also a 1 or a 2, because it can never be a 5 or a 6, so it is a 1 or a 2 as well. Let's see. Okay, so this is a 1, 2, or 3, as far as I can tell. This cell is always 1, 2, or 3, because it sees 3 different cells that are bigger than it. This cell is a 1, 2, or 3, which gives us a 1, 2, 3 triple in column 6. Okay, I think we have found the right thing to do. So these are a 5, 6 pair. This is a 1, 2, 3. It sees 2 things that are bigger than it, and it can't be 4. And this is the one that annoyingly can be 4. So let's see. Afraid Not says row 6, column 2 can't be... Oh, yeah. This definitely can't be 1, because then it would break both of these simultaneously. Yep, Rift Clown. You might be a little behind Rift Clown because we did that exact deduction, I don't know, 90 seconds ago. You might be just the tiniest bit behind. Oh, this can't be a 3. No, it could be a 3. Sorry. 3 or 6 both work well. Okay, so the column needs 1, 2, 5, 6. This certainly can't be a 1. This can't be a 2 either, because if this were a 2, that would be a 3 and it would break. So this cell's always a 5 or a 6. So that gives me a 5, 6 pair in this row, which means this cell's not a 5. Which means that this cell is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. I believe. Yeah. And so that means this cell's a 5 or a 6 because of the box. Yeah, this certainly can't be a 1 or a 2 because it's sitting next to 2 gray boxes that both have to be less than it. That gives us a 3, 4 pair actually in the row, and now we're in business because that's a 1, that's a 2, that makes this a 2. Neither of these can be a 2. This can't be a 4 because if it were a 4, then this would be a 3, which would be less than it. So that's actually a 1, 3 pair. So actually this is a 4, and that's a 3, and that's a 2. All good. Okay, so this is not a 2 anymore, which means that's a 1, 3 pair, which means this is a 2. Up here. Is that all the 2s? No, that's not quite all the 2s. Oh, we have placed a 2 now here. This is a 2. Okay. Row 3, column 3 is a naked single. It's not a 3 or a 4. Yep, so it's a 5. Got it. Good point. These aren't 2. This isn't 1. These aren't 5. So this is 5. Speaking of, that's 6. That's 5. That's not 5. That's 5. One of these two is a 6, and it's not this one because of the 1, 6 pair up there. So that's a 6, and that's a 4. There needs to be a 5 in this box. It can only go here by Sudoku. Let's see. What are these digits? These digits are a 1, not a 2, a 3, not a 4, and a 6. Well, the 1 certainly is not going there or there. So this is the 1. Now that being a 3, 6 pair makes that a 1. That 3, 6 pair makes that a 1, that a 6, that a 3, that a 6, that a 3. That all gets propagated through. This 1 makes that a 6 and makes that a 1. This digit is a 3, so that's a 1, that's a 3. That's a 4. And that's a 6. And there we go. Very nice puzzle, Turganis. Very smooth. And we didn't end up with any sort of surprisingly large digits in gray boxes. It was pretty clear the gray boxes contained digits that were at least 3, but all of them, in fact, contained digits that were at most 3. Okay, Neont's puzzle next. And so for Neont's puzzle, I have to move my face. Thank you, Memerister. I did remember, but I appreciate the reminder. This 2 minimum, unlike everything else, carries over to this puzzle. I assume this was due to some sort of issue with transcribing puzzles, and this was just a really elegant way to fix this. So I can fill that in, and so that's the only thing I have to know, is that this cell's not 1. Okay, so these digits are a 1, a 2, a 5, and a 6. Well, this is not, in that instance, a 1 or a 2. This is a 5 or a 6. These are certainly not 6. So one of these two is a 6. So this is not a 6 by the box. And now if I don't put a 5 here, this just doesn't work at all. Because if I don't put a 5 on this arrow, then it's a 1 and a 2, summing to 5 or 6. So that's not going to work. So there's definitely a 5 here, which has to join a 1, which means this arrow sums to 6, which means that this is neither a 1, a 2, nor a 6, so it's a 5. Yeah, the 2 carrying over did a tiny bit of work. I'm guessing it was sort of late fix and probably not a thing that Neont put in, but I could be wrong. This is a 1, just by Sudoku. So these are a 2, 3, 4. I do agree with whoever said, wow, arrows are very popular. Arrows are very popular. Let's see. The 6 in this box has to go here. Just by good old-fashioned Sudoku. This has to be a 2, 4. It's the only way to make 6. Stop. Uh-oh, I broke it. What did I do? Okay, let's go back. Center. Okay, this is a 3, 4. So these are a 1, 2, 5, 6. So this can't be a 1 or a 2. These can't be 6. I need a 5 here, because otherwise this would be 1, 2. So there is a 5 here. It's a 1, 5. That's 6. That makes that a 2. This needs to be a 2, 4, because it's the only other way to make 6. These two, therefore, are a 3 and a 6, and I know the order, actually. So 3, that's a 6. These two are a 1, which can't go there. I was almost going to forget this time that I couldn't put a 1 there. A 1 that needs to go there, and a 3. And then these two digits are 4 and 5. Okay, so now we get to try and break into the other side of the puzzle somehow, because we don't really have a whole lot of traction into the other side of the puzzle. So this digit has to be a 5 or a 6, because this minimum sum I could possibly make these two is 10, and so this would have to be at least half of 10, which would be 5 or 6. Now, I know that in order to make a sum... well, here's a thing I know. I know the 6 has to go here. Let's see. And so there's a little X-wing on 6s across these cells. Sorry. There we go. Like that to finish up the 6s. Let's see. This can't be a 6. That's gorgeous. Okay, I really like that. This can't be 6. Because if it were 6, I'd need one of these arrows to be 1, 5, and neither of them can be. So this is, in fact, a 5. And so that is cool. So that's a 4. That's a 5. So that's a 6. That's a 6. That's not a 6. Okay, that's kind of jaw-dropping. Okay, so this can't be a 3 anymore, because if this were a 2, 3, it would break the possibility of one of these summing to 5. So that's a 4. That's a 3. This digit, I probably know what it is. It's probably a 1. this is really cool. These are a 2, 3, 4. Let's see. These are a 2 and a 4. So these are a 1 and a 3. And I know which one's the 1 now. So that's the 1, that's the 4, that's the 3, that's the 2, that's a 5. It's not a 4. Oh, thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. So these are 2, 3, 4. This is now 2 or 3, but it's not a 2, so it is a 3. That's a 2, that's a 4, that's a 3. We're doing pretty well, I think. You can ask the rest of chat if they agree or disagree. Aren't we about to break the puzzle? I say we're doing well, and then I say I think we're going to break the puzzle, but let's see. I don't see how this is going to get resolved, but let's see if I'm wrong. Let's see. We need a 2, 5. Okay, well, I know the order of that. Okay, never mind. That got broken just by Sudoku, of all things. Who knows? And so that's that puzzle. So my favorite part of that, there were a lot of cool parts. But my favorite part was the realizing that this could not be 2, 3 anymore because it would break. Well, actually, realizing this couldn't be a 6 arrow because of the 1, 5, which was part of the givens. And as I keep talking about, I like when people use the givens up here. But then realizing this couldn't be a 2, 3 for the same reason, the way you're primed to think about that logic from this made for a really coherent puzzle. It's pretty hard to make a 6x6 puzzle feel coherent because there's so little going on. You can't really establish and riff on a theme very well like you do in a 9x9. But unlike, I think perhaps uniquely among the puzzles that we've done so far, this really established a logical theme and then riffed on it through the entire puzzle. Very nice construction. Okay, next we have Mavericks JD, whose puzzle has 21s in it. That is concerning. Let's move the zeta. I have no idea what's going on now. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so this is number 32. Okay, divide the grid except for the 2x2 region shared with grid 31 into rectangles. Ignore the 2x2 shaded section completely. Every rectangle must contain exactly one red circle, and the circle gives the sum of the digits within the rectangle. Digits in a rectangle may not repeat. 2 rectangles with the same dimensions must not touch along any edge, but may touch diagonally. Okay, I think I get this. Okay. Okay, so this is just not part of the whole thing. But we do have a 1 and a 5 here. Okay, so this 6 rectangle can't be size 1 because of the given 6. So it has to be size 2, either stretching this way or this way. Now, interestingly, whichever way, actually the 6 could stretch 3 in this direction, couldn't it? I think it could. Let's see. Yeah, I'm definitely going to pull out the colors for this one. Once I figure out anywhere to start. I can, if I want, gray this out just so that we don't think about it. So yeah, this is either 1, 2, 3 in this direction, or it's 1, 5 in either direction. Yeah, okay. That's the good question. What rectangle is taking this cell? That's the way to ask this. And this is Leo asked this. This cell can only get taken. Let's see. Let's try 7. We'll try color 7. This cell can only get taken by that. I suppose also we know that the only way to make a 21 rectangle is with one copy of each digit. So those are not 2, 3. These are not 4, 6. Now I know the shape of the 6 rectangle. So we'll go with color 8. The 6 rectangle does that. And must be a 1, 5. It can't be a 1, 2, 3 because it would be too big. Now that means these aren't 1 or 5 for the box. Let's see. Let's see. Playmaker says technically the bottom 13 could have taken it. So I guess you have to ask it the reverse way. You have to say, I know my 21 needs to be 6 cells in size. And the 21 needing to be 6 cells in size can only fit like this. So I guess, so I think Playmaker is right. I think we did make a logical error, but we could have asked it the other way. Repeats are not allowed within rectangles. So yeah, so that would be that. So one of these is a 2, 3. One of these is a 4, 6. This is a 7. Okay. So I should notice the other 21 and think to do the same thing. The other 21 also has to be 2 by 3 in order to fit. And now if I look, I can either take this combination or this combination, but regardless, I'm always taking this. So we're going to go to color 8. No, we're not going to go to color 8. We're on color 9 now. These are going to be like that. So these at least are all part of the 21. But the 21, of course, needs to have all the digits. So that is something. Let's see. Okay, so 13 plus 13 is 26, which is more than 21. So together, these 13 cages have to take up more than a whole box. And they have to be different sizes also. Because they can't be the same size. How is that going to work? Oh, that means the 13 is going to have... This 13 is going to have to go vertically, right? Maybe could this 13 go horizontally if this one went 3? So this one, unlike traditional shikaku, rectangles of the same size can't touch. So if this 13 goes horizontally 3, then this 13 is going to have to go horizontally 4. But I guess that's technically okay. Let's see. Okay, people are suggesting I do math on row 1. So this 11 would have to be in 3, in which case, if this 11 was in 3, then that would be 11 plus 7 is 18, which would make this a 3. Okay, that's really hard to see, but I agree. So this is Josh's point. So if I made my purple rectangle look like this, then that forces the 11 clue to look like this. The 11 clue can't go all the way over, because then the 11 clue would add to 14. So the 11 clue would have to do that, except now this digit would be a 3, and it would repeat the 3 in the row. So that means the purple cage can't do that, so the purple cage has to do this. So that is the purple cage. That's really cool, by the way. Great spot. I would not have spotted that for quite a while. Let's see. So we're going to highlight these. So these are the other digits that aren't 1, 2, 5. So these are 3, 4. Sorry, these are 3, 4, and 6. This one's not 3 or 4, so it is a 6. So that's a 6. So that's good. Okay, so now this 11 cage can't be a 2-cell 11 cage going this direction. So this 11 cage has to come down. I don't know how far down, but the 11 cage has to at least come down. So we're going to go with color 0. That's going to go down. Go back to color 5. This 11 cage is also going to have to go down. And for the same reason, it has to have at least 3 cells. Now, this one has at least 3 cells. This orange one also has to have at least 3 cells, but it can't have exactly 3 cells because they can't touch. So this 4, this one has to come down 4. And so now this has to be the only way of making 11 in 4 cells, which would be 1, 2, 3, 5. Now these aren't 2, and that's not 2, so that is 2. These are 1, 3, 5. Let's see, what are these 2 digits then? Let's go ahead and fill them in while I'm doing it. They are 4 and 6. Seems like a good idea. Okay, this 8. Well, this 8 certainly can't be in 1, and it can't be in 3 either, so the 8 has to be in 2. So let's go and give the 8 a color. The 8 can be blue. And so now this is a 2-cell region. I don't think I know what it is yet. But now this has to be part of the 13 region. So now I can go ahead and do something like this. We're going to reuse green. Sorry, we're going to reuse green. We're going to reuse green. There we go. So this now has to be part of the 13. I don't know if the 13 needs to take one more cell or not, but it's going to at least take that one. Ben suggesting math in column 6, which seems like a good idea. 11 plus 8 is 19, so this digit's always a 2. This seems like it would be really unpleasant if you did not have the rule about rectangles being the same size, not being able to touch. Okay, this is not 2, 6 anymore, so it is 3, 5. The things we learn about 6x6 Sudoku is that there's only 2 ways to make 6, and they are 2, 6, and 3, 5. So now we have a 1, 3, 5 triple, and so now this cell, now these 2 cells are the other digits, so they are a 4 and a 6, because everything is always 4 and 6 in this puzzle. Let's see. The 8 can't be 3 cells, because then it would be the same shape as a rectangle it touches, Garion, and one of the rules of this puzzle, which is a cool rule, but is not a standard thing in Shikakus I've seen, is that it can't be the same shape as a rectangle it touches. Which interestingly means this 13 has to go up. This 13... Wait, now I'm confused. Now I'm afraid I've broken the puzzle. Because this 13... Oh, no, sorry. This is a length 4 one. Never mind. The 13 can go across, and probably does. Yeah, if this 13 goes vertically, it's definitely broken. So this 13 can't go vertically. So in fact, this 13 definitely goes horizontally. Because if this 13 goes vertically, it needs to be 3 cells, and it touches another of those. So this 13 is going to go is going to go horizontally, and it's going to go claim all of those. So this 7 is going to look like that, which means that this rectangle is going to look like that, and now we're fully colored. So now this 4 or 6 means that this is either a 1 or a 3, except it can't be a 1 because we have a 1-5 pair. So that's a 3 and a 4, and a 5 and a 3. That 3 is going to give us a 4 up there and a 3 up there. That 3 is going to give us a 2 there. That 4 is going to give us a 6 there. It's going to pull 6 out of here. It's going to pull 2 out of here. There's no 3 here anymore. We've got an honest 1-5 pair in the column, so that's a 3. We've got a 1-4-5 pair in the box, so these two cells are a 6 and a 2. The 2 has to go there. The 6 has to go there. The 6 here gives us a 4 and a 6. The 4 bounces back and tells us this isn't a 4. So this is a 1 or a 5. This is a 1, 4, or 5, except it's not a 4. So this is a 1 or a 5. I did not do good at typing 1 or 5. This is a 1 or a 5, which means that this is a 4, owing to the 1-5 pair in the row. Okay. That 4 gives us, that's a 6. These two digits now need to add to 5, so they have to be 1 and 4 because they can't be 2 and 3. The givens actually disambiguate this and say that that's a 1 and that's a 4. This is now a 5, so that's a 1 and that's a 5. This is not a 5 or a 3, so it's a 1. That's a 3. Let's see. Okay, chasing. Oh, now this is a 13, so it only adds to 13 if I actually make that a 5. Hopefully that now makes this add to 13 as well. It does. That's promising. Okay, so that's 5. That's 1. That's 5. That's 1. And then we're done. That is a lovely little puzzle. I wish this one... There's so much going on. I wish this one was bigger. Which is not really a complaint to say I wish your puzzle went on longer. But there's enough going on that took me to wrap my head around it that I wish that hopefully Maverick will make a larger version of this. If Maverick makes a larger version of this, I don't think I have Maverick's permission to stream their puzzles. I don't know. But if they make a larger version of this, I really liked the play of the cells, rectangles of the same dimensions can't touch. I think that was a really nice addition to the Shikaku thing, which I've done a lot of Shikaku Sudoku type puzzles, but that adds a really fun element to these. Although I imagine that if you try to set a 9x9 with that rule, you would constantly break it and it would drive you crazy, which is very possible. Okay, so now I'm told in advance that the next one, which is by Mr. Menace, by the way, who's often in chat, I'm told the next one may have given things. Permission only counts if I actually record it in the document. Although I might already have their permission. I now actually have permission from so many people that there's no way I can remember off the top of my head. Okay, I'm going to move the zeta over to here. I don't think chat has yet proven the Riemann hypothesis, but I'm sure someone is diligently working on it. Okay, we've moved the zeta. I'm conflicted about whether to leave the coloring. I'm going to leave the coloring. It feels most in the spirit of things to leave the coloring. Okay, so we're going to start... Oops. I closed chat. I did not mean to close chat. Excuse me. We're going to start by filling in that these digits are a 2 and a 6, and I certainly know what order they go. Because if this was a 2, I'd need these to be double 1, and this one can't be 1. So that's a 6. That's a 2. Now, worth noting that because of this sort of like repeaty arrow, this is a 1, a 2, or a 4, just by the row. Okay, now, this arrow is at least 2. But it's not a 2, so it is 3, 4, or 5. Let's see. This repeat arrow actually can only be a 2 or a 6, because it sees all of the givens. Or givens. The givens that we worked very hard for. Our hard-earned digits. Now, these two are clones, and I don't know anything about them. If this were a 3, then it would be 1, 2. Doesn't seem to immediately break. Let's see. Am I supposed to ask where 3 is going to go in this box? Maybe that's the question to ask. So 3 in this box actually can't go on the 6 arrow. So 3 in this box is actually restricted to here. We're going to look for that. Which means that one of these cells is a 3. Let's see, if that were a 3, that would also be a 3. Is that a problem? I don't think so. If that were a 3, of course, this would be huge. Yeah, 6 hours in, and we're on number 33 of 80-something. Might have been optimistic to do this, but still, it's a lot of fun. I'm enjoying it. I have no complaints. It will just make Elden Ring last longer. Let's see. So I'm going to go ahead and fill in the candidates here. These are either 1, 5, or 2, 4. Except this one's not a 1, so this one's not a 5. This one's not a 2, so this one's not a 4. So this is, in fact, 1 or 4, and this is 2 or 5. Let's see. It's interesting, this has a 4 or a 5 on it. So I have to put a 4 or a 5 off of this line. So one of these two cells has to be a 4 or a 5. If this one were a 4 or a 5, it would have to be a 4. Oh, this cell can't be 4 or 5. Okay, got it. Okay, so I need to put 2 4 or 5s in this box. I can't put any there. I can only put one of them here. So one of them has to go in one of these two places. But this cell can't be a 4 or 5. If it's a 5, we immediately break this arrow. If it's a 4, then I have to put a 1 here, and now we break this cell. So the conclusion of this, I don't know if this is going to be at all useful, but the conclusion is this cell is always a 4 or 5. So that seems... I mean, it seems cool. I'm happy with it anyway. So if this is a 5, that's a 4, and then this would be a 4 5. Let's see. So actually now no. I was about to say now I know 2's in this row, but that's not the way that worlds work. 2 6. Yeah, there's a thing. Okay, so if this were a 3, this would be a 1 2 pair. Does that break anything? If this is a 1 and that's a 2. Sorry, if this is a 2 and that's a 1. I don't think so. Let's see. Garion says row 5, column 4 can't be a 4. The 1 4 above it breaks either way. Right. If this were a 4, I would need these to be a 1 3 or a 2 2. But that's not going to work. It's not going to be 2 2, so it's going to need a 1, but then that's not going to work. Okay, so this is not a 4. Good spot. So actually that places the 4 in the column. Because we said this cell can never be 4 or 5, so the only oh, no, sorry. No, it doesn't. That could be 4. Don't listen to me. Uh, let's see. So if this is oh, interesting. Okay. So here's another observation. Uh, this arrow always needs a 2 on it, because this arrow is either a 3, in which case it's 2, 1, or it's a 5, in which case it's 2, 3. It can't be 1, 4 because of this. And so the 2 on it always goes here. So I contend that for this arrow, this is always a 2, which means that both of these are 6, in fact. So neither of these are 2. That was a really cool little string of hoobly woobly goodness. So this digit, to be clear, is always either 1 or 3. Those are the only possibilities. Was someone in chat complaining I pencil mark too much? I will always pencil mark too much. It is my solemn duty as a Sudoku solver. Let's see. There's a 2 in one of these two cells. Let's see. Keep asking the question about where this goes here, and it keeps not being useful, but you keep asking it, and eventually it will be useful. Okay, let's see. So this digit now is not a 2 or a 6. So this digit is either a 1, a 3, a 4, or a 5. For whatever that's worth. Not a whole lot, I'm afraid. One of these two has to be a 6. I might as well mark. Is there some slim chance that if this were a 6, that would break something with this arrow? And I don't think so, because if this were a 6, this could even be a 3, 3. Let's see. Okay, what is left in this column is 2, 4, 5. Okay, so if this is a 5, then what happens? Then that's a 3. One of these two is a 5, and I don't even know which one. Maybe that's not a good night, Chip. We'll be at this for a while longer, but don't worry, we'll be back tomorrow with more. I'm going to bet that Simon isn't in chat, and if Simon was in chat, I would bet that Simon would not admit that Simon was in chat. That would be my prediction. But I could be wrong. If Simon is here and wants to admit that he's here, by all means, I will be happy to say hi to him, but I suspect probably that's not the case. I am sorry if your puzzle does not make it. That probably means mine won't make it either, Ranks, because I think I'm a little after you. Because of the 4 in box 4. Row 4, 1, and 2. Oh, clever. Okay, very smart, Luke. Luke has noticed that the 4 in this box, actually, I never pencil marked this cell, but I did say that the 4, 5 was in this combo, but this isn't a 4. So the 4 is in one of these, so these are not 4s. Which means that cell's not a 4 either. I'm not sure how helpful it is, but it's something. So now this cell is definitely odd. we'll pretend that that's going to be useful. Let's see. That was really clever. Yeah, and we know the 2 is in one of these 2 cells as well, for whatever it's worth. I want to pencil mark this. This cell's a 1, 2, or 3, just so that I actually have it marked. And indeed, these cells are also 1, 2, 3. This is a 2. That's a 1, 3. Does that break? No, I think it actually works perfectly well. If that's a 3, that's a 1, 2, and that's a 3, and that's a 1, that's the 2, that's a 4. I think that works out okay. What can row 3, column 1 be? Oh, it can't be 2 because of that. Let's see. Could be 3 if these were 1, 2. Could be 4 if these were 1, 3. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Actually, no, this can't be 4. Because if this were 4, I would need these 2 cells to be a 1, 3, and that would break this cell. So this can't be 4. Let's see. Could this be a 5? I would need these to be 2 and 3 or 1 and 4. They couldn't be 1 and 4 because, again, they'd break this cell. So they'd have to be 2 and 3 in this order. They'd have to be 3 there and 2 there. That looks okay. Oh, it's not 3 because I already pencil marked long ago that there is a 3 in one of these 2 cells. So this is not a 3. It is a 5 or a 6. Okay. So let's write out the possibilities for what these cells could be. So I'm going to delete the pencil marks here, and we're going to fill it in. Okay. So if this is a 5, I've already said I can't make this 1, 4 because it would break this. So I'd have to make it 2, 3. It would have to go in exactly that order. Or this is a 6, in which case, and this is where things get nasty, this could be 1, 5 in, I think, either order. Or it could be 2, 4 with a 4 there. Oh, no, it couldn't be 2, 4 at all because this cell can't be 2 or 4. So I think the upshot of that is that I pencil marked the same exact things in this cell that were already pencil marked there, but I also got to pencil mark this cell with the possibilities that are allowed. Okay, so that is interesting. So this cell sees this whole arrow. Is this cell restricted? Oh, they could both be 3s. They could both be 3s. Yes, they could both be 3s. Yes. And so now the point is we now have ruled 4 out of every cell in row 5 except for this one. So this cell is a 4, which means this cell's not a 4. Let's see. I'm being told 2, 3, 5 doesn't work. 5, 3, and 2. 5, 3, 2. Hey, SPQ. I'm trying to figure out why this breaks row 4, column 2. Wouldn't it just make this a 1? Oh yeah, that's a good point. I shouldn't go too late tonight because I should let you do your wordy thing. So yeah, I can try and wrap up around by 8:30 so that you can do your word thing. I do not want to impose upon your wordy goodness, Ranks. No, I don't need to go late. I'm doing more tomorrow. I probably should not wear myself out too badly. Uh, let's see. If row 5, column 2 is a 5, you break row 5, column 4. Okay, so if this is a 5, then that's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 4. And this is a 3. That's a 1. Because row 5, column 3 would be a 3. Okay. Wow. Okay, that's gorgeous. Okay. If this is a 5, then it makes that a 1, which makes this cell a 3, which makes this cell a 3. But if this is a 5, it also makes that a 3, which puts 2 3s there. Great spot, Andrew. So that's not a 5. That's not a 1. So this is always from 1, 2, 3. Chipping away at it slowly. Oh, here's the thing. One of these two cells is a 3, which means one of these two cells is a 3. That's gorgeous. Okay. This is the way to see it. One of these two cells is a... Oh, no, because this is a 3. This could be a 2. No, my beautiful, beautiful solution. It did not live very long. I was thinking, if I knew this was a 6, then that would work. Then as soon as one of these two was a 3, one of these two would be a 3, which would then resolve everything. But sadly, that is not the world we live in. Row 4, column 2, being a 5, breaks row 4, column 4. So if this is a 5, then that's a 4 and that's a 1. But if this is a 5, that's a 6, that's a 5, and that's a 1. So that's a 4. What breaks exactly? If this is a 5. So if this is a 5, then this cell's a 1. Puts another 5 in row 5, column 4. God. Okay, right. So if this is a 5, then this is also a 5, which makes this a 3, makes that a 1, makes that a 4. Nope, still don't see it. Let's see. Okay, Saposcienti says it puts a 1 in row 3, column 4. By the way, welcome. Welcome, Saposcienti. I'm not sure I've seen you chatting before. Okay, it's claimed that, so... okay, got it. Okay, so I think I can summarize. These two being 5s makes this a 3, which means that that's a 1 and that's a 1, which does not work. Okay, so I agree. These are not 5s. Those are from 1 and 3. Yeah, I was missing a little bit there. Okay, so now 5 is placed in row 5. Is that true? That is true. We now have a 1, 2, 3 triple. Gorgeous. So now that is a 5, and that is a 3. And so that's not a 3. Or in the corner. Is that really going to have done nothing? It's going to be amazing if that didn't actually do anything to advance the solve of the puzzle. This is a 1 or a 4, just by the column. This is not a 5. These are 2, 4, 5. These are 1, 2, 3. I know one of these two is a 3. But that's okay. I don't think that does anything. I know one of these two is a 5. Bye, Thomas. Sleep well. Triple in column 1. Triple in column 1. Gorgeous. Okay, 3, 5, 6 triple in column 1. Makes this a 1 or a 2. Which makes this a 1, 2, 4 triple. Which makes this a 3. Makes this not a 3. That is very clever and very tough to spot. But it does make these two the same digit. I'm just going to mark. Makes this the other one. That's the other one. Of 1 and 2. Don't know if that helped at all, but it was fun. Okay, these two digits I can at least fill in because there's a 1, 2, 3 triple both in the box and the row and everything. So these are... Oh, sorry, there's a 1, 2, 4 triple there. So these are a 5 and a 6 is the point. Do I know which is 5 and which is 6? I don't think so. Let's see. What did Garion say? You have a 1, 2, 3, 4 quad in column 2. I do have that in column 2, so that's not a 3. So that's a 5, 6 pair now. Should I start coloring 5s and 6s? It may come to that. Okay. Okay, do I know anything about this? I know one of these two is a 4. So that just tells me one of these two is a 4. Row 6, column 1 can't be a 1 because it puts 2 3s in box 3. Okay, let's look at this. So this is Jay's comment. So if this is a 1, it makes this a 3, so that's a 3. But also it means that this can't be 1, 5. And so if this can't be 1, 5, it would either have to be 3, 3 or 3, 2, neither of which it could possibly be. So if this is a 1, then we end up with too many 3s floating around. So I agree. Yes, nice. So that's a 2, that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 1. So that's a 4, and that's a 4, and that's a 2. So that's a 1. Sorry, that's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 2. Let's see. That 2 comes over and gives us a 4 and a 1. This 2 removes 2 as a candidate from here. So now I can't make 5 anymore on this arrow. It's not possible anymore. So now this arrow is a 6. And so it's either 3, 3 or 5, 1. I'm not sure I know which one yet. Oh, I know what this cell is, though. which is probably going to help. This is a 5. And so that makes that a 3. And that a 1, and that a 1. And so that's a 3. That 6 now is going to look up here together with 3 and say that that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 3. That 6 looks down, says that's a 5, that's a 6. That was a tough one. That was definitely a tough one. Chat was correct to warn that that one was going to be a bit difficult. There were a lot of tricky spots in that one. Very nice puzzle. Difficult. Certainly slowing down our puzzles per minute, but a very good puzzle. Okay. We have a clover up next. Let's move the zeta. Oh yeah, Mr. Menace puzzles are usually pretty hard. Oh, this is a clover on clover thing, because we got a clover puzzle into a clover puzzle. Oh, the next two need to be solved together. Let's see. Let's read about the next two, and then we'll figure out. Maybe I have to redo the thing. Okay. The 2 7 clues are used by both grids. Okay, both of these are sandwiches, and the 7s are used by both grids. You have to go into this Google Doc, and you have to read down to the appropriate column number SPQ to read the rules. You can go in the Google Doc. The Google Doc is linked at the top, so you can follow along if you want. Okay, so this isn't. I don't have to solve these together. I just have to note that they're sandwiches. Okay, there's still individual puzzles. Okay, I was. Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna go back. Okay, so we've got. We need to shrink the zeta face slightly so that we can actually see the clue, and then I need to move this so that I can see actually all of the clues on screen. There's a 3 that I could not see before. I need to shrink chat a bit to fix this. Okay, so then we need to. Okay, we've shrunk the zeta. We have moved the chat, so I think I can see the whole puzzle. You can see the whole puzzle. I think everyone. I think everyone is in the right place. We just have to remember this 5-1 is not real. Okay. So these digits are a 1 and a 5 in some order. Now this 10 we've said before, the only way to make a 10 is with a 2 3 5. So we actually know that these center two digits from an earlier puzzle where we did this reasoning, they have to be 2 3 5, because the only way to make a 10 sandwich in 6x6 is 2 3 5, and no matter where I put the 1s and 6s, the 2 3 5 are going to end up here. Okay, now that's not going to be the 5. Now, this is going to end up being a 7 sandwich. This is going to end up being a 3 sandwich. The only way to make a 3 sandwich is a 3 sandwich between a 1 and a 6, just for the record. Yeah, I can do that just for those of you who are used to having a zeta blocking out the appropriate part of the puzzle. Just to make life easier for you, I will follow the suggestion of Afraid Not of just blacking these so that you don't look at them. Let's see. Yeah, this could be a 6, right? If this were 2 and 5, this could be a 6. That's fine. Then it would need to go across here. That's fine. So 4 is outside. Yeah, so the 4 in this row, got it. Okay, so the 4 in this row can't be part of the sandwich, so it can't go in any of these places, and it can't go here. So beautifully, by Glum Hippo's point, the 4 is placed here. Which now clarifies that that's the 1, that's the 6, that's the 5, and this is not the 5. That is really smart, Mr. Hippo. So these cells, these are a 2, 3, 5, 5. These are a 1, 6, 4. That one's not a 1. So that's a 4 or a 6. Now, I need to actually place in column 6, I need to actually place my 3 sandwiched between a 1 and a 6. And actually, because the grid is so small, there's now only one place I can do that. So in fact, this needs to go 1, 3, 6 like that. That's kind of adorable, actually. So now that's a 2 and that's a 5 just by column-y goodness. Now this 7 needs to work out like that. So that's a 4. So this is a 3. These are not 4. These are not 3. These 2 digits are a 2 and a 5. Presumably there's a sandwich clue I have not yet used. Oh, no, sorry. I bet it's just Sudoku. Oops. Why did I press Q? I don't even know. Don't ask. There's a 3 in this column. It has to go here. So this is the last digit for the column, which I will buy time for, is a 4. These digits up here need to be a 3 and a 4. These digits here need to be a 1 and a 6. These exist because they're fixing some sort of typo or whatever. Is that right? I think that was my understanding. Press Q to make progress. Yes, that is correct. 2, 4, 5 go there. This is 1, 2, 5. I believe to go there. Now, this is not the 4, so this is the 4. That didn't do a lot. There's a 2, 5 pair in the row, so that's a 1. And then that's a 6, and that's a 1. So that's a 1. Now, is there a sandwich sum I'm ignoring, or am I just ignoring some sort of Sudoku? I'm probably just ignoring some sort of Sudoku. 2, 5 pair in row 5. I did figure that out. Yeah, how am I sorting this out? Oh, I need to move to the next puzzle? Is that true? It gets resolved by the next puzzle. Okay. All right, we'll move to the next puzzle. It didn't say that in the rules, did it? Whatever. I'm not going to nitpick setting in a puzzle that is this epic. So we're going to move down. It didn't say that. I swear it didn't say that. Yeah, it does not say that, but I believe it. What doesn't say it here. It's noted before the start. I see. Anyway, it does not matter. We do not need to attempt to be perfectionists about the rules in these things. Okay, Zeta is going to be very tiny for this puzzle because the 7 and the 5 are needed for this. And also, I realize I scrolled down too far. So let's try and balance that out. Yes, okay. So I think we now have all the clues. Zeta will be bigger again soon, I promise. Okay. Oops. No, that's right. Okay. So let's continue. So now let's rebuy the suggestion to destroy these digits. So this 7 clue here. Okay, well, this is... Okay, so what are these two digits? These two digits are a 3 and a 4. So the column 4 sandwich has to be... Oh, it's just done. It just has to be a 1 6 1 6 with a 2 5 in the middle, because, well, that's all that there is left. Oops, sorry, I did not mean to move that. Did I destroy it? I did not destroy it too badly. Okay, so now this 7, remember this 7 is also a sandwich clue, so that means the other crust is over here in this row. Now the 5 sandwich clue needs to be 2 digits enclosing a 5. This can't be sandwich because of that. So it could be there and there, but it can't be anywhere else because it can't be here and here. I'd need 3 crusts in this box. So this is a 1 or a 6. This is a 1 or a 6. That's a 5. That's a 2. These digits are a 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 2 because of the 2, 5 pair up there. Oh, 5 could be 2, 3. Oh, right. I don't know why I somehow forgot that 5 could be 2, 3. Never mind. I retract everything. This 12 is awfully interesting. 12 is a big number. Okay, well, let's just fill in the 9. The 9 clue definitely puts a 1 6 down here. So that is going to be very helpful. So now when I ask where the 1 is in this box, it's in one of these cells. The 6 is in one of these cells. It's interesting. Okay, so the 12 clue needs to be at least 3 cells long. And so the 3 cells are either those 3 or those 3. Except they can't be these 3 because I've used all the bread in this column. So this has to be bread. Going into that being bread. So now this is just this I can calculate as the outies. So 7 plus 12 is 19, which makes that a 2. Now this is going to have to be a 2-cell one of these in order to make the 5 work, because I could not make that bread. So that's a 1 or a 6. Now... yes, as Riff Clown points out, now if I think about all my ways to make 9, they're 1, 8, 2, 7, neither of which exist. 3, 6, which I can't use because I've already used the 6, so these have to be 4, 5. That's also 4, 5. I mean, I guess alternatively, rather than doing that, I could have just said this cell is 4 or 5. What does that add together with to make 9? 4 or 5, but I like Riff Clown's way better. 2, 3 go up here. Let's see. Let's fill in this column. 3, 4, 5 go in this column. That one's not a 3 because of the 3 in this box. This is a 3, 4, 5 triple in this box. So these are a 1, a 6, and a 2. Except this is not a 1 or a 6 because there's a 1 and a 6 already there. So this is a 2. This is not a 2. Okay, so the yes, this 2 gave me that this is a 5 through the fancy thing known as Sudoku. So that's a 4. That's a 5. That's a 4. These aren't 4. This is 4. That's 3. That's 4. That 3 gives me that's a 2, and that's a 3. That 2 goes over here and says that's a 5, and that's a 2. That 6 says that's a 1. That 5 is going to bounce into the other grid, which I'll handle in a second. This digit is 5. This digit is 6. This digit's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 6. That's a 1. Let's see. 1, 2, 3. This is a 4. Uh, these are something something. What are these? Could make an honest and oh, I completely missed this 5 here. I don't think I ever looked at this 5 clue. Maybe I looked at this 5 clue and thought it had to do that. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we're going to do Ambrose's suggestion and make this 5 an honest sandwich by putting a 6 there. So now I can look down here. I need a 3 and a 5. The 5 has to go there. This column needs a 4. This column needs a 2, and this box needs a 3, so that's a 5, and that's a 3. Okay, so that's this puzzle. Hang on a moment while I scroll back up, and apologies, your screen is briefly going to be out of whack. We're going to move Zeta back over here. We're going to finish this puzzle, which, remember, we got interrupted by. So this 5 now looks over here and sees that's a 2, that's a 5, that's a 2, that's a 5. And then, and now we have finished the pair of Clover sandwich puzzles. That was cute. I really like this. I really like puzzles when they actually are linked. Like this, in this case, the puzzles aren't linked really. I think there's a lot of space for exploring puzzles where there actually is some sort of direct link between the two of them. I keep having crazy ideas for it, and I have not made many of them. I did make my one puzzle hunt that had a bunch of puzzles that were linked, but there we go. Okay, so next up, we can re-enlarge Zeta. In fact, we can make Zeta very, very... Actually, I think I can... No, I think this is right. I think this is how I've been doing. Okay. I can make Zeta much larger because we now have an Andrew Sarkis puzzle. Andrew Sarkis is in the chat, so you can say hello to Andrew. I mean, the puzzle hunt that I set was like the most work of any puzzle that I have ever set. And then no one did it. And then Cracking the Cryptic made it a Patreon reward, and then hundreds of people did it. So the key is, if you want people to do your puzzle hunt, donate it to Cracking the Cryptic. But my puzzle hunt is probably my proudest puzzling creation. Let's see. So there's a 36. Okay. Pairs of digits separated by a dot of one of the two colors must be in a 1-to-2 ratio, and digits separated with the dot of the other color must be consecutive. Which color represents which property is consistent throughout the puzzle and must be determined by the solver. Digits without any dot may or may not be consecutive and may or may not have a ratio of 1-to-2. Okay, so it's white dots and black dots, but we don't know which is which. That is the pitch. Okay. And I can move myself slightly more over that just to protect you from looking at the wrong digits. Okay, so these are a 2, 6. Let's see. This is a very cute idea. So could I even have a string like this of black dots? Yeah, it would. If I did, it would be 1, 2, 4. So if blue dots are black, the only way to make this string of cells work is if it's exactly 1, 2, 4. So I have to find some reason why this can't be 1, 2, 4. So in that instance, this would also be a 2. This would be a 1 or a 4. Then it seems most unlikely that the blue dots actually are... Oh, I lost chat. I can move chat back over. And now, chat, you can be bigger again. But yeah, so that's a very specific combination of things to have happen. Yeah, if it's 2-to-1, it has to be 1, 2, 4, and we know exactly what the order is. And then these would have to be consecutive. This would be 1, 2. This would be 1 or 4. Uh, so if these were consecutive, they'd need to have an odd on them, and that odd would have to be a 5. So let's maybe briefly. This is an Andrew Sarkis puzzle, so probably the pathological thing is probably the thing that actually happens. So if this were a consecutive dot, there'd have to be a 5 here because I'd need an even. And so we could do something like, well, this digit's not a 4 or a 5. So we could do 6, 5, 4 or something. No, this can't be a 6. Yeah, what digit would this be if these were consecutive? There'd have to be a 5 over here. So this would have to be a 3 because it can't be a 6. So this would be a 3, 4, 5. Yeah, this would go 3, 4, 5. This would be a 2. And then this would be a 1 or 3. I don't think that's broken. Regrettably. Let's see. Luke says, does that mean row 4, column 2 is always a 2? That is a beautiful, beautiful observation. This is always a 2. Because we said, if these are ratio dots, they have to be 1, 2, 4, and they have to go 1, 2, 4 like that, then this becomes a 2. If, however, these are consecutive dots, then what happens? The 4, 5 here, this column forces there to be a 5 on these dots, whereas the 4, 5 say this digit can't be a 6, 4, or 5, so this would have to be a 3, 4, 5, which would then make this a 2. So this digit is always a 2, regardless of what we're doing. Okay, so, and that then solves it for us, because now we have placed a 2 down here. Because these dots have these two cells have a 2, this is a 2, so there's a 2 down here, and now once there's a 2 down here, there can't also be a 5 down here in any universe. So there's not a 5 down here, and so that means that these aren't consecutive. These are both even, and so this is 4, 2, 1, 2, and then this will be 1 or 4. Okay, let's fill in the rest of the digits. So these are a 5, 6 pair. Let's see. These are a 3, 6. They're a 3, 6, but I know the order because there's a 5, 6 pair here. So that's a 3 and that's a 6. Yeah, that was a really cute break-in. So these are going to be a 3 and a 5. So these are a 1 and a 4. So now you'll notice 6 does not blue dot either 1 or 4. So this is a 2. That's a 6. Now, interestingly, 1 and 4 both only blue dot a 2. And so this is a 1, 4. Now, this has to be a 3, 6 because it can't have 1 or 2 on it. So this is a 3, 6. Now, this is a 5 or a 6 just by the row, I think. Oh, sorry, this is 3, 5, or 6. I did not row good. This is a 3, 5, or 6. But this 3, 6 fixed this. So this is now not a 3, it's a 5. That's a 3. This is a 4. So that's a 1. That's a 4. That's a 1. So things suddenly unravel a little bit more. These digits are... Okay, so I know that I need to put a 1 and a 2 in this box, they have to go over here. So that's a 1, 2 hidden pair. So that's a 5, which means these two digits contain a 6, which has to go there, and then contain a 3, which has to go there. Now, when I look at row 1, I need a 2 and a 5. These digits are a 1 and a... Well, I know this one's the 1 because I can't put a 1 here on a white dot. And so this is a 4. And so this is a 3, which it's not, or a 5. So that's the 5. So that's the 6. That's the 5. This is not a 5. This digit is a 4. 4 only white dots 3. It does not white dot 6. So that's a 6, 3, 6. 5 up here goes 2 and 5. The 2 down here goes 1 and 2. Very cute. And I like the mislead. The fact that this is obviously not going to be the ratio dot and then is the ratio dot. That's a very cute and very compact little story. I like it. A real emotional adventure, if you will. Okay, Steph is up next. So I have to move the zeta, shrink the zeta, move the zeta. Okay, so Steph has set a puzzle for us with regular white dots. And Steph has been kind and told us which dots are white. So we have our white dots, and we get to use them right away. So there's a 3, 5 up here. Let's see. Okay, so this digit, maybe I should connect this digit here. This connects to a 5 or a 3. 5 would connect over to... Oh, this being a 5 would connect back to 4. This being a 3 would connect back to 4 or to 2. Those are the only options. This is, of course, 2, 4, or 6, which is not super helpful. But I do notice, actually, if I look over in this grid, the 1 and 2 are both pushed over here, which means that one of these is a 1 or a 2, which is interesting. So these are all very low, is the upshot of this. Let's see. I also know that there's a 6 on this dot, actually. That's the correct question. This dot in this column needs an even number. The only even number that's left is 6. So this is a 5, 6 pair, which means that that's a 3, which means that this is a 2 or a 4, unfortunately. But I can fill in that that's a 1. Now, with this being a 5 or a 6, if this were a 6, this would be a 5. If this were a 5, this can't be a 6, so it would be a 4. So this cell's always a 4 or a 5. Now, this dot always needs to have a 1 on it for much the same reason. There's a 3 and a 5 already in the column. I need an odd, so this needs a 1, and the 1 actually has to go there because there's a 1 in this box already. So that's a 2. So that's not a 2. In fact, where is the 2? Oh, I guess the 2 could go in either of these two cells, can't it? Never mind. Now, the 2 in this row definitely has to go on this dot because I've used both my evens. So this is not a 2. It could still conceivably be a 1, but I know there's a 2 over here. And so the 2 goes with either a 1 or a 3. So these digits are from 1, 2, 3. I can fill in. Oops. 1, 2, 3. Oops. I'm in the wrong mode. That's what's going on here. If you're trying to figure out if you're trying to play the home game and figure out what's going on. 1, 2, 3. This is not the one I was saying is 1, 2, 3. one of these is a 2. So this is 1, 3, or 5. So this is 2, 4, or 6. Which interestingly is all of the evens for this row. So this cell is odd. And this cell being odd tells me that this is a 2, which tells me that that's actually a 1, which tells me this is not the 2, or in the corner. So we get that. Yeah, this is definitely a parity puzzle. I'm not sure if it's a parity puzzle where I need to color, but it is definitely a count the odds and evens puzzle. 5 is now the last odd, so 5 goes here. Let's see. Yep, so that's the 5. So now this needs a 3 on it somewhere in order to work. And so the 3 is going to mean that these digits are from 2, 3, 4. That one's not a 2. So the 6 in this box is vertical in one of these two cells, which means the 6 in this box is in one of these two cells. Let's see. Is it worth coloring at this point? I felt like this was probably not going to be worth coloring, but now I sort of feel like I have regrets that it probably was worth coloring. But now also we've gone so far into the puzzle, I'm not sure it is worth it anymore. These are from 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not 3. I don't think the bottom one can be a 6. Let's see, if this were a 6, would make that a 5, that a 6, and that a 5. Yeah, that doesn't work. Yeah, if this is a 6, then it puts a 5 here. But if this is a 6, it also puts a 5, 6, 5 here. So this is not the 6. This is the 6. So that's the 5. That's the 3. That's the 5. This is a 1, because remember I needed a 1 down here somewhere. That's a 1, because I need a 1 in this box, and now that's the only place it can go. So that's a 2. So there are a 3 and a 4 left to be placed in this column. Yeah, that was a good spot. This is not a 2. This is a number that is next to 3 or 4. So it is and it's not a 2. So it is 3, 4, or 5 are the options for this cell. Let's see. What are these digits? These digits are 3, 4, and 6 in some order. Let's see. Always one of these two is a 5. This was Rank's point earlier, that I think I summarized in a way that was not super useful. But this is a way to summarize it. One of these has to be a 5. Actually, never mind. One of these has to be a 5, which means this isn't a 5, but I can do better because actually there's a... Wait, what did I just see? Yeah, there's a 2 in this row. Sorry. That was the thing I saw, and then I got confused. Okay, so this is a 5, that's a 6, that's a 5, that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 3. That 4 looks up and says that's a 2. That 6 looks over and says that's a 4. Remaining in this is a 6. That's a 3 and a 6, so that's a 4, a 3, a 6. That's a 4. This needs to be a 3. That's a 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 2. Yeah, the fun way that didn't involve using the 2 that was placed was interesting. And then I got distracted and confused. Yeah, so I think it turns out that this puzzle would have been easier if I'd have colored right away. But then we didn't color, and because we only had to count to 3, really, we were able to count to 3 successfully without coloring. But I think this puzzle probably would have been cuter with coloring. But this is a really neat little puzzle with just lots of sort of like bouncing around the digits and lots of noticing that, oh, you've used 2 of the 3 odd digits, or you've used 2 of the 3 even digits. And anytime you did that, you sort of knew what had to go on the dot. This is a cute little puzzle. It reminds me a lot of the Clover puzzle we did with the white cropky dots not too many streams ago, if you saw that. Well, I did just successfully count to 3, kind of. Kind of. Okay. Lavaloid puzzle up next. Okay. This is just a killer puzzle with no totals, it looks like. So I think I moved the zeta, didn't I? Yeah, so I think I have moved the zeta into a useful place. So the only thing that the cages do is not allow you to repeat digits. So what that means is these digits are a 1, 5. Because I need to put all the digits in this cage, and I can't put 1 and 5 here, so I get a 2, 3, 4, 6 quad here. And I get a 4, 5 pair over here for much the same reason, coming from my 1, 2, 3, 6 quad here. Let's see. So these digits can't be a 2. That one can't be a 3. That one can't be a 2. That one can't be a 3 by virtue of given digits. Let's see. So this is just a killer puzzle, SPQ. This is just killer and there's no totals. So this is basically just an extra regions puzzle. This cage only has Oh, I see. So sorry, I now understand the comment. I have parsed it now correctly. So Afraid Not points out 5 is the digit that's not in here because it's not in the column and it's not in the row. So we can actually write this cage as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 quint is what's in this this whole shebang. That one's not a 3. That one's not a 2. These aren't 1, actually. So actually one of these 2 is a 1. I can mark. So that's not a 1. Let's see. Oh, I never marked. Did I never start the original thing? I never did. This is a 2, 6. 2, 6. That probably would have been smart to start with that. You'd think after having done 37 of these puzzles, I would have learned by now, but I have apparently not, that I should start by actually marking in the 2 given digits over here. So same with 4s on the elbows. There's a 3 in this box. I can tell you that much. And now 3 is actually placed over here. It can only go here. So now that's not a 3. So that's not a 3. So 4 in column 6. Oh yeah, 4 in column 6. Good point. 4 is in one of those, so it's not in any of those. So 4 is in one of these 2. So 4 is not here. So we are doing a collaborative puzzle that that Clover put together, likewise, with about 80 setters. And so we are currently on puzzle number 38 out of the 80-ish that are there. So we are not going to finish this today, is the short version. This is not a 1 because of the 1-5. I don't know how that ever kept its 1-ity. Let's see. The 1-5 pair in row 6. Are you saying it means one of these is a 1? Okay, let's see. These are a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This one's not a 6. I can at least say that much. I almost have a 1, 4, 5 triple. I know one of these is a 6. Does knowing one of these is a 6 do me any good? I don't think it does immediately. I know one of these two is a 4, so I know that's not a 4. So now I can do work. One of these 3 is a 4, and all of them see this cell. So this cell is not a 4, it's a 5. So that's a 4. Let's see. So I can probably take out the 5 from there. So this and the 2 from there. So this is a 1, 4, 6. So this is just a naked 2. These aren't 2. This is the other one. This is a 5. Which now places a 5 in the goldfish. The 5 in the goldfish now has to go here because that's not a 5 anymore. This digit has to be the same as this digit. And since this digit has to be the same as this digit, they have to be 1. Because they're both 1, 4, 6 triples. So this is now a 4, 6 pair. Oops. Now a 4, 6 pair. This is a 4 or a 6, but it's not a 4, so it is a 6. This is not a 4. This is a 1, no, not a 1, 5. This is the 5 is actually fixed. That's a 1, that's a 5. This is a 2. That's a 4. Just to finish the box. So this is a 2. I think everything hinged on the observation that this digit couldn't be a 4. That is, I think, where everything sort of fell apart. Which is a very cool setup. I like that kind of setup. I was happy with it. So this is a 2, 5, or 6. That's not a 2 or a 5, so it's a 6. So that's a 2, that's a 6. That's a 5. These aren't 6. That 6 looks down here. Sees that's a 4 and that's a 6. That 4 and 6 look and see that that's a 3. That's a 1, 2, 3. This is not a 1 or a 3 anymore, so it's a 6. So that's a 3 and that's a 6. This is now a 1. And so now this is a 2. This is a 4. Nice. Yeah, this is a really really clean puzzle that was all geometry. Like, it was all cage geometry, which is very nice. Alrighty. Next up. Next up, let's move the zeta, shrink the zeta, move the zeta, shrink the zeta some more, move the zeta some more. There we go. Zeta has found a place amongst all these. So next up, we have an irregular puzzle by Xenotics. Zenonetics, who I believe is Megalam uh, in the next in the chat. So, and then after that we get Simons. I see. So let's look at these. So this is an irregular XV. So this has to be 1-4. This has to be 2-3. That's interesting. Okay, so do I know where this 2-3 goes? Yes, I do. Neither of these cells can be 2-3, so this candy cane region needs a 2-3 there. Because I need to have a 2-3. So that means these are a 5-6 pair, and I actually know the order. It's a 5, that's a 6. And sorry, by the way, I saw that you said that we could remove some digits, but I am not presently looking to add extra challenge to the 80 puzzles in a row. But I will happily look at that later. Okay, so that's a 5. This digit's now given. That's a 4. So this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a 6, just to finish it off. So this 2-3 here, where does it go in this thing? This 2-3 goes in one of these two cells, so it's not a 3. This is a 2. Let's see. These are 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. So these are, let's see, what are these? These are 3, 4, 5. So these are 1, 2, 6. Spoiler, that one's not a 6. That one's not a 6 either, so that's a 6. This is a 3 or a 4. Let's see. What else can we do damage on? One of these is a 6 for sure. This 1-4, beautiful. This 1-4 needs to go on the V, which means the V is 1-4, and I know how that works out. So that's a 1, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 1. This is a 3. These 3 cells are 3, 5, 6. This one's not 3 or 6, so it is a 5. So these aren't 5. This is a really nice, smooth puzzle, by the way. I'm quite enjoying this, even if it is easier than you intended. But maybe I appreciate an easier than intended puzzle at this point in the juncture. This is a 1 for the row because there's a 1 down there. It's a 4. These two are, let's see, a 2, which has to go there, and a 5, which had better go there. So this isn't a 5. So that gives me a 3-4 pair, which tells me that this is a 6. So that's a 3. Let's see. The 3-4 pair also gives me that that's a 1. This is not a 1 or a 4, so it's a 6. There's a 3-4 coming over here, so that's a 5. This is not a 5. There is actually a given 5 that told me this wasn't a 5 if I'd have paid super close attention. This is a 1 or a 4, but it's not a 1, so it's a 4. That gives me that this is a 3. Thank you, Ranks. That's a 1 and that's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 3 and that's a 4. Yeah, this is that was a really smooth thing. I'm glad I saved myself from having to do the careful math that Ranks was threatening. Yes, each puzzle was created one after the other, knowing the 2x2. So Clover would send the 4 digits to someone, and then they would send the puzzle back, and you would keep going back and forth in this way. And that was the process. It was quite a process for Clover. I really I am amazed that Clover made it through all of setting this. This is quite an endeavor. Okay, so next up, we have a puzzle by Simon Anthony, who you may know from Cracking the Cryptic. So he is one of the two presenters on there. I believe the next puzzle is by Mark Goodliff, who is the other. Yes, the next. So this is Simon Anthony's puzzle. The next puzzle is going to be by Mark Goodliff. I somehow over embiggened myself. I made myself one too embiggened. There we go. Okay, I've now de-embiggened myself to biggen myself just right. So there we go. Okay, so I think we're ready now for Simon's puzzle. Simon's puzzle is a between lines puzzle. I slid the puzzle. Oh no. Did I? Oh, I slid the puzzle to look at marks. That's why it ended up. Okay. I think it's fine though. I think it's fine. We can fill in these two digits. These two digits are a 2 and a 6. I know the 6 in this column has to go not there for whatever it's worth. So yeah, so in fact, this digit can't be a 2 or a 6, so it's only a 3 or a 4. The 1 in this box now can only go in one of these two cells, just by Sudoku. Oops. By Sudoku. Which means the 1 is only in one of these, but the 1 can't go on a between line. So this is the 1 for this box. Which I bet means this is going to be a 6, but we don't know that. What are these digits? These digits are a 3, 4, 5. Ah, perfect. So now one of these two ends is a 6. Oh, no, that's not quite perfect. Sorry. But we do have a 3, 4, 5 triple in this box now out of nowhere. So this 3, 4, 5 triple means that the things that are left in the box are 1, 2, 6. That one's not a 1. So this is a 2 or a 6. These are from 1 to 6. Let's see. Yeah, I know that 1 and 6 are in these three cells. Let's see. Grape Crystal Light to the rescue. Oh, okay. So yeah, what are the possibilities for this cell? That's a good question. Okay. So 3, 4, and 5 are on the line. So these two cells cannot be 3, 4, or 5. So these are from 1 to 6. This is Afraid Not who saw this. So this is not a 1 because there's a given 1 there. This up here is a 1, 2, or a 6. So there is a 3 in one of these two cells. I don't know which. Let's see. Now I have a 2, 6 pair. So this is a 3 or a 4. And now I know how to resolve this, I think. No, I don't. I don't actually know how to resolve this, because this could either be 4, 3, 2, or it could be 3, 4, 6. Both are actually possible. Let's see. I'm going to write what's left in this column. I'm not missing a 1. Well, at least not in the box. I'm missing a 2, 5, and a 6. This cell's never a 6. So this cell is a 2 or a 5. For whatever... it is worth. So it's definitely true, actually. The 6 is down in one of these two cells. That's maybe worth noting. So one of these is a 6. So one of these is a 6, and it's not that one. Oh, there's a triple in box 5? Ah, there is a triple in box 5. That's smart. There's a 256. Good spot, Josh. So this is not a 5. It is a 3 or a 4. Oh, which I guess is equivalent to noting that the 5 in this box is definitely over here, but whatever. We're going to take it. We're going to take it. Yes. And the 1 comes over here, as likewise says, and gives us a 1-6 pair, because the 1 is also going to be placed in these cells. So now this is not a 1 or a 6. So now these remaining digits are from 2, 3, 4, 5. And now I want to think about if there's anything I can do to improve upon this. So if this were a 3, it would not work, because I would need to put 3 different digits, either bigger or smaller than 3 here. In fact, I would need to put 4 digits either bigger or smaller than 3, so that's not going to work. Likewise, this can't be a 4. So this is a 2 or a 5. Now, whatever it is, it's going to join 1 and 6 in this column, making these digits definitely from 1, 2, 5, 6. So these digits are 1 and 6 and whatever this digit is. And this one, it can't repeat there. So this is definitely a 1 or a 6, because this thing has to repeat in the column and it can only repeat up here. And I also need a 1 and a 6 up here. So this is a 1 or a 6. That gives us a 1, 2, 6 triple in row 3, which means that these are 3, 4, 5. Now, let's see. I'm encouraged to clean up box 6. I'm not sure what people want to clean up in box 6. Triple in row 6. Now we now have a triple in row 6. So these are not 2, 5s. These are not 2s or 5s. These are 3s and 4s in the row, which means that this is not a 3 or a 4. It is a 2 or a 5, which tells us in a second different way that this is a 1 or a 6. Hey, John, welcome. Glad to have new folks around. At least I think you're a new folk. So this is a 3 or a 4 just by the column, because I've got a 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 quad. And because of that, I now have a 3, 4 pair in row 4, which resolves this and gives us a 5. This is a really nice puzzle. I don't think anyone can be too surprised when it turns out that Simon Antony is a smart guy. 1, 2, 6 go in here. This is not a 1 just because of the 1 over there. I think this is one of those times when I've just completely failed to think about the givens at all. So I need a 1, a 2, a 3, and a 6 over here somewhere. Where is the other 1, 6 in column 5? The other 1, 6 in column 5, Barbie asks about. It's not on the line. It's not down here. So this is the other 1, 6, which makes this a 2, which makes this not a 2, which makes one of these a 2, of course. Let's see. So there's a 1, 6 pair in this column already. So these are from 2, 3, 4, 5. This one's not 4 or 5. This one's not 3. For whatever that is worth. So one of these two is 5. Which just tells me that one of the ends of this is a 6. Let's see. Yeah, some of the app puzzles are really nice. Column 4, 1, 6. Well, one of 1 and 6 is up here. Do I know where it is? I don't think I know which of these is the 1 or the 6. Okay, let's see. So Chad is saying this can't be a 2, because if this is a 2, then this is going to become a 5. That's going to become a 3. Well, first of all, if this is a 2, that's a 6. And then all of these would have to be exactly 3, 4, 5. So that would be 3, 4, 5. This would be 3, 4, 5. Oh, that's a good question. So I think this has nothing to do with this. I think this is entirely about box 5, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Okay, no, it is a combination. Okay, one of these two cells is a 2. If I make this digit a 2, this is like a weird Y-wing kind of thing. If this is a 2, then it makes that a 5. Wait. Maybe I don't see it. I don't think I see it. Oh, it's if this is a 2. Sorry, Gary Ann was talking about if this is a 2. If this is a 2, then now this goes 3, 4, 5. And so as a result, this has to be a 2. Yeah, if this is a 2, this has to be a 2, because there's now a 5 on the line. So this would be a 2 and a 6. I don't see immediately why that's bad. Why, if this is a 2, it breaks. Uh, 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 forces 2 on the line. Okay, so now... Ah, got it. Okay, so that's the clever... So that's... Okay, so that's the point. If this is a 2, it makes that cell a 2, which is not going to work. So via this cell. Okay. So I think this is getting seen a different way, but it's true. If this cell's a 2, it forces this cell to be a 2. So this cell can't be a 2. So that gives us a 1-6 pair here, which says this isn't a 6. So that is what people were trying to get me to see for a long time. I think people were seeing it in a more... Well, I don't want to say it was a more complicated way. They were seeing it in a more Zeta couldn't see it sort of way. Okay, so... Okay. And so now Andrew is saying this in a way I like, which is that if I put a 2 here, I actually knock out all the places that I could put a 2 in column 5. Because these are the places that I could put a 2 in column 5, and this sees all of them. So in fact, this cell is a 6, which makes that cell a 1, which makes that cell a 6, which makes this a 2, which makes that a 5, which makes that a 2, that a 2, that a 3, that a 6, that a 2, that's a 6. Let's see. That's a 2, so that's a 3, and that's a 4, that's a 3, that's a 4. Let's see. This is a 5. this is a 1-6 pair, except that's the 1 and that's the 6, so that's the 1. That's the 4 for this box. That 1 is going to fix the 6 and the 1 there. That 4 is going to fix the 3 and the 4 there. Let's see. I need a 4 and a 5 in this box. That's the 4. That's the 5. I need a 3 in this column. It's going to go there. I need a 5 in this column. It's going to go there. Lovely puzzle, Simon. And I like that most of the between lines did not end up having 1-6s on the end. A little disappointing that the big one ended up having 1-6s on the end, but there were enough that didn't have 1-6s on the end that I will consider it a plus for a between lines puzzle. All right, let's look at Mr. Goodlift's puzzle, which is going to be the last puzzle of this chunk of the spider. Is this only part 2? Oh, this is Caterpillar section 3. Okay, so this is the halfway point, is Mark's puzzle. So I need to rearrange the way that this works on... yeah, there we go. Okay, so we're going to make it look like that for the time being. Okay, so we're ready to start our spider again. I should, sorry, I should move the zeta to cover the 1-4, the courtesy covering of the digits that don't apply. Okay, so we've got white dots again, so they just mean consecutive. So these digits are a 1 and a 4. Let's see. I need a 5 and a 6 down here somewhere. Let's see. The 6 certainly can't go in the middle of a bunch of dots, so the 6 is in one of these two cells. That is not the greatest start ever. Oh, interesting. So... But then there's a 2 and a 3 up here, which is, I think, what I'm supposed to focus on. So one of these digits is a 2 or a 3. They could both be 2 or 3. Actually, is it possible that one of these is a 2 or a 3 and that this is a 5 or a 6? I don't think it is. Even if this is... Oh, this could go 3, 4, 5, couldn't it? Darn it. Oh, it's a good point, actually, that the way that column 6 is set up, this is either 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6. And this is either 1, 2, 3, or 4, 5, 6. But I actually know which one this one is, because if this were 1, 2, 3, this would be a 2, and it's not. So that's actually a 5. And now by my previous work, that's a 4, that's a 3, and that's a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 4. That's a 6. This is now a 2. These are a 1, 3 pair. But this can't be the 1, because then I would have to put another 2. So that's a 3, that's a 1, that's a 2. So these are a 1 and a 6. What did I do? Oh, I see. I specifically tried to avoid putting a 2 there, and then I put a 2 there anyway. So nothing bad, just repeating a digit in a box. We do that these days. We're rebels. So you got a 1, 6 there. Let's see. So what are the possible middle digits here? Maybe that's not a constructive question. Maybe the constructive question is, what are these digits? They are a 1, a 5, and a 6. Let's see. let's see. 1 in row 3 is over in one of these two cells. Which means this can't be a 2, although sadly... Oh, there's a 1, 5, 6 triple in this column. So these are a 3 and a 4. Which means that this cell is also a 3 or a 4. Because this cell is consecutive with this, and it can't go there, so it has to go there, and now that tells me what it is. So this is a 3, that's a 4, that's a 3. That means that's a 5. That's a 2. So these are a 1 and a 2, which means that's a 1 and that's a 2. These are a 4, 5, 6. That's not a 4, that's not a 5, that's not a 6. I need to put a 4 and a 3 into this column. Where are they going to go? They're going to go here and here, because neither 4 nor 3 could go there. So that's a 6, that's a 5. This is a 5. So now that's not a 5. What is left in this row? I need a 2, which can only go there. I need a 6, which can only go there. A 6, which can only go there. That's a 1. That's a 4. It's a 6. These are not 6. Let's see. And now that 5 is going to sort everything out. So that's a 1. That's a 5. That's a 6. That's a 1. Hooray! We did it. We did half of the caterpillar. We are going to continue onward with the caterpillar. That was a very nice puzzle. Very generous of Mark to make a nice, easy puzzle for the middle of the caterpillar. We are onward to... This is part 4, right? Yeah, the Hungry Spider part 4. Okay, so the Hungry Spider part 4. We're going to start with Prime Weasel's puzzle. We're going to have to... rekajigger how this is organized. Let's see. I'm going to pull that way. Pull the zeta over. Oops. Pull the zeta. Pull the zeta over here. We're not stopping just yet. I said I'd stop in like an hour or so. Okay, so now we need to do 2 things. We need to figure out what digits we're supposed to copy and where, and we need to figure out what the rules of this puzzle are. Mark Goodlift's puzzle. So it is the upper right corner of Mark's puzzle into the lower left corner of this. So 3, 4, 6, 5 are going to go into the lower left, right? What's wrong? Oh, why am I in edge mode? Okay. 3, 4, 6, 5. Okay. Okay. So I think I did that right. I think I copied. I've lots of these things open. 3, 4, 6, 5 from the top right to the lower left of Prime Weasel's puzzle. Okay, and now I need to know what the rules are for Prime Weasel's puzzle. Okay. Okay, so 42. Yeah, we're working our way slowly up to Pantheras. We'll see if we can get to Pantheras tonight. That will be our goal. We probably won't, but we can try. Because I did it accidentally once, and then chat got excited by it, so now it's a camel. As happens. If a cell contains a circle, then the 8 digits surrounding that cell must sum to exactly 30. The arrow bulb in the top right corner are not considered circles for this constraint. Okay, so that's very interesting. Okay, so I've got to find the puzzle again. Where did the puzzle go? There we go. Okay. Uh, so circle means cells sum to 30, including, is it just the 8 cells around it? Or is it the cell itself? No, it's only the 8 digits around it. So circle means the ring sums to 30. Okay, so, and these arrow circles from the next puzzle are not circles. They look like circles, they're not circles. We'll remember that. Okay, we won't remember that. These are a 1 and a 2. Okay, let's see. So these digits, well, I might as well say there's a 6 in one of these two, just by ye old Sudokus. Let's see. There are a 1 and 2 and a 5 over here. How on earth am I supposed to use this with this little information? Okay, so I know these sum to 15, so I need these cells to sum to 15. That just does not seem to give me a whole lot of information if I need these 5 cells to sum to 15. I mean, it means they can't be too large, but because they can repeat, it doesn't really tell us anything. The camel is actually a Ranks stream reference for those of us who've been Ranks troubadours for a long time. Related to Panthera, whose puzzle we hope to get to. Like maybe this is a good place to start. Okay, so can do overlap math. I could have done overlap math 4 hours ago. I'm not sure I can actually do overlap math now. Okay, but let's look at this one. That's a good point. So these total to 3. And so that means these need to total to 27. What's the absolute maximum these can total to? 5, 4, 3 would be 12. So I need these to total to at least 15. Ah, nice. And these can only total to 15 at maximum. So these need to be 4, 5, 6. These need to be 5, 4, 3. Okay, now that's not a 5, that's not a 6. So this is a 3, 4 pair. That's not a 5 anymore. So yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the point. These have to be exactly 4, 5, 6 in order for this to possibly work. So this digit's also a 1 or a 2. And so now we can play the same game with the 5 circle. So the 5 circle, actually, we know a ton. 1, 2... Oh! Yeah, as soon as this is a 5, yeah, these are summing to 16. So because those sum to 16, I need these to sum to 14. So... Do I know what they are if they sum to 14? Yes, because 4, 5, 6 would be 15. So these are actually 3, 5, 6. And now if I notice, that means there's no 5 in them. Sorry, that means there's no 4 in them, so I actually know what they are. They're 3, 5, 6, like that. So that's a 4. Okay, we're making more progress on this than I originally feared we would. So now, let's see. So now, let's fill in these cells. So 1, 2, 3. These are 4 and 5. Except this can't be a 5. So it is a 4. That's a 5. So these are a 1 and a 2. Okay, so let's just assume this is a 1 for a second. That would mean these is summed to 20, which would mean I needed these to sum to 10. So these three cells either sum to 10, or this is a 2, in which case these are 19, and then these sum to 11. So these two cells either sum to 4 or to 5. Those are the only options for these two cells. They sum to 4 or 5. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4. They sum to 4 or 5. Let's see. Can I do anything with that? Not especially, unfortunately, because I also know that these are from 1, 2, 3, 4 because there's a 5, 6 in the box. Not great, unfortunately. Let's see. Could I look at this one again, maybe? Those sum to 9 and 18 and 24, which means I need these to sum to 6. So if this is a 4, these have to be double 1. Well, actually, let's just do it this way. Oh, never mind. These are 1, 2. But I don't know that these are different. So these could be double 1, and that could be a 4. These can't be double 2, for whatever that's worth. Okay, what about this now? Yes, these are 15. So these sum to 15. That's done. This one's done. So yeah, this is the next one to look at, and that does not unfortunately seem like it's going to get us anywhere. Okay. Can I do some Sudoku? That might be a good idea. Let's see if I can do any Sudoku. I can finish the 5s. I would love to finish the 5s. Let's see. So the 5s are in one of these two spots. So the 5s are in one of these two spots. Naked single in row 3, column 1. It's not a 1, a 2, a 3, or a 4, or a 6. Yep, it's a 5. Beautiful. Great spot. Okay, so that's a 5. Thanks, Tony. So now, thanks to that being a 5, I also get to place a 5 here. Unfortunately, I thought I was going to get to place it on top of the 6, which would have been exciting, but I did not get to do that, sadly. So these would be 3 and 6 to finish that off. So this is 3 or 6. These are from 1 to 4. This is from 1 to 3. Let's see. Likewise says row 3, column 5 can't be a 1 because the sum of row 3, column 4 can't work. See, if this were a 1, then I would be summing 15, 16. I would need these digits to add to 14. So I'd need these to add to 9. Is it obvious I can't make these to add to 9? I do not see it, if it should be obvious to me that I cannot make these add to 9. Can this be a 6 is maybe the next question I want to ask. If this is a 6, then these would total to 11, so we would be at 26. And so we would need these to add to 4. And the only way I could get these to add to 4 would be as a 1, and a 2. Is there something wrong with these being a 1, and a 2? Yes, there is. These two cells sum to 4 or 5, so that does not work. So this can't be a 6. It's a 3. It's a 3. That's a 6. That 3 gives me a 6 up here. Okay, so now let's look at this circle again. Uh, Sorry, there's not a circle there. I don't know what I'm talking about. Uh, let's look at this circle. So now that's 8 plus 15. 8 plus 15 is 23. So I need these to total to 7. Keeping in mind that these total to 4 or 5, the only way it works is if these total to 5, and this is a 2. Okay, so that's a 2 and that's a 1. Reminding ourselves from earlier that we already knew these totaled to 4 or 5. Okay. I'm guessing that is the same point that was being made before, but in a slightly different way. Okay, so now let us remember that these do need to sum to 5, right, in order to make this work. 15, 20, 25. Yeah, these need to sum to 5. So these are either 1, 4 or 2, 3. I don't think I know which one yet. The fact that this is not a 2 actually means that's not a 3, for whatever that's worth. Okay. This one next. So this one now, if I look at the sum of these digits, that's 11, 15, 26. So these need to total to 4. Is that correct? Did I do that right? Oh, I can clear 1 in column 4. That's probably a good idea. Okay, let's add that again. Because it did not work. It did not sound promising. Those are 11, 15, 20, 21. So I need these to add to 9. So these are at most 6. So this has to be a 3. This have to be a 3, with that being a 4 and that being a 2. If I absolutely max everything out, I only get to 30. So that's a 1. That's a 1, just by Sudoku. That's a 2. That's a 4. I'm a math professor, not an arithmetic professor. That's a 2. And I think that is... Oh, sorry, it's not done. I thought I was done. I wasn't even trolling that time. I actually thought I was done. That's a 3 or a 4. And now I need this to work out. So I add these together. So that's a 9, 11, 20, 29. So this needs to be a 1. Alrighty. That was very mathy. But I guess the name of the setter is Prime Weasel. So Prime Weasel setting a very mathy puzzle is very appropriate. We have Bremster next, another friend of the channel, whose puzzles have been seen on the channel a number of times. So Bremster is next on The Price is Right or something. So let's move these over here. Actually, let's see. Can I slide? I can slide this. Actually, I can slide that over. I don't have to slide my view over. I just have to slide your view over. Then I can embiggen myself more, because I know people like me embiggened. So we're here now. Let's do not Prime Weasel. Let's do Bremster's puzzle. So note that we get for free out of Bremster, this 3 gives us a 1-2 pair here, which tells us that this is a 3 or a 4, and that's a 1 or a 2 in order to make the 5 arrow work. So now these 2 digits here are a 2 and a 4. The 2, 4 here give me that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 3, that's a 2. Now this 2, 4 means that that's a 2 or a 4, because that's the way to make 6. And so that can't be a 2, though, so that's a 4, and that's a 2, and that's a 4. So we're off to a good start, at least, on this one. Let's write these in. So these are 4, 5, 6 needed to finish the box. So that's a 4. These are a 5-6 pair. So these are a 2 and a 4. So now this is roped. So these are a 5 and a 6. This is a 1 and a 3. Bye, Playmaker. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Hope you didn't mind too badly watching puzzles you've already solved. Let's see. If I did not have a 1 on this, it would already be at most 3, 4. Or sorry, it would already be at least 3, 4, which is already way too big. So this has to be a 1. Now, this is either a 3 or it's at least a 5, but it can't be a 5, because if this were a 5, then this would already be too big. So this actually has to be a 3. Now, in order to make this sum to 5 or 6, this has to be a 1 or a 2, but it can't be a 2, so it's a 1. So that's a 5, that's a 6. So these are a 5 and a 6 as well. Let's see. So now, what is left in this column? Let's go ahead and just fill it in. 3, 5, 6. That's not a 6. That's not a 3 or a 5, so that is a 6. So this is not a 6. Okay, there needs to be a 1 down here somewhere, and it needs to go exactly there by Sudoku. It's really cool, by the way, that this deadly pattern on the 5-6s is going to get resolved by what happens to this arrow. I am looking forward to that. There needs to be a 5. Oh, no, there needs to be a 5 up there somewhere, but it could be just about anywhere. I can probably fill in what this digit is if I am endeavorous. So that's a 4. That tells me there's a 4 up here in one of these two cells. Let's see. This is the rest of this column actually is 2, 3, 4. Oops, wrong mode. 2, 3, 4. That one not being a 4. So this is 2 or 5. To make that work out. Let's see. The rest of this column, actually, I should write out. The rest of this column is a 2, a 5, and a 6. Okay, well, this is not a 6 for multiple reasons. It's also not a 5, because if it was a 5, I'd need this to be a 1, and it can't be. So this is a 2, which makes that a 5, a 3, a 2. Makes that a 4, and that a 2. This, by the way, has been a 3 and a 1 for some amount of time that we won't talk about. That's a 6. I need a 5 in this row, so it's got to go there. This is not a 2 or a 4, so it's a 3. So this is a 4, and that's a 6, and that's a 5, and that's a 6, and that's a 5. There'd have been a lot of songs if 3-1 in the corner, Donatello, in this puzzle. There have been a lot of 3s in the corners today. So that was a nice one. That was nice and snappy. That was a very pleasing, very appreciated, easier puzzle in the midst of everything else that has happened today. Okay, and next up we have Demano. Okay, I'm going to try real hard to do Panthera's puzzle today. And also I'm going to try hard not to ruin Rank's timing, but I know Panthera probably won't be around tomorrow at noon, so let's see if we can get through Demano and Panthera's puzzle. I like how the Panthera puzzle is not considered special, not considered red, as though everyone knows Japanese sums rules. That's pretty cute. Okay. Each clue outside the grid. So this is Demano's puzzle. Each clue outside the grid is either an X sums clue or a sandwich clue or both. Note that even if two values are equal, they don't necessarily represent the same kind of clue. So is that just saying that since this 7 and this 7 could be different kinds of 7s? I think that is what it's saying. Oh, I did not move my screen at all. Let's move the zeta. Do. Move the zeta. Okay. So let's do these. Why would you, I'm all for clarifying rules as much as possible. I'm somewhat confused about why that would need to be clarified. There's no clue. I'm not covering up any clues, right? Okay, yeah. But and does that show up? Camera blocked. Well, I'm not really trying to reset the camera for the rules document. I'm just trying to tell you what the rules document says because I'm only pulling up the rules document very briefly. But this is an X sums sandwich ambiguity puzzle. So that is the punchline. So 2, 3, 4. These are 5, 6. Okay. So this 11 can't be an X sums anymore because in order to get to 11, I would need the outies to be 10, and the outies can't possibly be 10. So this 11 is a sandwich. So what is the way to make an 11 sandwich? I would need X sums and sandwich are the only two possible types. So to get an 11 sandwich, I can't do 2, 3, 6. I'd have to do not 2, 4, 6. 2, 4, 6 doesn't add to the right number. No, sorry, 2, 4, 5. Is 2, 4, 5 the only way to do 11? I think so. So I think, yeah, here's the easier question. Can I possibly not use a 5 and get to 11? No. I would only be using the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, and really only 2, 3, 4, and I could only get to 9. So that's a 5, that's a 6. Now that I've used the 5, I need to ask, okay, I need to make 1 or 2 digits add to 11. Well, I can't, sorry, 1 or 2 digits add to 6. Well, I can't make 1 digit add to 6. I already did that. The 1 is bounding the sandwich, so these are a 2, 4. That's a 1. And that's a 3. Again, just like the last puzzle, we're roped. So these are a 2, 4. These are a 5, 6. These are a 5, 6. These are a 2. No, these are a 1, 3. At least over in terms of this. This who's a what's it? We're roped. Okay, now. Now, if I want to make this an X sum, then I would need my outies to sum to. I'd need my outies to sum to 10, which they could if this was a 3. So if this 11 is an X sum, that's a 3, and then everything works. Otherwise, this is a sandwich, in which case that's a 2, and that's a 6. But I don't know which one yet. Let's see. This 7. Could this 7 possibly be... It's always 3. Oh, let's check that. Okay, so... Wow, it is always 3. Oh, that's awesome. So, if this is an X sum, this definitely needs to be a 3. But if this is a sandwich, then this would go 2, 6, and this would still be a 3. So this is always a 3. That's sweet. That is just delightful setting. So this is a 2 and a 6 in some order. So this actually always works as an X sum, and then it just doesn't care what else it is. It does not matter at all. So these digits are a 1, a 4, and a 5. Let's see. It can be both. Both is fine. I know one of these two is a 3. Let's see. If this wants to be an X sum, it would have to be a 2 and a 5, because I can't do an X sum in 3 for 7. So if one of these is an X sum, then it is a 2 with a 5. Yeah, it specifically says they could be both. So yeah, most of these 7s are not X sums. Yeah, 7x sum can only ever be 2, 5. Which sadly is very possible in a bunch of these places right now. So now we can ask, okay, this 7 is always going to be made up of 2 and 5, regardless of whether it is a 7 sandwich or a 7x sum. Because if this is a 7x sum, it's a 2, 5 here. If it's a 7 sandwich, it's a 2, 5 here. Oh, no, sorry. This could be a 1 with a 3 there and a 4 there and a 6 there. Never mind. Sorry. I was thinking this 3 couldn't possibly be part of a 7 sandwich, but this 3 could very well be part of a 7 sandwich. Let's see. The top 7 can never be 2, 5. This one can't be 2, 5. Let's see. If this were 2, 5, right. This can't be 2, 5, because if this were 2, 5, then this cell in particular would be 5, which would make this a 0 sandwich and a length 5x sum. So that's not going to work. So this can't be 2, 5. So that means this is a sandwich. And so there's only a couple ways that this being a sandwich could work. One is for this to be a 1, 3, 4, 6. And the other is for this to be a 6. And the other is for this to be a 2, 5 pair with a 1 and a 6 on either side of this. Oh, let's see. Okay, so if this were legitimate businessman is saying that if this is a 1, 3, if this is a 1, 3, 4, 6, that does not work. And I agree. I think. Let's see, because this 6 would have to be a sandwich. Wait, does that break? I don't see it. Let's see, if this were a 6. Oh, okay. If this were a 6, where would the bread have to be? The bread would have to be here, because every 7 sandwich would be too long. Yeah, and the other end of the sandwich would not be another end of the sandwich. So basically, the upshot of this is this cell's not a 6. And so this is not the sandwich. So this is the sandwich. This is a 1, 6 pair. Which means that this is a 2, 5 pair. Now, assuredly, I can do something with that. Now this 7 can't possibly be a sandwich, because this crust would need to, or there'd need to be another piece of bread over here. So this is an X sum. So that's a 2, 5, and in fact, it's a 2, 5 in that order. That's a 6. That's a 5. That's a 4. That's a 2. That's a 5. So this is a 3. These digits are a 1, 6, and a 4. Now this does have to be a sandwich, so it has to be a length 2 sandwich. So I could have my crusts here and here. No, I can't, because if I tried to have my crusts here and here, I would need to make this a 4 and this a 3, or this a 2 and this a 5, neither of which work. So I have to put my crusts here and here in order to make this sandwich work, which means that's a 6, that's a 1, that's a 3, that's a 4, that's a 2, that's a 1, that's a 5. So this is a 2, a 6, a 2. Let's see. So this now is, this is not a 1 or a 5 because of the 1, 6 pair. So this is a 4. These aren't 4. That one's not 1 either. So that's a 5 and that's a 1. This is not 1 or 6, so it's a 4. This is not 1 or 4, so it's a 6. That's a 1. That's a 6. This is Domano's puzzle, yeah. Sorry if I'm covering that up. Oh, it's because there's outside clues, and so there being outside clues meant the Domano's name got sort of hidden a little off to the side under Zeta. Let's see, a 3 there and a 4 there. Nice puzzle, Domano. Yeah, that was not too bad. The using only 7s and 11s was very cute. Okay, so we're going to do Panthera's puzzle, which hopefully will not take so long that we run into Rank's stream. Rank's stream is, I believe, scheduled to start in 45 minutes. I am hoping that we can do Panthera's puzzle in under 45 minutes. Panthera's puzzle is puzzle number 45, so if it took 45 minutes, that would in some sense be appropriate, but in another sense would be bad, because I promised Rank Sky would finish. But I do want to do Panthera's puzzle while Panthera is watching, because I know Panthera can rarely watch the stream in real time. Okay, so yes, so Panthera's name is covered up. Sorry, Panthera. But this is a Japanese sums puzzle. Actually, I think I want to scoot that just a smidge over, which means I want to shrink the Zeta just a smidge, just so you can see everything. Okay, so in this puzzle, I need to do some shading. And so we're going to find the gray color that we like. Oh, sorry, V. What about the gray color? Is that the gray? No, that's a little too aggressive. There we go. That's the gray color. And so we need unshaded cells, which are 4. No, which are 5. Yeah, okay. So we need some shaded cells, which are going to be gray, and some unshaded cells, which are going to be green. And in every row, we have clues that tell us what the sum of the strings of consecutive shaded cells are. So I am greening these cells right away because I see that the only shaded cell in this column is a 1, and the shaded cells in this row are a 1 and a 2. Okay. Now, let's see what else I can do. So here's another gimme. The 6. Did I decide on 3? Yeah. The 6. Sorry, the clue here is a 20, which is everything but 1. And so everything but 1 is shaded in this column. Now, 1 in this row is shaded, so I cannot put a 1 here. So this must be shaded, and we get our first digit, which is this is a 1, and it's unshaded. Oops. And it is unshaded. 5 unshaded. There we go. Now, the Donatello has an unbiased opinion about the color purple being used. We can use purple. I will be happy to oblige using purple. So now, in this row, I'm assuming, and Panthera will correct me if I'm wrong, that the 6 is the one over to the right. So the 6 clue has to take another cell. Sorry. Now when I see purple, I now think purple is shaded. Okay, I have to remind myself, purple is unshaded. Purple's unshaded. Oh no, Casey prefers green. There is a clash of the colors. We could do green and purple. Except I want to do green and purple, but I want to do green and purple the other way. So we'll do purple, and then we'll make these green. Okay, so purple is shaded. Green is unshaded. And now if I look at this, I know this cell has to be purple because it's a 9 clue, and a 9 clue needs at least 2 cells to make. Now, this 15 clue, I can not get to 15 in 2 cells. I can only get to 15 in 3 or more cells. So this is always shaded. Now, if I go to the other end, this can't be shaded, because if this were shaded, it would mean all of these cells... Oops. If this cell were shaded, it would mean all of these cells sum to 15, which would mean that was a 1, but I already have a 1. So I actually know, if I look at it, that this cell, sorry, that cell's unshaded. Oh, there are some 18s in there. How about that? I had not seen the 18s. Oh, this 11 is not part of this puzzle, by the way. The 18s are interesting because in order to get to 18, I need at least 4 digits. So these actually are all shaded and are completely free, and I could have done them a long time ago. So one of these 18s has an actual honest 3 outie. So one of these cells is a 3 and is unshaded. But the other is a 1, 2. So I actually know... Sorry, wrong mode. I actually know that these cells are from 1, 2, 3. Not a 1 is in reference to the 15 column. The other one is a 2. Oh, yeah, because the 1 in this column is shaded, I'm making this an unshaded cell, so... and so both of these are unshaded. That is another punchline that I easily could have gotten, but didn't actually say. These are both unshaded. So actually we can place the 1. Actually, that's the 1, and it's purple. Oops. And it's purple, not and it's 9. Purple. So there is our shaded 1, which means this cell's unshaded. Now, the 6 needs another cell, but the 6... Yeah, I guess the outies here sum to 5. Sorry, sum to 6. So I could have a 2-4 unshaded here. If this were a 3-6, yeah, okay. So there's still options. Now the 7 can be at most 3 cells, so I know that those are both green. Now that tells me, actually for this row, the 1, 2 tells me that that's purple. And I can go ahead and I can fill in that that's a 1 and that's a 2. Oh, I again never did my actually filling in what the digits were based on this whole business. Now, because these purples are disconnected, I have to connect them. So that's there. Okay, so these sum to 13. I can't have only one outie because the one outie would have to be an 8. So these are green. Now, as soon as I get that tells me that this digit's a 6. This digit's a 5 because I need them to add to 6. This digit I know is a 4 just by looking at the column and doing Sudoku. Nothing untoward, don't worry. Now, this being a 3 means that's a 4. The rest of these are green. Note, this is a nice trick, by the way. 4 could have been written as 1 and 3, but there was already a 3 in the row, so the 4 needed to be a single-digit 4. Okay. So we've got all of this going on. Okay. The 14... what are the outies on 14? The outies on 14 need to add to 7. So I also need a 1 outie in column this one. In column 2, and the 1 outie can't go up here. So the 1 outie has to go here, which resolves that that's a 1, that's a 2, that's a 3. And then resolves that these are purple. And I think it is a camel. It is a camel. Oh my god, it's a camel. It's never really been a camel. The camel is a lie. But this time Panthera Forest has made a real camel. This is not 4 or 5, so it is 6. These are not 6. These are 4, 5, so these digits are known. They are a 2 and a 6. This is a 3. And Panthera is explaining that this is actually true in much more generality. I actually had already placed the 3 before I was arguing about the 3 and the 4, so I didn't have to think about it as hard as Panthera was arguing. Let's see. These are a 3 and a 5. These are a 1 and a 5. That doesn't sound good. Let's try again. These are a 1 and a 6. Better. Okay, so these need to add to 9. Could they add to 9 in 3 cells? Maybe. Let's try this now. These are a 3, 5, and a 6. That one's not a 5. So this is a 3 or a 6, which would be really nice with that being a 3 or a 6, but I don't think I actually know. This isn't a 6 or a 3. This is a 5. So this is a 3 or a 6. This 5 looks over here and sees that that's a 4 and that's a 5. These two digits are a 1 and a 2. Let's see. Row 1. Row 1's not done. Okay. That will make this much easier. Row 1 is not done, which means that that's a 6, which means that's a 3, which now means this has to go another cell. So our coloring is now done. Now that 6 gives us a 2 and a 6. That 6 gives us a 1 and a 6. That 1 gives us a 2 and a 1. This row is missing a 5, so that's a 3 and a 5. These two digits are a 2, which goes there, and a 4, which goes there. This digit's a 6. 1, 2, 3 goes there, and a 4 goes there. Gorgeous, gorgeous. And I love that it was a camel. That just, that makes me happy. It's Wisconsin. I'm sorry. But we should always guess Canada first. Don't forget to guess Canada first. That is an important key step. All right, so who's going to be the first up tomorrow on the spider? Glum Hippo is going to be the first up next time. Glum Hippos looks scary because it's in that intimidating red border, but we can start then, and we'll see if tomorrow we can finish the rest of this and also finish the 5 puzzle submissions. Or the 5-less puzzle submissions, I should say. We'll see if we can do it. We may not be able to. We may bleed into the week after that. We'll see. But is Ranksk the next one after that? Is this Ranksk? No, that's not Ranksk. There's Ranksk. Okay, so we're gonna get to Ranksk eventually. So if you're excited for Ranksk, yeah, we've got a bunch to look forward to. We've got Ranksk. We've got that zetamath guy coming up. Christoph Seeliger, who's also often around the chat. Prasanna Hadri, who I don't think hangs out in the chat, but who sets good puzzles. We've got the Asylum, and then we'll be on to Section 5 of the Caterpillar. Okay, so that was a lot of fun. Thank you, everyone, for hanging out. We will be back. We will see if I can remember my place and remember not to close this window. Yes, I am optimistic that next stream we can make it to at least Rank's puzzle. I'm very optimistic that tomorrow we can finish the Caterpillar. Even if I have to drag on the stream a little bit in order to finish the Caterpillar. I'm going to finish the Caterpillar tomorrow. But whether we also finish the other thing, we will see about that. But yes, tomorrow will be Zetaception, when we have Zeta doing Zeta puzzles, which is what I used to do on the stream all the time. I do still fully intend to go back and do the rest of my puzzles eventually, because I think doing my puzzles on stream is instructive, and it also makes sure that there exists a solution guide for all of my puzzles. I have not finished the 5-less puzzles. The goal is... My original plan was to finish the 5-less puzzles tomorrow. I think that may not happen, but I will finish the 5-less puzzles on Saturday at the latest, so I will get to yours, Panthera. You drew the spot of being very last in the list of 5-less puzzles. So we will do yours either tomorrow or Saturday. Have a wonderful day/evening, everyone, and we will... We'll be there soon. Oh, I see why people are saying Zetaception now, because I actually accidentally pulled up the YouTube thing. I thought it was because I was going to be doing my own puzzle, but it's because I have Zeta and Zeta and Zeta and Zeta and Zeta. All right. Yes, we could just stream like this, just an endless cascade of myself. What more could the universe want? Have a wonderful evening. Bye bye for now.